Good morning, everybody. I will call this meeting of the Interim Public Lands Committee to order and ask that our esteemed secretary please take the roll. Senator Cruz Crawford. Present. Senator Hansen. Assemblymember Anderson. Present. Assemblymember DeLong.
Present.
Assemblymember Moore. Here. Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Chair Scheibel. Here. We have everybody with us today. That means it's going to be a good day because everybody's here, as well as all of you. Welcome everybody to the Public Lands Committee. Thank you so much to Lyon County and the city of Fernley for hosting us for this meeting, and especially to the city for letting us utilize this beautiful city council chamber in City Hall. We are very grateful to be here. We're going to have a good day full of presentations and conversations about public lands throughout this region and the whole state of Nevada. We take the presentations roughly in order of the agenda. I'm always happy to try to move people if you need to get here, get out of here sooner, or if you can't be here at the beginning of the day. And so I do have a couple of requests already in to move a few things around. If you also need to move something around, just let my staff know. If you're here to testify, we do ask that you sign in the back. There is a sign-in sheet. That way we can get your name right in the minutes. There will be public comment at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting, but not during the meeting. During the meeting, presenters will come up to the front and give their presentations. You can see the presentation on the screen. There's also a screen down here that we'll be looking at, and then members of the committee get to ask questions. We do try to be conscious of the environment and not print out too much paper. So all of our meeting materials are available online. You'll also see those of us on the dais utilizing our computers to access those materials, including your presentations, supplements, and things like that. If there's, one other thing, public comment, we do limit to 2 minutes per person. If you have anything else that you'd like to say, we encourage you to put that in writing and submit it to the committee, and we will give that a read. I think, we will also break for lunch around noon. I try to plan that around the presentations, but for your planning purposes, plan around noon for a break. I'll try to give you an update as we get closer, whether noon is looking like an accurate time or not. And then we usually break for about 45 minutes to an hour. And then we finish up our presentations after lunch. And with that, I think we are ready to move into our first section of public comment. I will open up the floor for public comment here in Fernley. Anybody wishing to give public comment? I don't see anybody coming forward. Oh, I do see somebody coming forward. Please come on up and go ahead. There's a microphone that you have to turn on down there. When the light turns green, that means the microphone's on and you can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Clifford Banwalos. I'm the Tribal State Environmental Liaison with the Intertribal Council of Nevada, working for the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. And we've been trying to coordinate the tribal representative to represent Nevada federally recognized tribes on the committee, and we've had challenges. And so I just want to inform the committee that we do have a selection. Unfortunately, he's unable to make it here today. I understand he would not be able to be up there today anyways, but he will be at the Mawapa next meeting there. And that is Dresserville chairperson of the band of the Washoe Paiute tribe, Patrick Burt. So, and I'm coordinating with Jared from the state to get everything in order. So we'll have these things, but I'll take notes in my role as a liaison to provide to the tribes so we can address some of the Native American issues at the next meeting.
Thank you so much. We certainly appreciate that. It is important to us that we have tribal voices included in the conversation. That's why we have a representative from the ITC on the committee or on the committee itself. And so we look forward to meeting them at the next meeting and including them in our work session where we actually vote on the bill draft request that we'll be bringing forward. I don't see anybody else here to give public comment in person, so we will go to the phone lines. Is there anybody online wishing to give public comment?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 736, please press *6 to unmute. Again, caller with the last three digits of 736, please press *6 to unmute. Thank you. Please continue.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Riles, and I'm calling in regards to public lands and our wild horses and burros. BLM has provided records indicating allotments have increased. In 2020, BLM produced 20,956 records. 2024, BLM produced 21,079 records. In May of 2024, updated BLM rangeland health status map added about 4,000 new records obtaining this information through FOIA. BLM's own records indicate Nevada rangeland has a high failure rate due to livestock overgrazing. BLM records also indicate wild horses and burros are only 1% of the cause for failing rangeland health. BLM is offering wild horses and burros for as little as $25. It costs more to adopt a dog or cat than it does to adopt a federally protected wild horse and burro. BLM continues to offload wild horses and burros for pennies on the dollar. Here are a few examples. Panhandle Feedlot, 6 geldings, 7 mares. Bowie, Texas, 21 burros, 20 Mustangs. Last Chance, known as the Kaufman 15 Mustangs. 6 Nevada wild horses show up in Texas kill pen. They were rounded up as babies since renowned inmate training program that was supposed to give them a chance of finding a safe home, but they landed in a kill pen less than a month later. 10 Mustangs running loose on North Carolina highway. A group of 10 Mustangs were running wild on the highway. They were sold to sale authority, adopted by well-known flippers, and the flippers failed to properly confine the Mustangs. Mustangs were rescued during a buyout mission. They were sold to sale authority on April 26th, flipped, dumped in the slaughter pipeline. Mustang rescued from Kansas kill pen. SkyDog received a telephone call indicating a 32-year-old Mustang was in horrific condition, needed immediate help. BLM's bill of sale clearly indicates the following. Purchaser agrees not to process any of the listed animals into commercial products. Purchaser agrees not to knowingly sell or transfer ownership of any listed animals to any person or organization whose intent is to process the animals or their remains into commercial products, or whose intent is to resell, trade, or give away the animals or their remains for processing into commercial products. I'm tired of hearing wild horses and burros do not go to slaughter. The individuals stating this either are uneducated or simply lying. Wild horses and burros are federally protected animals. They belong to all of us, not a select few. They deserve to be protected and preserved on our public lands for future generations. BLM must be held accountable. Taxpayers demand and deserve transparency. This information can be obtained and verified with the following sources: Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, SkyDog Sanctuary, BLM's own data, KLAS 8 News Now, WSOC TV, Ardell County Animal Services, Horse Plus Humane Society. It is time to start protecting our wild horses and burros. I support our wild horses and burros on public lands. These roundups, the slaughter, the eradication, it all needs to stop. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to participate at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That brings us to agenda item number 3. Look at us moving right along. And we would like to invite our hosts up here, the city of Fernley, to give us a little update on public lands here in Fernley. Please come on up.
Thank you, Commission. It's very nice to be here. I'm glad you're using our facility. It is a beautiful room. My name's Lydia Altick. I'm the acting city manager, and this presentation is going to give you an update on the 2014 Fernley Lands Bill. Am I in charge of doing my own presentation?
I think you are.
Thank you. All right, let's get started. On December 19th, 2014, the National Defense Authorization Act was signed into law. Included in this act is Section 3009 titled Conveyance to the City of Fernley, Nevada. Under Section 3009, the Bureau of Land Management is required to convey to the City of Fernley approximately 9,779 acres of public lands. This is a map that is referred to in the National Defense Authorization Act, also known as the Fernley Lands Bill. The hatched parcels are what was included in the Fernley Lands Bill. The light yellow, which is closer to town, are what's included in the first phase of the Fernley Lands Bill conveyance with the BLM, which began about 5 years ago. Along with, there's 2 parcels that are a little bit south and to the west, and those were also included. This is a map of those 8 parcels, which were conveyed to the city on May 30th of this year. Conveyance of lands from BLM to the city under the 2014 Fernley Lands Bill falls under the Recreation and Public Purposes Act of 1926. This requires a formal request from the city. This is followed by an initial meeting with the BLM. And these items here I've listed are included in the process. So after the formal request, the objective of the cultural resource inventory and report is to determine whether prehistoric or historic sites that are eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places are present within the lands to be conveyed. The baseline biological report is an inventory to determine what vegetation types are present, whether noxious or invasive weeds are present, whether threatened or endangered species or BLM sensitive species are present, or their habitat may be present. This report serves as the baseline for information in the environmental assessment. The mineral potential report is to determine if there are mineral resources within the lands to be conveyed, and if so, what's their fair market value of those resources. Costs are BLM's transaction administrative personnel costs associated with the conveyance, which the city pays. And the plan of development is a concept plan that is provided to the BLM, which is required, so they can see fit that it is indeed recreation and public purpose. These next few slides are representative of those planned development maps. These concepts were provided to the BLM of those 8 parcels in 2020. Parcel 1 on the left is across from the Meadows at Inglewood and Pioneer Crossing Casino. It includes the frontage along Highway 50 on the south and north sides of 50. Parcel 2 is east of Fox Peak and Donner Trails subdivision and north of a very large subdivision called the Fernley 5 subdivision. Parcel 3 surrounds the high school. Parcel 4 is west of the cemetery, both cemeteries, the cities and the Veterans Memorial Cemetery. Parcels 5 and 6 are both south of the canal and east of Highway 95A. Parcels 7 and 8 are further east on Highway 50, past the golf course. Parcel 8 is the easternmost parcel and is the current site of a geothermal lease. As part of the National Defense Authorization Act, any required lands that would be retained by the city for recreation and public purpose can submit a request to the Secretary of the Interior to acquire the federal reversionary interest in all or in any portion of the federal land. And this would be for the purpose of creating the parcel to be able to use for economic development. So when in that process, The city pays for an appraisal to be completed and accepted by the Office of Valuation Services, and then pays the BLM for the appraised fair market value. So where are we today? On May 2nd, 2023, staff met with the Carson City District BLM staff and field manager as required to initiate the conveyance process for 15 parcels of land designated in the lands bill called the Fernley Lands Conveyance Phase 2. This is a map of those lands. The ones on the furthest north are hatched. Those are in the Winnemucca district, but we were able to get Carson and Winnemucca to work together. We have received notice of determination from the BLM in this process already for a categorical exclusion under NEPA. As part of that determination, several resource studies were completed. A Class 3 cultural resource inventory, which identified a segment of the California National Historic Trail. A historic preservation treatment plan may be implemented to mitigate adverse effects before conveyance. There was a botanical survey done, a fuels and fire report done, hydrology report identifying any springs and seeps, hydrology report with a water rights inventory, and a grazing inventory. The lack of water sources on these lands makes it pretty much unsuitable for grazing. And there are no BLM authorized range improvements in place on these parcels. The plan of development in this area is for passive recreation, which is allowed under the RNPP Act. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have questions? I'll start with Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. And thank you for the quick, straightforward presentation. And also what a beautiful building. Thank you for making us feel so welcome.
Thank you.
My first question is, it's not necessarily really mentioned in the documents, but have there been any privately held lands that are being impacted, whether it's from like a ranching family who might have had permits to be able to use that land? Or are there other sort of households that are very close to the items that have been acquired from that are being impacted as well?
We have not discovered any, and in the public process, in the public environmental process that's been done, none have come forward.
And I'm so sorry, I don't get to say it. Sorry.
Yes, I know. This is my fault. I didn't tell all of you. I told you all about coming up here to give your presentation, how we would ask you questions. I forgot the most important thing that no one would do naturally is you have to say your name before you answer the question. It's just a little, hazing ritual that we do. But it's also for the record, because when people are listening back to the minutes to type them, if it's, hopefully it's just a bunch of women talking to each other and they don't know whose voice is whose.
Understandable.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair.
Other questions from members of the committee? Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's good to see where this is going. A question on the fair market value. Is the BLM establish the fair market value based on the current use or the projected future use?
Lydia Altick, Acting City Manager, City of Fernley. I think the federal appraisal is required to only take into the current use.
Other questions? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Now, so you guys are ultimately supposed to get 10,000 acres roughly, and right 9,779. And this phase one is 2,100, about 2,200 acres. When are the additional phases going to go in? Now, this one looks like it's almost going to be used exclusively for recreational purposes. You also have one where you're going to be able to expand, your housing, business development, and things like that in the Fernley area.
Lydia Altick, Acting City Manager, City of Fernley. So this is phase 2 up here, and that concludes the 2014 Fernley Lands Bill. There are no more lands after phase 2.
So phase 2 will have, because we're talking phase 1, for the parcels that you showed us, correct?
Phase 1 already completed, the ones that were close to
Oh,
town.
it is complete. Okay.
Yes. That took about 5 years, completed this year. Phase 2 began about 2 years ago. And I'm told it's going to move a lot faster, and we might have the lands conveyed to us by BLM by 8 to 12 months from now.
And those will be for more traditional, not just recreation. They'll be able to, because you guys are landlocked to a certain extent. Fernley's been
Sure.
a boom area. It's become a bedroom community. Obviously, Trick is huge, for you guys, your future. You guys now have, if BLM turns over these lands, do you have sufficient land now for the estimated growth you have for the next few decades?
We do, and all the lands are for recreation and public purpose, and that is because of the Recreation and Public Purpose Act, which was in that legislation. But as I said, if we would like if there's an interest out there to use any of these lands for economic development, that is where we go into the reversionary interest process. And so far, we've only done that with one. We've started with one. As I said, we only have conveyed 8 lands so far. And one of those parcels, the furthest one to the east, we are in that reversionary interest process right now.
But I noticed too, this is all checkerboard land. So how many of these private checkerboards portions or sections are still owned by the railroad? Or have these all been transferred to private parties?
Lydia Altick, acting city manager, city of Fernley, all the in-between lands you see here are privately owned.
Okay. Well, obviously the railroad's private too, but you don't mean no more railroad ownership of those sections. Is that what you're saying?
I have not seen any. I haven't looked at every single adjacent parcel ownership, but I'm saying those ones in the southwest there that are adjacent to the Tri-Center to the west, all of those are privately held and not by the railroad.
Okay, good. So right now, you guys are looking good for the future, for the economic growth of Fernley going into the next couple decades at least, huh?
Lydia Altick, acting city manager. Yes, we're feeling pretty good about it. We just completed our southwest area plan, which includes all that area there. We just completed our north area plan, which includes all those areas north of 80. And we're working on the south area plan right now, which includes all the ones to the east of 95 and south of the canal.
And Nevada BLM been fully cooperative and been a helpful partner in this?
Lydia Altick, acting city manager. They've been really great, and they went through a lot of staffing shortages and changes, but as of late, I'm going to say the last 2 years, things have been going a lot better.
Good. It's actually a great report. Usually we're like, we're going to help you guys fight the BLM. They did something on. I'm sorry, John Raby moved on. I met with the new guy, Mr. Abernathy, and I think he's going to carry on the same tradition that John had done. So hopefully we'll have more positive reports from additional counties in the future in Nevada, as all counties in my district especially are struggling with the issue of being landlocked. So glad to hear the success story, and hopefully we'll have more in the future. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
All right, other questions from members of the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any further questions. I will reiterate how much we appreciate you allowing us to utilize this beautiful chamber, and thank you for being here to update us and answer all of our questions. We will move now to the next presentation under agenda item number 3, which is from Lyon County. I'll give you a little forewarning. After that, we're going to move to agenda item number 5, and then we'll come back to agenda item number 3 and finish the rest of the presentations. So welcome, Lyon County.
Good morning. For the record, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. I'm joined today with Lyon County Commission Vice Chair Tammy Hendricks and Lyon County Emergency Manager and Government Affairs Director Taylor Allison. First off, just want to thank the committee for having this meeting here in Fernley and in Lyon County, and for giving us the opportunity to present today. Like all counties in Nevada, Lyon County is mostly public land. About 75% of the land in Lyon County is publicly owned. So most of that is BLM land, but we do have a fair amount of Bureau of Reclamation land. And then about 20% of it is also US Forest Service land. With that public land comes a lot of opportunity, but also some challenges. And I will turn it over to Taylor Allison to talk a little bit more about some of those opportunities and challenges.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Taylor Allison, last name Allison for the record. Thank you again for having us. As County Manager Haskin mentioned, Lyon County tongue twister this morning, encompasses approximately 1.3 million acres, a little over 2,000 square miles. Almost 75% of the county are public lands, with 73% federally managed. Public lands are deeply ingrained in our culture and our economy in Lyon County and offers multiple uses, including mining, livestock grazing, recreation, highway vehicle use, and special events such as the Best in the Desert Vegas to Reno off-road racing event, which travels through Lyon County and finishes in Dayton, as well as the Valley Off-Road Racing Association Racing Series. There are several of those events in our community which boost our economy, including in Urington and most recently in the Weeks area, just south of the Lahontan Reservoir. The Pony Express Trail and many more special events. So as already noted, strong relationships can produce practical solutions benefiting both public land users and neighboring communities. Lyon County regularly coordinates with the Carson City BLM District Office representatives on a number of issues, including those listed here on the slides, such as OHV use, wildlife management areas, wildland fire fuels reduction, stormwater mitigation projects, development and land use, which we'll get into a little bit more later, as well as code enforcement issues such as illegal dumping. The Atlantic Richfield application for the purchase of 2,062 acres near the Anaconda Mine site in Urington, as well as the decommissioning of the El Dorado Dam near Dayton. Pictured is an image of the Lyon County's Live Better Lyon campaign, which we utilized state public health funds to address OHV safety following a number of injury accidents on public lands. Some of the challenges associated with public lands management and development in Lyon County include project siting and permits for renewable energy and data center projects, limited engagement with local governments in the NEPA process, ensuring projects align with the county master plan and public lands policy, power infrastructure constraints, and RS 2477 roads. For example, in September 2024, Lyon County submitted a protest opposing BLM's Western Solar Plan. As proposed, the Western Solar Plan allowed 16% of the approximately 1.3 million acres of land that make up Lyon County and 38% of BLM managed land in the county eligible for solar application. While we're not opposed to solar application, these types of projects, we felt as the county's voice was not heard in appropriate siting of these types of projects to most benefit our communities. Our goal is to minimize the impacts of critical natural resources and preserve the customs, culture, and economy that are directly tied to the multiple uses of public lands. When we take a look at public lands projects in Lyon County, there's a significant number of solar, battery energy storage systems, data center, and transmission line projects proposed in Lyon County. There on the right, you'll see a table of solar project applications in Lyon County submitted to the BLM office as of June 2nd, 2025. The Libra solar project, for example, is in the construction phase in neighboring Mineral County with access through Lyon County via East Walker Road. The project has worked with the county to pave portions of East Walker Road to limit dust control and improve access, including to the Pitchfork Ranch, Nevada State Park. Lyon County aims to be a leader in responsible growth and ensuring these projects meet the needs of our communities. In addition, there are transmission and utility lines that are proposed and in the construction phases throughout Lyon County. The NV Energy GreenLink transmission line is underway in varying levels of progress across the phases. including the construction of a 345 kilovolt transmission line in Silver Springs, which will serve multiple end users, including a data center. The GreenLink West line will tie into the Walker substation in Yerington. In addition, a Sky Fiber internet line is in construction in the US 50 between Mound House and Silver Springs, and the 95A between Silver Springs to Yerington right away. Approximately 14.2 miles of the 41.4 miles of fiber line will be on BLM lands. So as we look at balancing energy needs and land stewardship, we've seen that to address the demand for power infrastructure and improve project feasibility, some applicants are exploring on-site power generation, battery energy storage systems, and microgrid solutions, rather than relying on interconnection to NV Energy's grid. While these applications may speed up timelines and reduce transmission needs, they introduce additional land use, environmental, emergency management, and response and permitting considerations that must be carefully evaluated. The complexity of power generation and transmission planning highlights the importance of early coordination among developers, local government, state government agencies, federal land managers, NV Energy, and a number of other agencies to identify infrastructure needs, avoid conflicts, and streamline project development. Lyon County recently has undergone an ordinance modernization effort in order to stay ahead of these land use challenges, including adopting a renewable energy and battery storage ordinance, which has been noted as a national best practice. County leadership has participated in the National Association of Counties Rural Energy Academy, a peer exchange cohort of similar jurisdictions that are taking a look at these types of policies and procedures for project siting, development standards, community benefit agreements, impact fees, and so on, to ensure the stability of critical infrastructure and limited impact to community resources. Further, staff are currently drafting a data center ordinance to include some of the lessons learned from counties and municipalities nationwide that are facing similar challenges, and as well as opportunities. So we'll touch on Lyon County's Lands Bill resolution. On June 6, 2026, the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners approved a resolution for Lyon County's support of a Lyon County Lands Bill and associated map, which outlines key parcels for possible future conveyance to support critical infrastructure projects. These will support future transportation infrastructure, roads, water and wastewater systems, workforce housing, communications, and overall economic development. The Lands Bill consists of supporting the Fernley Economic Development Act, 2,747 acres of direct conveyance from BLM to the county for those proposed projects mentioned, 3,989 acres for future conveyance from BLM to the county, 1,642 acres for conveyance to the Yerington Paiute tribe. The county manager's office worked closely, as well as county commissioners, in communicating with the Yerington Paiute tribe as part of this proposal. 1,181 acres to be withdrawn from all public land and mining laws without county concurrence, except for those authorized as part of the GreenLink West transmission right-of-way granted by BLM. Lyon County looks forward to coordination with Nevada's congressional delegation to see this lands bill move forward. We've had a great initial conversation so far and have received encouraging feedback. The goal is to have the lands bill ready to go for the 120th Congress in January. The Lyon County Lands Bill proposed maps were included as part of this presentation materials for the committee. In summary, public lands are foundational to Lyon County's economy and our identity. Early local government involvement in project applications lead to better project outcomes. Lyon County seeks to attract investment while protecting long-term community interests. And finally, strategic land conveyances will help meet future infrastructure and economic development needs. And we are available for any questions.
All right, I think we do have a few questions. Assemblymember DeLong, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Really good information. Wanted to touch on your energy and battery storage ordinance. Could you provide a little details on what's the scope of that as far as how you're planning on trying to implement that ordinance and what it covers?
Sure. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. So the renewable energy ordinance that we passed took a look at mainly addressing some of the siting issues and some of the reclamation issues with some of those projects. Obviously, solar panels have a lifespan. And so taking a look and making sure that when that project meets its end of life, that there's a mechanism to make sure that they have a plan in place to clean up those projects and make sure that they're not just abandoned on public lands. The other issue is making sure that they're sited appropriately so that they're not impacting the residents or public rights of major public rights of way and those types of issues. Specific to like geothermal, we took a look at setbacks from both private and community wells to make sure that those aren't going to be impacted as well. So really kind of taking a broad look at all of the different potential impacts that those projects could have.
Follow-up, Chair. So are you including land use designations and potentially zoning designations on public land?
Andrew Haskin for the record. So in Lyon County, all of our public lands would be zoned rural residential, 20-acre minimum. It's been that way in Lyon County for years. So we didn't take a look at changing that portion of it. No, we just took a look at how we managed that within it. Those uses were allowed in the rural residential 20-acre minimum zoning district. So it was really about just taking a look at the potential impacts.
So again, so you would then be, with that ordinance, you'd be using, let's say, a special use permit requirements for those activities from issued by the county for the projects on public land?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. Yes, I believe most of those had a conditional use permit attached to them.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the very in-depth discussion. My question kind of goes along with what my colleague was just asking about. When it came to the battery energy storage system, does that plan also include an increase of fire training? Because I know that has been something that has been discussed in other areas. And in doing so, then is there like a different certificate for our the firefighters to have, or is it just all firefighters will have the exact same training?
Excellent question. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. So in Lyon County, we have 4 fire protection districts that are separate from the county. And so what our ordinance required was coordination and approval of those projects by the fire protection districts to make sure that those projects are working with them to ensure that they have both the equipment and the training to fight fires on those types of projects. The other thing that we took a look at in the ordinance, again, was related to setbacks from other uses to make sure that if there is a fire, that it's not going to be impacting those other residential uses or communities.
Follow up if I may. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, because actually the other question I had to do with the illegal dumping. And so having the discussion that you just had about how there has to be a plan with all the solar and everything else. But with the illegal dumping, are you seeing an increase over the last 2 years that other entities have brought up, or is that just like, it has not been a huge issue in the illegal dump issue in Lyon County?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. I have not heard of an increase in illegal dumping.
That's awesome. Congrats. That's so great. And then I do have one last question that I thought I had written out. Oh, I remember now. With all of the data centers and other applications, how many individuals are currently employed in your permit office? And is there a current backlog?
An excellent question. So on the planning side, excuse me, Andrew Haskin, Lime County Manager for the record. On the planning side, we have two senior planners. We have a planning technician, and we have the director of the department, the community development department. On the building side, we have one plan reviewer and two inspectors. So we run a pretty tight ship. As far as backlogs are concerned, I don't believe we have any backlogs currently.
Good to hear. And last question, I promise. My last question, for your planning commission, I don't know if there's a planning commissioner, if it's a planning office. Are those planning commissioners appointed? And also, if so, does then the county commission have to approve the planning commission's recommendations? Or is the planning commission the end all to be all? It's not up to the county commissions to make those decisions.
Excellent question. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. So in Lyon County, our planning commission is appointed by the Board of Commissioners, and they, on most of those applications, do not have the final say that the Board of County Commissioners does.
You just said most though, are there? The little English teacher in me is like, wait, you said most. Need a little bit more clarification on that one.
So on Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record, for conditional use permits for these types of projects, that they would not be. If they were doing like a parcel map where it's creating less than 4 parcels, then the planning commission is the final say, but typically the Board of County Commissioners is the final say.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those answers, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Going back to your slide, the Lyon County Lands Bill resolution, can you just clarify the description of the 1,181 acres to be withdrawn from all public lands and mining laws without county concurrence? In plain English, what does that mean?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. So in plain English, the intent there was to preserve those lands. They're along the Carson River. And so rather than take them privately, we leave them as public land, but make sure that they're not being used for other uses.
So it's conservation without conservation, because that's a dirty word.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. So I thought it was. I just wanted to.
Other questions, Senator Hansen.
Conservation is not a dirty word. I love conservation. Back to your slide on challenges facing public lands management. NRS 403190 requires the counties to map their RS 2477 roads. You guys mention it. I checked with the Department of Transportation. When you guys do your maps, you're supposed to submit them to NDOT. They said they don't have anything for Lyon County. Have you guys actually mapped your RS 2477 roads?
You know, I will have Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. I will have to look into that. I know we were in the process, but I'm not sure where we're at.
Good, because you know, one of the key problems we're facing is as all these new uses on the public land develop, the ability for the public to access public land for public recreation decreases. And if you actually had a map that showed the actual roads that have been designated RS 2477 by the county, it would help eliminate a lot of those the potential disputes. So, you know, it's been on the book since 2001. So I hope you guys have it somewhere. And if you find it, it would be great if you get a hold of the Department of Transportation and submit it to them, because they also have a record. Currently, just so everybody knows, they only have them from Nye County, Churchill County, Lander, and Elko counties. So you're not alone. All right. Appreciate it, though, if in the future you look into that, if you'd follow up at least with me or the committee and let them know whether or not Lyon County is in compliance with state law.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, other questions from members of the committee? Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you for the indulgence, Chair. I wanted to go back to the this slide with the maps on the land conveyance bill. One is for the 1,642 acres for the Paiute tribe. Is that going to be on the west side of Mason Valley?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager for the record. The majority of that will be on the west side of Mason Valley. However, there is a fairly large parcel in Mound House that the tribe was interested in that we included in there. So if you look at the left, the map on the left, you can see kind of an orange, the very northwest corner of the Mound House area is orange.
Near the dump, or east of it.
Yeah, I guess in Carson City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the large green area on the right map, I'm assuming that's a wilderness study area?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So that is the Wavoka Wilderness, so which was included as a part of the last Lyons County Lands Bill, I think in 2010.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. Thank you again so much for being here and for sharing that information with us. That will take us to the next item on our real agenda, not the written agenda, which is a presentation from the U.S. Forest Service. Please state your name and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Matt Zoomstein. I am the district ranger for the Carson Ranger Districts of the Humboldt-Talbot National Forest. And I'm here to give you guys kind of a brief overview of what we do, the services we provide. So here we go. So this slide is just kind of a general overview of some of the big items that we do. And then we'll go, as we go through the presentation, I'll get into a little more detail on the different programs that we manage and administer. We're a full service district, a sliver that's primarily on the west side of 395. We kind of stretch from Loyalton all the way down to Topaz. We encompass about just a little bit over 400,000 acres. Probably more than half of those acres are actually in California. We are an urban district, so we're adjacent to over 800,000 people. So the issues that we face and the things that we manage have a little bit different flavor than some of the other units that are a part of the Humboldt-Talbot. Recreation is a huge thing. You know, what I tell my staff and the public typically is we got to be good, really good at 4 things. Wildland fire management, given the amount of infrastructure and values that we're protecting, we have to be excellent at that. Vegetative management, that would be our fuels treatments, trying to get out in front of that wildfire a little bit, create defensible space, and the timber that we and other veg type projects, we have to be good at that. Recreation, people are moving to the Reno area, Carson, Minden, Gardnerville at seems like record numbers. You know, perhaps in the past it was because of the gaming in Reno, but they've changed the way that's marketed. It's because of the adjacency to public lands, trail systems out your back door, 11 ski areas within an hour drive, and Lake Tahoe obviously is a draw. So we're a big part of that. And so recreation management is something that is certainly a priority for our district. The last thing I would really like to highlight, and we'll get into more detail on those things, is just the lands realty and all the special uses that we provide for. That pretty much directly supports community. Power lines, comm sites, fiber optic, all of those different things are a big piece of what we do. So as you kind of see there, you know, rec's a big thing, 7 campgrounds, over 500 miles of trail. We service 3 wilderness areas. We have a ski area, Mount Rose. We do full gambit of things. And like I said, we're a full service district. So we'll kind of move on to a little more detail. Wildfire readiness and response. You know, there's a lot of tools in the toolbox when you look at fire. One that's constantly talked about or has been in the past is wildfire for resource benefit. that is not something that we really entertain on the Sierra front. Again, we are an urban district, an urban forest. We're adjacent to tons of values and infrastructure. Our priority is to get on those fires, use direct suppression tactics if possible, put them out at their smallest size and eliminate that threat to community. We stage engine modules up and down the front. We have an interagency hotshot crew, and we work closely with all of the local, state, and federal cooperators to ensure that we have coverage on 7-day staffing basis. So another thing that our fire folks, that we get them engaged in, is the veg side. So in the winters and shoulder seasons, when we're not actively fighting fire, then we have them engaged in helping out to burn piles, perform understory and broadcast burning and hand cut pile work, and to try and get out ahead of that wildfire problem. We do also have 4 prevention technicians on the district. They are out in the field every day, basically interacting with the visiting public, with the recreationists, making sure abandoned campfires are being put out. They're in schools, they're at the Reno Rodeo, they're in a number of events, helping to kind of either enforce our restrictions or just to share the message of good stewardship and good recreation when we're out there and being fire wise. On the veg management side, we have a robust fuels program. As mentioned, a lot of that work is focused on protecting community. So we're in lands that are adjacent to neighborhoods and adjacent or to concentrated use areas for recreation. And we're trying to reduce the vegetative load on those to basically buy our firefighters time should we get a start in those areas. When the fuel loading's heavy, the fire gets into the canopies, and the way the Zephyr winds work on the western front here, they just rip, and they rip downhill, blowing straight into things where we don't want fire. So we get in there, we try and reduce that understory so that the fire stays on the ground, and that effectively gives our firefighting resources time when we arrive on scene to mitigate those concerns and issues prior to it becoming a big problem. We recently signed a master stewardship agreement with the Washoe Tribe and Tahoe Forest Products to try and provide timber to that mill and keep them sustainable. We're ecstatic that we have something in our backyard as a local resource to hopefully pay the way to get that so that the timber pays its way out a little bit, because there's limited monies that we have access to as it relates to stewardship dollars to go out and pay for those treatments all the time. So we view them as being a big benefit. On the fuel side, to date, we've treated already close to 6,000 acres. That's through a number of things: mastication, hand cut pile, targeted grazing with sheep, and then of course prescribed fire. Typically, we're around 10,000 annually. So, as you can tell, we're getting into the summer months where a lot of those mechanical treatments and hand cut and pile thinnings will increase in scale and pace. And then we are also trying to focus on treating more and more in the WUI. Sometimes the smoke or the sound of chainsaws, we get a lot of complaints from communities around that. So we try and be real proactive in the media and in our outreach to get support for that. We've seen the dividends pay. The Davis fire was a great example. The weather that was forecasted actually happened, and it was a doomsday forecast, but the outcome that they were predicting didn't happen. And the fuels treatments that were invested in those areas were a huge part of that story, in addition to the amazing fight that our men and women did put on out there collaboratively. So just a quick highlight, that we are a major player in Nevada shared stewardship, and we feel that the Sierra Front Working Group has been exemplary, in what we've been able to accomplish across the state. I do sit as co-chair with NDF Forester Bill Buckley for our working group. We've treated close to 16,000 acres alone last year, and that's across jurisdictions. A lot of that is focused towards mitigation of wildland fire. As you know, fire doesn't see fence lines or jurisdictional boundaries. So getting all the groups together, local government, some private and even nonprofit, to talk about treating landscapes instead of jurisdictional boundaries, I think has been a great shift that we've benefited from in rolling out shared stewardship. We've already have 5 different good neighbor authority agreements with the state that we've been implementing monies that were received through Bill and IRA. And we're working on a new master agreement to move forward once that one expires so that we have something in place to keep it going moving forward and have mechanisms should we receive monies from legislation to be able to kind of put them in those agreements to put the work to the ground collaboratively. So we're excited about moving that forward and continuing on the good work there that we've been doing. These are some examples of some projects that we've been doing of recent in recreation. As mentioned, we administer over 500 miles of trail. We've got 3 wilderness areas, Carson Iceberg, the McCollum, and Mount Rose. We work very closely with Mount Rose Ski Area. We get over 500,000 user visits a year in that place alone. It's very busy, and the thing that's incredible about recreation in an urban district is that there's tons of groups that we benefit from working with. Whether that be the Friends of Nevada Wilderness or interest groups like Muscle Powered or Biggest Little Trail Steward. We couldn't do it without the help, and we have over 24 different volunteer service groups that we partner with to help kind of roll out our recreation program. Particularly on the trails side, we're building more and more single track trail, both motorized and non-motorized, to kind of service that demand and to be able to do it in a way that's well thought out and planned and that has synergy with the other resources that we manage for. So on the slides there, you can just see some typical things that we do from year to year: boardwalk replacement up at Tahoe Meadows, bridge replacements, new vault toilets, basically trying to mitigate the disturbance and the impacts that human beings leave on the ground, and manage that setting, manage that recreation. On the range side, we have an active range program. We have 7 permittees with 7 active grazing permits. You can see the numbers there on AUMs and the amount of sheep that we have. We also have 3 livestock use permits for targeted grazing. So they bring sheep onto the forest in the front country to mitigate the fine fuels, largely cheatgrass and some of the others, to try and reduce the fuel loading. We currently have 2 permanent range staff that's responsible for permit administration. And those folks also roll out our invasive weeds program. So we're treating weeds in both the state of Nevada and California through their efforts. Mineral and energy production. There are no active mines on the Carson Ranger District. We do partner with BLM on some geothermal leases out near Steamboat. But for the most part, what we're dealing with is the legacy of mining, particularly in Alpine County, Colorado Hill. There's a lot of abandoned mines and that we're trying to close and make sure that they're safe for the public, in addition to some that are continuing to, I guess, leach and create environmental concerns on the ground. So we do have a Superfund site, Leviathan mine, that we're continuing to partner with EPA and the Washoe tribe to mitigate the impacts from that. And then Zaca mine near Markbyville is also one that we're continuing to manage and mitigate the environmental effects from that legacy of mining that happened back in the day. Also tied to this slide is our land special uses program. So as mentioned, that's something that we have to show up and just be excellent at. We've got miles and miles and miles of power line all over the Ranger District, both from Liberty Utilities and Nevada Energy. We have telecommunications, fiber optic, there's utility right-of-ways, you name it. It's something that we have to be good at and quick at processing, because largely these things directly service cities and communities. So we're proud to say that recently we're able to consolidate all of our permits with Nevada Energy into one master permit and create an operating plan to where that was analyzed under NEPA, so that a lot of the routine activities like maintenance of the right of ways, road access, road maintenance, those types of routine things, we used to have to analyze them individually because we didn't have a master permit. We didn't have an operating plan that was analyzed by NEPA, and that created quite the workload. Moving forward, we think that if that activity falls under the operating plan under the master permit that was recently approved, then, you know, we can streamline some of those activities to just kind of go quick review and get them approved and get them moving rather than having to take it through the entire NEPA process. So that hopefully will save some time and provide some better service to that utility company. So the rest of our district, you know, we hire and staff a suite of different specialists, you know, largely ologists, the different ologists that help support projects and that sometimes take on the leads if it's a resource-based project. Like we have a couple wetland restoration projects happening. One in Dog Valley is being planned on, and then one's being implemented in Faith Valley. We are responsible for protecting all of our heritage resources, whether that's prehistoric or historic. So essentially native or, you know, mining type flavors, you know, anything that we do, we have to account for that stuff. So we have a staff of archaeologists that work and are in charge of those resources. We have a botanist on staff that, you know, is ensuring that we're not impacting sensitive or listed plant species, and wildlife, you know, the same in respect to wildlife. We have 7 different listed species through ESA. So all of our projects have a certain level of complexity in dealing with the Fish and Wildlife Service to make sure that those species are being protected. Wildlife is certainly involved in that. We have a hydrologist that, you know, a lot of times is tied to any project that we do. If there's dirt disturbance or any kind of soils issues or if it involves water, but they're also a lot of times at the lead in some of those restoration projects as it relates to wetlands. And then, of course, they assist with the abandoned mine programs and the leaching and some of those things as point for remediating that stuff. So all of those members are active members of our interdisciplinary team that, you know, anything that we do that has any kind of ground disturbance, you know, they're being given the opportunity to weigh in. And then last, before I open it up to questions, as you guys know, that's Silver Bear there. We were responsible for providing the Capitol Christmas tree to the White House this last year. That came from the Carson Ranger District. So it's safe to say I had a ton of staff wrapped up into that effort. That was in addition to all the other things that we provide in the slides that you saw. But I will also say it was quite the honor, and it's certainly the highlight of all of our careers, or at least one of those highlights. So I think with that, I'll end the slideshow and open it up to you guys for questions.
Thank you so much. I have to ask, did you take this picture of the Capitol Christmas tree?
At Zoomstein District Ranger for the record. I don't know if I took that one. I certainly have several on my phone I could show you in a break. They look just like that one.
Well,
all of us had the same vantage. But we were all sitting in the same spot. So
it is a beautiful picture, and I think we all share a pride in Nevada's Christmas tree being up at the Capitol this last year. Okay, other questions from members of the committee? We'll start with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you again, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. First off, it's great that the Christmas tree in 2025 came from Nevada and happened to come from my district, which I think it's great. I wanted to talk a little bit about WUI and fire control issues. The work that the Forest Service has done, particularly in the Galena Creek and Jones Creek drainage is quite exemplary, and the prescribed burns, I think, have been really effective at opening up the understory there to help minimize the development of crown fires, which I think is great. The question is, what are the plans that you have, and when will they be implemented for the Ophir Creek drainage and the west slope of Little Valley as far as fire control?
yeah, so this summer, Currently, Matt Zunstein, District Ranger, Carson Ranger District for the record. We're partnering with the state, with NDF currently, providing them, helping to get them access up Little Valley Road. They're gonna start treating timber and doing fuel reduction. We're planning on treating lands adjacent to that, starting as soon as this summer and then certainly in the next field season. Usually what we do is we go in and kind of treat that understory so that the bigger trees are left behind and easy to get to, and, that are actual, when we put up timber sale, that it gets bid on. So that's our plan. We're also looking at putting in a SNPLMA proposal when that becomes available for the next round for getting funding to treat Little Valley, and then also that kind of Truckee watershed area behind Garson's. So certainly those are areas that are within our sites. I would say Clear Creek and but kind of that foothills behind Genoa going down to Sheridan are also within our sites to, hopefully continue to increase pace and scale of the treatments there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions from members of, okay, Vice Chair Anderson.
What a surprise. Thank you so much for the entire presentation. I always love seeing the sheep doing their job, basically, about all the other work. This is a very serious question. And so I'm wondering if this picture or a picture from your phone would be available for Christmas cards. And because I missed out on being able to get the pen. And if there's any way to coordinate trying to figure out how we can start selling that in our gift shop for the Nevada State Legislature. Understand, though, that this is U.S. Forest Service and might not always be in your wheelhouse.
As Zunstein District Ranger, for the record, yeah, I think just reach out to me online. We've got tons of photos, and if this is for your personal use, then I can just share that with you. If it's for official capacity, then we can certainly put you in touch with our public sheriff's shop and make that happen. I don't see that being an issue at all. Like I said, we've got tons of stuff. We did partner with other nonprofits throughout this effort. Sierra Forever was one of the principal ones that was a partner to us, and I think they would also be able to accommodate some requests like these and also sell stuff in their visitor centers. They actually staff our visitor center at the Carson office. So yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Thank you so much, but truly thank you for all the work you guys are doing. You have been wonderful in working with partnership with our Nevada Forestry Service as well. So just really appreciate all the work you guys do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On your active rangeland management, you got about 6,000 sheep. You have 3 of them for targeted grazing. Have you guys, is that a policy or is that still kind of an experimental thing? And in your opinion, how successful has it been in reducing fires?
District Ranger Matt Zunstein, Carson Ranger District for the record. Well, I would say both, and all of the above to that. We do have some treatment areas behind Carson City and in Arrowhawk that have been going on for decades, where I certainly feel like the reduction of the fine fuels has made a difference on some of the fires that we've had in those areas historically. We also have some experimental allotments that we've been grazing, like around Jacks Valley and other areas where we've been partnering with UNR to do research on those. And then we've been providing data from, they'll go out, create plots, and then start to track data in some of the ones that have a longer term grazing history. So I think that, we are seeing benefits from it. We've been doing it for over a decade in some of these areas, and we have plans to continue to do it because of what we've seen. We are trying to engage UNR to get better science around it because, is it better to graze in the fall or is it better to go in spring when it's during green up? Like those are kind of the answers that we're still trying to monitor so that we get the biggest bang for our buck, and so that we're doing it at its most effective time, right? Because the point of these isn't so much to provide browse for the sheep as to mitigate the fine fuels, right? It's a little bit different than our other grazing permits, right? So I would say both to all of that. We have good relationship with UNR, and I think there's desire and impetus to continue that research, and then certainly we are seeing good effects from having them out there.
No, great. I'm 100% supportive of it. I've been watching that pretty carefully. It was in 2008, the Carson City area. I actually hired the Border Sheep Company to go in and graze the Sea Hills, which you're familiar with, right behind the legislature. to the west of it. And it's been extremely successful. They haven't had a significant fire. And of course, that's cheatgrass dominated areas. And I've noticed that the shrub community has been coming back in those areas by, suppressing cheatgrass, allowing the native perennials and the shrubs to come back. Question though, they historically, sheep companies paid for the privilege of grazing on the public domain. I know in the case in Carson City, the city actually pays the sheep rancher to run his cattle on that land. Do you guys, are they still required to pay you for the AUMs they're consuming on these fire prevention projects? Or do you guys actually assist them financially to help reduce fuel loads?
So if they're grazing on us to their benefit, then yeah, it's a traditional permit and they pay for the AUMs. If it's for targeted grazing, then typically the fees, we waive the fee. And we aren't paying Borda. He does do that for us. The benefit is that he's allowed to put his sheep onto the ground and get some browse at no cost. But we see that as being mutual benefit. In the case of Carson City, they submitted a project to shared stewardship. It was funded through that. I think for the next, I can't remember if it's for the next 5 years or the next 10 years, but there is benefit there, right? That's culinary watershed for the city, and so to get to the point of your question, if it's for targeted grazing, it's either they're allowed to graze for free, or in certain cases we do pay them to help with them getting the livestock out there, and there's also fencing and watering costs. So like in the case of Carson City, a lot of those costs, they're not just to pay the operator, but they're to pay the fire department and other staff to go out and set up the fence lines and set up the watering and a lot of that incidental costs that come with rolling it out logistically.
Okay, well, what I've noticed is between BLM and Forest Service over the last couple of decades, there's been a huge expansion in the amount of money to fight fires. It would seem to me this would be a very inexpensive way to help reduce those fuel loads, and it sounds like that's what you guys are seeing. Because in my mind, it's a lot better not to have the fire in the first place than to have to either fight the fire and then do the rehabilitation when you have the opportunities to use, in this case, Nevada livestock companies to help do what they've traditionally done. It's a big move to come completely off the public domain. There's still a big fight about that. But what your testimony is, I hear it, is that for the Forest Service, this has probably been a very inexpensive way to reduce fuel loads and consequently reduce fire hazards, especially on this urban interfront that we're discussing.
Yes, I would say that that's accurate. And, in areas where certainly it's compatible, where there's access and it's feasible for the livestock owner to get in there and the plant where the plant, I guess, component matches up with what they're looking to browse. There's other areas where there's a lot of toxicity and a lot of non-native invasives. I've heard pea vines could be problematic if we were to look to roll it out there. But those are areas that we're continually looking to potentially expand into. Like I said, it's a tool in the toolbox, and it's part of our active management suite of activities that we do. And we're in full agreement if we can avoid catastrophic fire and things getting into the crowns through being proactive. That's where we want to be.
Now, last question. Public reaction. For me, when I see a big band of sheep and a sheep herder out there, it's kind of like, wow, this is like traditional Nevada again. Do you guys get any positive, negative feedback when people who are on the public domain see you using these sheep herds for fire reduction?
Yeah, Zoomstein District Ranger, for the record, yeah, absolutely we do. There's a lot of user conflict between people and their pets, the sheep. And I know there's something intrinsically in any breed of dog that if it's off leash, it's going to go after the sheep, and that creates certainly issues. And it's a thing to where people get to a trailhead. Once they're outside of where they park their car, they want to let their dog off leash. That's why they're walking their dogs out in those areas. And so that's something that we continually have to monitor. We provide outreach to every HOAs that's adjacent to the pastures and allotments where we have the sheep, and that helps mitigate some of it. We have meetings with animal control because sometimes they get called into the situation. And then of course, we're talking to our permittees and trying to strategize around, hey, maybe it's not the best time of day to dump off the sheep at 5 p.m. when everybody's getting off work to walk their dog, and so we're trying to hit it from different avenues, but there's certainly, like pretty much with anything that we do, Senator, there's people on both sides of the fence, and but we think we're doing the right thing. And like I said, we're taking steps to educate the public. We put out media releases every year and talk to those who have concerns and trying to get out ahead of the issue. And for the most part, obviously we've been doing it for a decade, and I think there's more support than there is people against it.
Good. Well, that's what I really want to hear is I think there should be more support, especially if somebody tries walking their dog in one of those burned over areas that take years and years in some cases to recover. So seems like a win-win for us to have our native, should say our ranching community primarily help out, reduce fuels. It's a benefit for everybody, it seems to me. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Agreed. Thank you. Other questions from members of the committee? All right, not seeing any. We really do appreciate you being here, answering our questions, and of course, providing us with this amazing picture of the Christmas tree. So with that, we will move back to agenda item number 3. And I'm sorry, did I split up the Lyon County presentation, or did you? Okay, you guys come up here together. Okay. So we will move on to Washoe County. Please come on up when you're ready.
Good morning. What a great way to follow a Christmas tree. We're all in a wonderful mood. Thank you so much. For the record, my name is Clara Andriola, Andriola. I'm the current chair of the Washoe County Commission, and I serve District 4. I'm joined today by Cadence Matievich, who is the Washoe County Government Affairs Liaison. Thank you, Chair Scheibel and Vice Chair Anderson and members of the committee for inviting us today to actually look at public land activities in Washoe County and the community impacts that we have. So I'll move to the next slide. And there we go. As you can see, just some fun facts. 4,042,176 acres actually are in Washoe County, and there is the distribution of our, if you will, land management authority and the jurisdictional bodies thereof. So you can see 64.3% is BLM, other federal land 7.5%. And in 2025, PILT payments, actually you can see $4,622,177 were received by Washoe County. I think it's important to share that we know that you have heard a lot of presentations from a lot of great counties, and we thought today we'd share some of the topics that are impacting Washoe County, but we do also share many of the same issues and concerns that you've seen with other presentations related specifically to public lands. So in terms of what we would like to share with you is about public safety, infrastructure, and the environmental impacts in our county, specifically related to the discharge of firearms in congested areas. We're going to talk more about that. Wear and tear on local roads and the trailheads, as well as the disposal, the much needed federal lands for the growth that we're seeing, that we can accommodate not only housing, but economic development as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about conservation of federal lands in the Lake Tahoe Basin. So on this next slide, you'll see in terms of the congested firearms area, this particular chart is in an area that is shared in my District 4 in Washoe County and is also shared in Senator Hansen District as well. It's of significant concern to not only me, but the constituents who live in that adjacent area. This is specifically related to the Golden Eagle Regional Park, which is a large park in the city of Sparks and is directly adjacent to BLM land. You'll see the last 2 years, the significant increase in calls for shooting in this particular area. So what have we done? We literally have provided education in terms of distributing not only maps of the safe shooting areas, we have communication, even including Truckee Meadows Fire that works for the Sheriff's Office and Washoe County supporting what we can to let everyone know that particular area. We have enforcement, as I mentioned, Washoe County Sheriff's Office also not only uses drones as a first responder with their new Hawk DFR program, but as also uses the Sheriff's Mounted Horse group to go out into an area that is much easily traveled by horse in some cases than a vehicle. There is obviously local and federal law enforcement cooperation for the areas that are being used that are outside of the designated authority for shooting. There's an MOU that's in place with BLM, Forest Service, and Washoe County related specifically to shooting in this particular area. Why we're really wanting to bring this to you is this has been going on in terms of trying to look at a solution and putting in a facility for years. And there's been some barriers. There's been barriers with staffing with BLM. We'll get close, for instance. The great news is that we're closer than we have been. The bad news is that there's been some barriers in terms of challenges of not being able to move as quickly as we would like. We are getting closer. We just need $3.3 million. So maybe I should do a wish for the Christmas tree and have something underneath for the present for $3.3 million. Just to give you an idea, the next closest shooting range is 30 miles away. This has been in place long before even park was built, along with the residential areas that continue to be populated in adjacent again to this area. So everyone's working together. It's just not as fast as we would like it. And we're hoping that we could have a Santa present. This is some information I think is really helpful for you to see why the economic development and why the disposal of federal lands are so important. Right now, the median house price of a single family home in our area is $635,000. You know, we share that on any given day with Douglas County. We are either number 1 or number 2, most of the time number 1 in the entire state for the highest level of housing costs right now and have been for quite some time. If you look at the average grossly monthly wage in Washoe County, $5,243, that 28%, if you will, represents for purchasing of a house, $1,468. So if you were to purchase a home, you could purchase a home with that average gross monthly wage for $290,000. The opening up of land for, again, there's a lot of land, 64.3%, if not more, if you look at the other federal land, would give us an opportunity to look at attainable housing and look at trying to meet the need of the growth potential that you can see is going to be 602,455 is the projected population by 2044. We are going to need 37,629 additional dwelling units in order to accommodate that growth as it stands right now. So I hope that this helps for you to understand why public lands are so important to us in various capacities, but housing, in my opinion, and you know better than anyone, is the #1 issue across all 17 counties in the state of Nevada. And we certainly would like to see some land opened up. I'll let Cadence Matievich speak to you now about the Lake Tahoe Basin. There's some unique information we'd like to share with you as well.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Anderson, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, CADENCE and I have the privilege of serving as Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. Chair Scheibel, as you and Member Moore and Member DeLong know from your service on the Legislative Oversight Committee for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake water system, Washoe County has lots of land in the Tahoe Basin, and this is an area that is of particular interest and importance to us. And we do not think that conservation is a bad word. And conservation of the public lands in the Tahoe Basin, particularly the Washoe Tahoe portion of the basin, is a priority for the Board of County Commissioners. You know, we understand the value of that treasure to the residents of our community, the visitors, and indeed to our whole state. And so we would encourage, as you enter into the next session, we anticipate that the Nevada Division of State Lands will be bringing forward a request likely to the Natural Resources Committee for additional bond funding for the Environmental Improvement Program for the Fund to Protect Lake Tahoe for projects that they would like to see completed in the 2028 to 2038 timeline. You know, those EIP projects that have to do with watershed and water equality, water quality, forest health, sustainable recreation and transportation, science, stewardship, and accountability. And indeed, Washoe County has been the project leader on a number of these, including 21 watershed and water quality projects, 8 sustainable recreation and transportation projects, and the need to continue to improve and maintain the public lands that have been acquired in the basin to protect that watershed and to protect Lake Tahoe. And so we would ask for your support of that. And additionally, we're anticipating that the Division of State Lands will also come forward with a request to extend the timeline for the Fund to Protect Lake Tahoe to 2040. And we would ask for and encourage your support for that as well. And then also wanted to talk a little bit of this morning about the Santini-Burton Modernization Act of 2026. Some of you may be familiar with this. This was just introduced in this session of the United States Congress, the bipartisan bill led on the Senate side by Senator Cortez Masto. And the Santini-Burton Act of 1980 was enacted to protect the basin from overdevelopment and environmental degradation. It authorized the U.S. Forest Service to acquire environmentally sensitive lands. And since the passage, the Forest Service has acquired more than 16,000 acres in the basin through this project. However, changes to the law in the 2000s inadvertently limited the law's scope, so funds could only be used to acquire land, not to manage it. And as you know, we really are at the point now where the acquisition in the basin is coming to an end. Virtually done, if you will. But now that we have those lands, there is a need to continue the conservation and maintenance efforts on those. And so this bill would restore the original ability that was when the law went into place originally, and would unlock funds for ongoing management, allowing the Forest Service and other entities like Washoe County to complete additional EIP projects, prioritizing water quality, forest health, and recreation. And additionally, the act would designate the Washoe tribe as an eligible entity to receive transfer of acquired lands currently other local governments have that authorization. But right now the Washoe tribe does not, and this would bring them into those eligible entities. And we think that that's important and support it. And so to the extent that you all are engaged with our federal delegation, we would ask for the legislature's support in encouraging the passage of the Santini Modernization Act. And with that, Madam Chair, I think that concludes our presentation. We thank you very much for the opportunity. Again, as Chair Andriola said, we know that there are a host of public lands, horses, burros, sage grouse. We share those. We know you've heard a lot about them, so we wanted to spend some time today talking about things specific to Washoe County. We appreciate the opportunity. And Madam Chair, at your direction, we'll take questions.
Thank you so much. I think we do have a couple of questions. We'll start on this side with Senator Hansen. Oh, Senator Hansen and Senator Cruz Crawford have teamed up.
Well, actually, we were discussing it. It's funny, I was going to bring it up. You know, in California at Lake Tahoe, they have a rule that halfway to the high water mark, below that halfway mark is public usage. As you know, virtually the entire eastern shore of Lake Tahoe once belonged to George Patel, and the state of Nevada used eminent domain. And today, that's what we call Sand Harbor. But if you've been to Sand Harbor or any of those areas, we've loved it to death. Yet there are huge sections further south of Sand Harbor, clear down to state line, that are almost exclusively owned by exceptionally wealthy people who prevent any public usage of those beaches. Has the county considered copying what California did? Because, you know, if you go on the California side of Lake Tahoe, the usage of the beaches go clear all the way around. You see people, ordinary folks, going down there and using the waters except in exceptionally high water years. Have we given that any thought? Because, you know, we need to open up more land at Lake Tahoe so we don't concentrate everybody in such a tiny pocket. And anyway, that's what we were discussing earlier, because my colleague had an unfortunate experience where she and her family were attempting to go enjoy the beaches of Lake Tahoe and essentially were told, get the hell out.
Cadence Matievich for the record. Senators, thank you for the question. I will say, I think, access to the waters and the beaches of Lake Tahoe has certainly been something that the Board of County Commissioners has discussed from time to time. Recently, we received a presentation from the Incline Village General Improvement District, and our commissioners asked some questions of that GID about the private land ownership of the beaches that the property owners in that general improvement district have. I don't know that it's something that Washoe County itself has contemplated. As you talked about, Senator Hansen, within the Washoe County portion of the basin, a great deal of that shoreline is indeed in state park. And so we have the benefit of a great deal of that land in the Washoe portion of the basin is indeed open to the public. The areas that you talked about further south belong to Carson City and Douglas County, or within Carson City and Douglas County. So it isn't something that we've necessarily contemplated taking on as a Washoe County issue. I do think based on the discussion from the board, there was no action taken, there was no vote taken, but certainly an interest in seeing if there are additional opportunities to allow all Nevadans access to those lands.
Good. I know it's a big step, and you know it's going to involve, undoubtedly, since you're dealing with multi-millionaires and billionaires, they don't really like people like me showing up on their beach. I mean, it's the reality of it, but that land should be open to the public. Public waters obviously are. So anyway, we'll deal with that going down the road. Back to shooting at Golden Eagle Park. As you know, Golden Eagle Park was my home before there was a Golden Eagle Park. Mm-hmm. And in fact, they just tore down my house where I raised all my children, and my dad bought that land in 1973, and I can't go out there anymore, but it makes me want to cry, seriously. But that was part of a longer planning process. Didn't in the master plan process, didn't they anticipate the need for some kind of a shooting location? I currently have a nephew living out in that area, and that is definitely a problem. There's shooting there constantly. Is there anything in the master plan for Washoe County that addressed this down the road, recognizing at some point people love to recreationally shoot. Does the county have any locations mapped out in a reasonable, and there's all sorts of public areas behind the regional park that are open to the public. And I think somebody acquired it not too long ago. Has the county looked into setting up a designated shooting area out there?
Chair Scheibel, through you to Senator Hansen for the record.
Please go direct.
Well, you're esteemed members of the legislature and I want to treat you as such. So thank you so much for that opportunity. So
You're too kind.
for the record, Claire Andriola, Andriola, Commissioner for District 4 and current chair of Washoe County. Senator Hansen, you are spot on. Yes, the short answer is yes. There actually is a plan. The great news is we have 3 jurisdictions, Washoe County, U.S. Forest Service, and BLM that all agree on where that designated area should be. If anyone is interested in $3.3 million to help, that would be a lovely Christmas present we could all enjoy. But on a very serious note, we have to get that designated area, the area has been designated. The 3 jurisdictions have actually agreed on it. It is now moving to that next level in terms of what the estimated cost, and that's an all-in cost. So that's roads and everything that needs to be done. In the meantime, in the interim, it has been designated, even in the city of Sparks. I've been in meetings with the city of Sparks because they border are adjacent right to it as well. So all of us really are in agreement. That's the great news. The fact is that using what we have at the resources that I shared, whether it be the sheriff's office drone or the mounted, horse group that's out there, putting in additional signs, because there isn't a designated facility, it becomes, with all due respect, the wild, wild west. It's beautiful, as you know, that area is absolutely gorgeous. And when people just drive a minute into it, they see all this beautiful area and figure out, well, this is all, let's just go ahead and do it. And so we've done everything, and the drones have really helped in terms of citations, but you saw that particular graph that showed the increase, and it continues to increase. We have to get the facility. We have to get that facility. It's yesterday, and we can do it with $3.3 million.
I have to admit, the image of drones flying over above me in my beautiful pockets of Nevada bothers the heck out of me. I don't like the idea that law enforcement will be literally spying on people who are trying to recreate. So I realize on a short term in a location like that, it's good. I do hope there are some limitations on what any law enforcement is allowed to do when it comes to basically spying on people using the public domain. Last real quick question. Public lands, the expansion for Reno and Sparks and the growth. I don't know anybody that's opposed to it, except there's almost a blackmail effect. In order for us to get thousands of acres, 5,000 acres or whatever it is in our neck of the woods down there, they're forcing hundreds of thousands of acres of wilderness designation in northern Washoe County. And that's where the opposition is strong. And I represent that district, which are rural folks that are feeling very, very frustrated in that why are they being forced to give up their recreational opportunities and their economic opportunities to essentially be blackmailed into giving the land definitely needed in the Reno Sparks area. And so I want to get that on the record that I'm not against expanding public lands for Reno and Sparks to grow, totally necessary. I'm totally opposed, though, to being forced to designate virtually almost all of northern Washoe County and a huge chunk of the Humboldt County, which I also represent, as wilderness areas, and then block those areas for recreational and economic opportunities for the people who live there. So I just want to get that on the record. I don't know if you guys are getting involved directly as a county commission on trying to work that out, but I know that was a huge stumbling block for public support of some of those bills.
Well, Senator Hansen, I think that there always is an opportunity to hear from everyone. And I do think that those conversations have been ongoing and continue to be ongoing. I think the fact that housing is a #1 priority in terms of attainable housing and the balance of using recreation and public land and having that open because it belongs to everybody. That's really the point. Public land is public. So I think those conversations continue to be ongoing. I don't think that there is an exact solution at this point. To be honest with you, that just is ongoing discussions. But I do think the fact that we have such a huge amount of public land and at least having the opportunity to release that back to the county and allowing us to look at those opportunities for public involvement, whatever the designation, we can't do that until we at least have that opportunity for the lands to actually be within, in this case, Washoe County's jurisdictional authority. We don't have that. And I would like to share one other little point that I think is important. We recently in January had I asked for an economic picture of our county in terms of population growth. And I've already shared what that looks like in 2044. But what's interesting is who's coming here. On a national level, between the ages of 18 to 39, people in the United States who move in various places is about 30%. In Washoe County, that age demographic is 55%. So think about what that looks like in terms of housing from an 18-year-old to a 39 in terms of their purchasing power, what they bring in terms of wages. Many are in the beginning of their career. And so we really need this land to come back to Washoe County so that we can use it in various ways, not only for the public piece in terms of recreation, but for the attainable housing piece as well. I'll end it also with, we worked really hard and I helped lead the charge on opening up an ordinance and fine tuning it with all stakeholders to look at even the infrastructure, because that's one of the hardest things is you can have land, but now you have to have the infrastructure. It's very expensive. And so looking at special improvement districts, which you probably are well aware of, has actually been updated in Washoe County very recently to help with that opportunity to look at attainable housing and looking at 290,000 is what a person can essentially purchase at this point. That with the average wage, that is a big gap, 290 between 635,000. So I know I didn't answer your question, but I used the opportunity to get in a part of my presentation that I forgot. I haven't testified, quite frankly, in some years, but I did use that opportunity. So thank you, Senator Hansen, for that.
Well, I should point out to the chair that Claire Andriola was a very effective lobbyist for many years at the Nevada Legislature. So she understands how to do that. I throw the question out. She doesn't answer the question, but does a brilliant job getting on the record what she wanted. Well done, Madam.
I've worked with the senator for years, so thank you again for that opportunity.
And we are working on the housing side of it. You know, there just was a federal law passed. You know, Senator Neal and I and some of the members of this committee worked very hard on trying to eliminate certain unfair elements in the competitive world, so those younger people can actually afford to have a house and hopefully see the price come down. But that's obviously a topic for another time. But I think we're going to see that on the federal level, not too distant future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chair Scheibel, if I may. Senator Hansen, I want to address your comments regarding surveillance and the drone as a first responder issue and assure this committee and anyone who's watching online or listening in the audience today that we do have policies. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office does have a policy about that drone as a first responder. They are not out just doing surveillance all the time. It's in response to calls for service. And I would be more than happy to forward to the committee a copy of that policy for your review.
Thank you. No, in 2015, when I was chair of the Assembly Judiciary Committee, Assemblyman Anderson had an excellent bill. When drones were still a new thing. So I know we do have restrictions currently. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are also making sure that that type of monitoring is kept to a very reasonable level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions, Senator Cruz Crawford.
Hello, I just wanted to, I don't want to beat a dead horse, especially with the public comment earlier, but I did want to just kind of go into a little bit of detail about the private beaches situation. So my daughter graduated from UNR, sorry, this is the first time I'm talking today, apparently. My daughter graduated from UNR, our family came up everybody wanted to see Tahoe, right? So we all went to Tahoe. We went to Village, and because that's the closest place to Reno, right? One of the closest. And we see this nice park on the beach, and we're like, oh, let's stop and go to the park. And as we go to the park, the security says you can only be a resident. I need to see your ID. And we were like, I was just, my mind was blown. I've never seen anything like that on a beach before. I thought beaches were for everybody. And then I started going on Zillow and I saw all these places are like $25 million, and they're not even like places that are occupied. And it would just seem like such a travesty. And I know I'm belaboring this point, but I did want to share that because I thought it was worth noting. Thank you.
You're welcome to respond, but you don't have to.
Chair Scheibel, thank you for the opportunity. Kate Tiovich for the record. Senator Cruz Crawford, it's a complex issue. Our state laws grant people certain rights of property ownership, and as Senator Hansen said, our laws are different than those. Our laws in the state of Nevada are different than those in the state of California. That those laws are not governed by Washoe County. And individually, Washoe County does not have the ability to pass an ordinance or something like that that would change people's private property rights. And so with respect to where in our state is designated as public and private property, frankly, that's an issue that the legislature would need to take up. And if there's a desire to change that in our state, I think you would find a robust conversation around that. And at that point, our Board of County Commissioners would need to contemplate and determine if they had an official policy on it. But it is frustrating. We hear it. But also knowing that those laws in our state have been in place in a long time, and many of those property rights people have had for years and years. And so the Board of County Commissioners' ability to adjust, or in many people's mind would be to impede or impair those, is not within the authority of the County Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I've sat on the Tahoe Regional Planning Advisor Agency Oversight Committee for, I don't know, 8 years now, something like that. And indeed, it is a complex issue which inspires a lot of very passionate advocates on not just two sides of an issue, but it seems like 7 sides of an issue. And so thank you. I think we still have some more questions for you though. So we will go down to my esteemed colleagues on the right, literally, not metaphorically, and a little bit both. We'll start with Assemblymember DeLong.
Definitely on the both. Thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to follow up on the Senator's thoughts and comments about a land bill. I actually would like to see the legislature let our federal delegation know our support for a Reno Sparks land bill that's focused on the urban needs in Northern Nevada. And you can respond to that if you want, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you for the question. We agree. 100%. And I would say it's not just Reno Sparks, it is Washoe County as well. And all 3 jurisdictions have their own unique needs in terms of what area they cover, and the density or the rural areas as well, and the balance of that. One of the things that I think the legislature should be commended on many years ago, with the leadership at that time with Senator Raggio, was the creation of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. And from that allows for master plans at a regional level to be looked at. And then all of the jurisdictions following those guidelines, and the ordinances then actually are more uniformed, but still take into consideration each of the jurisdictions' unique area in terms of density or rural in this case. So I concur 100%. Thank you. That would be great. The sooner the better.
Just to follow up on that, I specifically left Washoe County out because When you say Washoe County, then you wrap in the northern part of the county, which has extremely different issues. And so there was intent in the words I chose.
Other questions? Assemblymember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I have a couple of questions, if I may. Just to go back to the Washoe County Public Lands Bill, you did mention the wilderness portion that would be designated. I know some of my colleagues raised some concerns over the acreage that's being designated. Did the county provide any feedback or any conversations, or how was that determined for the public lands bill?
Thank you for the question. There are several lands bills, so I just want to make sure in terms of a Washoe County lands bill, I think, are you talking about the lands bill that was actually being proposed at a federal level?
Yes.
That particular bill was actually being championed, if you will, by the city of Sparks. So I just want to make sure. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that
Mhm.
clarification.
If I may, Cadence Matievich for the record, Assemblymember Moore, if you are referring to the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act that was sponsored by Senator Rosen, and that does, as Senator Hansen referred to earlier, include the original version of that included disposal for a number of different purposes, and also changed some designation of some areas that were study areas, made them, changed them to permanent designations. That process, Assemblymember, there were community meetings, engagement with stakeholders across the board. It's been in development for a number of years, probably at this point, 8 years. And in many ways, the discussions at the outset of that have sort of been eclipsed by our current economic conditions and the housing crisis. So it's changed the conversation quite a bit. And Washoe County does work with Senator Rosen's office closely as that bill has been reintroduced in multiple sessions of Congress. The maps have changed. There's ongoing discussions. And then there have been some additional bills contemplated and considered, some by Congressman Amodei and others. And so I think, it continues to evolve, but from the perspective of the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act, there was a very, very robust community participation process, meetings at our convention center where maps were there, and lots of opportunity for public input. And admittedly, there is not full agreement about what the final components of those would be. Our Board of County Commissioners did adopt a resolution in support of that bill, but it continues to be an iterative process. And as Chair Andriola said, certainly if there were an appetite to introduce another bill that were more focused on the Reno-Sparks metropolitan area, that maybe could perhaps include a little bit of unincorporated area adjacent to the urban area, I think we'll be open to engaging on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just a different question, also relating to housing. I found it interesting, the statistic that you provided, that 55% of the people moving to Washoe County are between the ages of 18 to 39. What is driving them to move to Washoe County? Are there any specific industries that are driving that growth specifically in that age group?
Thank you for the question. I think that there are a lot of economic factors that make it an attractive place to move to. I think there's various reasons. I think there's some complexity depending, but if you're going to talk specifically about that particular demographic that I shared, which I really am happy that I had that opportunity to do, a lot of times people will use, it's the Tesla effect. It's the effect of the Tahoe Regional Industrial Center and the expansion of that, along with other businesses that actually support various components of that, not just from that one company, but from other companies. And so I think Northern Nevada has a long history of diversifying its economic attraction, which originally started with gaming. I mean, that's really where everything kind of started in the beginning. And so our diverse commercial and industrial has really given opportunities for high-paying jobs that attract us, I think, for that demographic that actually is probably, I'll use the term, more mobile than maybe other age groups that maybe now have a family, or it's maybe a longer decision to actually move or relocate. And so I think that's what makes that special, that 18 to 39. And what's needed with that 18 to 39 in terms of even accommodating attainable housing as well. So I think it's just a lot of great factors. I know EDON, the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, is really dedicated to bringing high quality companies here that pay really well. And I think they've shown that. And I think what we have done in terms of Northern Nevada as a whole, but certainly Washoe County, is to be able to try and accommodate what we can to meet those needs, even with some of the ordinances that we have changed to accommodate attainable housing as well, allowing for a much more flexible approach to try and have that supply and demand so the prices can at least come down a bit. But I've spoken with some other colleagues in other jurisdictions who many times ask, why is it so expensive in Washoe, for instance? It's for quite some time always been more expensive in Washoe County than maybe some other counties throughout Nevada. And I think that that speaks to just the wages are higher, then therefore the costs of various things are higher. But I think in terms of going back to your question, I think the diversity of attracting a real mobile group has led to the growth. And then on the flip side of that, being able, the next largest are those that folks who are selling a home elsewhere that can actually purchase a home with cash. Those homes actually are much higher and help drive up that $635,000. So you have this real diverse, we have a huge need of attainable housing where people can be entry level or beginning of their professional career, and then those that are retiring.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. Before I actually go into this, I also want to thank you, the staff for the Washoe County. As a resident of Washoe County, I get a chance to actually visit some of our parks often. One of my favorites is Bartley Ranch, as well as the Hidden Valley area. And I know that they have been working very hard on cleaning up that ranch area. So I just wanted to bring that out and just how much I appreciate everybody that works for Washoe County and the work that they do. I only have two questions. My first has to do with the additional dwellings of 37,000. And Cadence and I, or I'm sorry, I should have said, called you by your last name, but we've had this discussion a few times. I understand why you use the word infrastructure. We need to start calling it what it is, and that's sewers. In that 37,629 additional dwellings, has there also been discussion about a need for an increase in our sewer system? Understand that we all want to say infrastructure instead because it's much more polite, but until we really start dealing with sewers and putting that word out in the room, people will not see how important it is.
Thank you, Vice Chair Anderson. I have to share that one of the first items that I worked on when I took on this adventure that I'm in currently, and I do call it an adventure, is to look at the regionalization of sewer and wastewater treatment facilities. The three jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, are at a pivotal time to do exactly what you just shared. And I think you'll be happy to hear that I serve on the Washoe Regional Commission for Washoe County with all 3 jurisdictions. And what I think you'll be happy to hear is that we unanimously approved a study to look at moving forward with that. We just finished the first phase of it. We're expecting the next phase to be released soon in terms of what the cost would look like, how we do that, what are the mechanisms to actually execute it from a regional perspective. That is coming soon, and I'll be happy to share what those results are with you or any of the members of the committee who's interested. That is around the corner. We're very excited, to your point, because that is really the barrier of exactly what you shared in terms of part of the infrastructure.
Thank you so much. And can I ask a question that's not necessarily related to this issue, but it has been something that has been pretty consistent when I ask of the counties when we get a chance to speak with them. When it comes to your planning commission, is this an appointed planning commission, number one? And then number two, are their decisions binding, or is this something that then is a recommendation to the county commissioners to make the final decision about?
Thank you for the question. So the first part of your question is appointed, and the answer is yes, it's appointed. The second part of your question is about what is their quasi-judicial role in terms of being binding. Honestly, it is serving as a quasi-judicial body. And so there is appeal process just like there is in any other body. And so if there is an appeal, it goes to the Board of County Commissioners to take the next course of action. And then obviously, if that gets appealed, it goes to a judicial review.
Thank you so much for clarifying that it's only upon appeal that a planning commissioners, when they are faced with, and I'm not going to say that the centers that are being discussed, although I just put that in the room, but let's just say that it's something else that's being discussed. A planning commission meeting in Washoe County can make the recommendation, and it's only upon appeal that it then goes to the county commissioners. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. If I may, Vice Chair, I would like to just quietly approach the D that you kind of alluded to. I think it's really important, again, to share that the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency for the last year and a half have been looking at best practices in that particular area, to the point where, as I explained, as a regional body that looks at setting the regional standards to which the jurisdictions meet, because that's what its regional authority gives through the legislature, through statute. That is a really important aspect. They've been working for a year and a half. We're expecting, I sit on that board and I'm the immediate past chair, and asked for that actual direction that unanimously that board put forward to that group. A very talented, Dr. Smith and his group are talented people. They are looking at releasing the information in August of what those findings, what those recommendations are at a jurisdictional level in terms of regional, so that all of the various jurisdictions can look at what they may want to do within their own body given, because all of them are not the same. The one thing that is important is they're not all the same. There are various components, and it too is a complex subject. So I'm happy to send that information to you as well, or anyone else. And that, I think we're all anxious to see what their findings reveal and what their recommendations are.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Chair, for that much time. And I do also want to bring in one of my colleagues who is a commissioner out of Clark County. I have a feeling that many times the nuances of not only having just a large county, but also sometimes 4 or 5 local jurisdictions, which is similar to the Clark County area. It's got to be very difficult to balance that. So I really do appreciate both the work that you are doing, and then also my colleague from Clark County's work that they've been doing on trying to find a way to work together with everything. So thank you, Chair, for that much time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just have one quick follow-up to the Vice Chair's?
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing the hard work of Washoe County staff for Hidden Valley and the flood. I would like to just state on the record that at 1 p.m. today, the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners will be holding a special meeting for a couple items, and one of those items include a declaration to look at an emergency for that particular area. And I thought you would be interested in that follow-up, and thank you for that opportunity for clarification.
All right, then we got to get you out of here to make it to your 1 p.m. on time.
I'll be
Senator
quick, just,
Hansen.
Madam Chair, Washoe County is not in compliance with 403-190. Your RS 2477 maps not been filed with the Department of Transportation. Hopefully you've done them. So I just want to throw that out there that we need to get that done. Thank you.
We're on it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see any other questions from members of our committee, so we just want to reiterate our thanks for spending your time with us this morning and answering so many questions. That will take us to our next presentation. I think we have Mayor Bagwell here from Carson City, and we'll invite you up to the podium whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Anderson, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cameron Gresh, spelled Camerongresh. I'm Carson City's Government Affairs Liaison. I am joined today here by Mayor Bagwell from Carson City to talk to you a little bit about public land usage in Nevada's smallest county. As you can imagine, it looks a little different than some of what you've heard today, but we're excited to get into it here at a bit of just a quicker pace out of respect for our counties who are waiting to present. With that being said, I'll hand it over to Mayor Bagwell for a bit of an introduction on Carson City and public lands.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. It feels like we're all friends, and I don't know, I just feel like what great colleagues and an opportunity to just have a conversation. So Lori Bagwell, LORI BAGWELL. We just wanted to introduce maybe a little bit different, like Washoe County's tactic. But we really wanted to focus the discussions around the fact that we think public lands and the people that utilize them are all shared constituencies. And I think that sometimes we forget that, right? We're all serving the same people. So do you, right? You represent your areas. It's all the same people. So super excited to say that we work well with BLM and the Forest Service and state parks and state lands. I think we all recognize it is a shared constituency. We are surrounded as the capital by being a gateway to Lake Tahoe, the Sierra Front. We have a ton of jurisdictions that work together to accomplish the public land use for all of our residents. Okay, so one of the interesting things that I think is unique in Carson City is in 1996, the public actually brought forth an advisory question that we asked our public that said, we want to preserve our open spaces and have recreation, and that costs money, right? I think I heard Washoe County say they want to do the gun thing for 3.3 million, right? Well, we were able to do that. We were very fortunate. 52% of our residents said, this is so important, we're actually willing to pay for it. So we then came to the legislature with the vote, got the authority to be able to do this. And so I think we're a one of a kind when you get your public land given to you, doesn't sound right, but when you can negotiate this with the federal government, it still needs money to protect it and to be a good steward of the land. And so I feel very fortunate in Carson City that 40% of our tax actually is utilized for public lands and open space. And so we have award-winning trail systems and everything else, but I think it's because our residents recognized how important that is. Our outdoor recreation, it's estimated that it's 8.1 billion. Can you guys believe that when you stop to think about how important recreation and the public use of lands really is? But we just thought we would throw that up there, that it's 3.3% of the GDP. It's just on that. But our shared use, I heard, we got a sheep picture too. I think BLM had that and you guys were talking about it, but I think there was a question, do we find it of value? Absolutely, right? We had horrible fire that took 22 homes. It's imperative that we use all the tools in the tool shed, right? And so we love it. The community accepts it. We advertise it. We brag about it. We make it kind of an event, you know, here come the sheep. But it's a great thing for, we think, for fuels reduction. We also have a SNPLA that we have fire crews that work. We have a wildland fire, 2 teams that actually work all year long to reduce fuels. So we do both of those.
Cameron Gresh for the record, Engineer Bagwell. So I will go ahead and just kind of briefly touch on, we also are in the club of kids that have a federal lands bill going before Congress. And I should point out here, just for technicality's sake, there are actually 2 bills, one in the House, one in the Senate, who have been doggedly worked by our very hardworking federal legislators. I'm just going to talk about them kind of generally because they both touch on the same major technical themes, and at the end of the day, they will be conferenced, hopefully before the end of this Congress, into one bill. So moving on, in plain terms, this is partly a technical corrections bill, and then it includes a lot of new conveyances and acquisitions. I'll start with just the largest part of the bill here, and that would be acquisitions for Carson City. In these bills, the total acreage of our proposed acquisitions goes over 1,200 acres. They come in the form of land that is from the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service. They can be used for things like stormwater and flood mitigation, a street connector near a roundabout at South Carson Street and Stewart Street, and the future relocation of our Capital City Gun Club and Rifle and Pistol Range. Moving on to reversionary interest. So this is something that you're probably no strangers to, but for Carson City, certainly this is certainly a big deal. We want to allow third-party entities to manage certain lands. We want to be able to allow these entities to be for-profit entities, just because right now they can't be. But when we have things like concession stands or something like that that fall onto these properties, we are really limited in the type of entity that is able to run those things. And while it sounds like a small detail, it has big impacts. And so we've got a total of just under 900 square acres of reversionary interest removal that would allow, for instance, to give you a specific example, our airport authority to manage a safety buffer, a 5-acre area around the airport in order to manage that and handle, safety issues related to that, just because it's there abuts right up against the airport, but as of right now, we don't have the ability to allow a third party to manage it. And so again, small detail, big impact. We also have here about 360 acres of disposal from the Bureau of Land Management for economic development. This would be the Prison Hill area, south of Edmonds, and then portions of Highway 50 East that I know all of you are probably familiar with just because of Carson City being the nation's capital. And we do thank you for spending 4 months every other year in our fair city. We're happy to host you, and we look forward to doing so again in not that long of a time. And then moving on to the last category of action that you'll see on this bill is disposals from Carson City. Managing land that is not technically ours or reverting back to BLM for just reasons of expediency, I think is a smaller portion of the bill. It's only 20 acres, but again, this just saves Carson City staff time and resources to manage lands that aren't directly abutting BLM property that could be better serviced by other entities, or it's just land that we simply don't need and we're happy to give back to the federal government. Especially in the Pinion Hills area, we have a bit of a maintenance burden here because we have no legal access to this area that we are supposed to maintain. And so, of course, other partners like the BLM would be better, I think, to service that area. And so that's where the disposals happen. As you can see, it's the smallest part of the bill. We are not throwing land away to throw land away. We are doing this to better serve our shared constituency.
Lori Bagwell. So what does this bill deliver for us? It's flood and stormwater protection. It's Carson River corridor. I think we're all almost closer aligned than I thought after listening to everything this morning. We really are related to one another, but the Carson River is so important to many of the jurisdictions. So we have components there. Public outdoor recreation. As Cameron just mentioned, we really are interested in airport safety and looking at buffering zones and yet also using our airport as an economic engine. So that's important to us, and partnerships. I think that one of the most important things, we're looking at a skeet range. We want to be able to move all of our gun activities. We have them in 3 areas now. We want to move them together. It makes more sense to me to put all of your shooting in the same location if you can. So we look forward to hopefully getting that land to accomplish that and move our current site, which is next to our landfill. So we'd like to make some moves there. We also really want to work with that reversionary clause is really important to us because there are activities that we think the general business community should be providing, not the local government, right? Whenever I can have a partnership with someone, and one of the most important ones to me would be like a concession stands. I don't think I should have, I hate to say this, but people pouring beer, right? I think that's better served with the entities that do that for a living, have liquor licenses, et cetera, et cetera. But there's those little technical things in the federal law that tells us if we do such a thing, we have to give the property back. So we hope we can make some changes there. And then, as Cameron said, our last piece is just a few cleanups. But we're hoping that the federal government recognizes we're only talking about 1,200 acres. So maybe we can get ours done.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and the just to Cameron Gresh for the record, just to go back, there's also minor technical corrections. You'll see things like missing map references from the 2009 Omnibus Public Lands Management Act and just tiny little things like that. And again, while it might be a small portion of the bill, it has big impacts. And so we did just want to touch on that. We did also want to just touch on some future policy considerations that we're working with stakeholders on. We understand this committee is purposed around federal lands, but we are working on a possible idea to give the state land registrar authority to convey state land to local governments at no cost or for nominal consideration when it's in the best interest of the residents of the state. This would simply prevent a county such as Carson City or the people of Carson City from essentially paying for land twice. If it's already owned by the state, perhaps a conveyance that also has to come with fair market value, kind of represents a double dip there. And again, I understand that this is not a federal lands issue, but given this committee's parent committee, or excuse me, what was once its parent committee, and all of your efforts involved in the public land space in general, we wanted to at least keep you apprised of it as we see it as complementary to the federal efforts that we just described. And also, again, just a very quick thanks when this committee was convened in the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature. You all passed legislation that is very helpful to Carson City, SB 21 and SB 405, expanding grant eligibility for like outdoor recreation, education programs, and the Rails to Trails Task Force. Carson City recognizes and is very grateful for your efforts there. And so we wanted to just take a second to say thank you for those two pieces of legislation. And then Mayor, if you'd like to close us out, anything.
So thank you so much, Lori Bagwell. Remember to do that, sorry. Carson City's stewardship of public lands is a commitment to the people who live here, the people who visit, and the generations that follow. And I really appreciate that. I think that's your shared interest. When I said we have the same constituency, I think you have the same heart for the people and for the public land. And so we just want to say thank you so much for letting us come before you today. And maybe I'm okay with you asking us easy questions. No, but we look forward to working with you and answering any questions you might have.
All right, give us your hardest questions, committee. No.
That's what I'm wearing.
Who does have questions for Carson City? All right, we'll go
that
to
was
Vice
way
Chair
too-
Anderson.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Loving the pictures too. I'll just ask my usual question, because although Carson City is not a county now,
We're both.
Because what is it again? Because
We're consolidated, so we're both a city and
There
a
you go.
county.
I knew it was both. I remember being a little kid when that all happened. With your planning commission, do you have a planning commission? Is it appointed, and is it the final decision, or does it go then back to the county commissioners to make those decisions, that final decision?
Lori Bagwell for the record. So our planning commission is appointed. Each member of the board of supervisors selects a candidate. And then we have an at-large position also. The planning commission can have final authority. It depends on the type of action that's coming before it. So if it deals with a map, it's a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. If it deals with a special use permit for conditional opportunities to do something on land, they can be the final, and it would be appealed if either side is unhappy with the decision to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
And then, I'll even give you more that they do. All the growth management components are recommendations.
Thank you so much, because it is the growth management that seems to be the largest issue in other counties. So, but if it's a business item, that is a recommendation to the county, is what I'm understanding you say.
So a map. So if somebody wants to come in and change the map, or they want to do a zoning rule change, things of those natures, those all are recommendations. If it's an existing use on a parcel, but we need to just mitigate for noise or pollution or things of that nature, then they can be the final decision. If the party is unhappy with the decision of the planning commission, they can certainly appeal to us.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. Okay, Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments about the sheep and on your wildlife watershed and stewardship thing. That's the backside of Sea Hill, and that means that's Water Canyon that they're standing in there. Does Carson City, because I've used you guys for years now, like people have been with me at the legislature. Oh, here goes Hanson again, talking about Carson City and the sheep. But you guys are like the gold standard in that, and it has, as you mentioned, prevented fires. Do you guys actually pay BORDA to do this?
We do.
Okay.
We absolutely do. Lori Bagwell, sorry, we do pay.
Okay, no, I'm just curious because, the Forest Service guy, they kind of do some sort of arrangement where they get to use AUMs, but they don't have to pay for them. You guys actually pay board to run these sheep up there and keep that fire hazard down. Obviously, it's been cost beneficial because to fight a fire costs hundreds of thousands of millions versus paying a guy to run his sheep on Sea Hill. It's probably a very reasonable arrangement. Would you agree?
I absolutely agree. Lori Bagwell, I have to say that it's about tools. And I think I heard that earlier too, right? It's employing the best tool at the best time, the right price. And if you can get all of that to come together, you're in good shape to begin with. So I want to say the sheep for us, I can't think of a better firefighting opportunity, right? Because you put them there, they do their job, they come for, the 3 weeks or whatever, but they get it done. And the objective is to save homes, save lives, and it's just been phenomenal. And like I said, I don't want to be remiss and not indicate that I have 2 wildland crews that work extremely hard and do a fantastic job. We had a fire in the Prison Hill area, was it 2 weeks? 2 or 3 weeks ago. That wildland crew got right up there. They're so used to working in that environment. They had that fire out in Nothing Flat and right in the housing area. So it takes everything.
And you mentioned too that in Carson City, the sheep are well accepted. It's become even kind of a phenomenon. The sheep are going to be turned out. Because when I asked the Forest Service guy, he was a little more, not quite as he has a problem with dogs chasing sheep, basically. But it sounds like for Carson City, it's been a win-win all the way around and the public's completely accepted it.
I'm 11 and a half years in now, and I've never had a single complaint. I think that the most important thing you can do is inform the public it's happening, right? Before it happens, so that they're not concerned about what's going to happen with their own property. They know that, the sheep are coming, so maybe you keep your dog in or you walk at different times or things of that nature. So I think the more notice that you can inform your public, then it will go smoothly.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing an expansion of that throughout Nevada. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. I don't think I see any more questions. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate having you here and answering all of our questions.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And that takes us to our presentation from Churchill County. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. I'm Eric Blakey, Churchill County Commissioner, Vice Chair. Today, we'd like to share some information with you in regards to Churchill County, where there is a few things that we find of interest today. And one thing is the implementation of the Fallon Range Training Complex modernization authorized in 2023. The implementation of the lands bill components authorized under the same NDAA, and the renewable energy development and transmission, and a couple other items that we've been watching closely, which includes mining, Endangered Species Act designations, and wild horse management. Since 2016, we have been trying to implement the FRTC modernization project has been the most impactful issues that we've dealt with related to public lands in Churchill County. As you know, Churchill County is the proud home of NAS Fallon, a long-standing relationship, and we hope that they are there for many years to come. And we also owe this to our citizens and the stakeholders that we have made sure the impacts are addressed to the best of our ability. As mentioned, the Modernization Act expansion was authorized congressionally through the fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. The county was involved in negotiations on the NDAA, and prior to the involved, we were in the NEPA process. And finally, the law resulted in a very large expansion of some of the ranges in Churchill County and surrounding counties. As you know, the Dixie Valley training area was greatly expanded, but it was left open for public access and most uses, which is vital to our community, as if anyone has ever been to the Dixie Valley area. It's large and there's a lot to do there and a lot to see. The Bravo 16 is in the southwest part of Fallon and is now doubled in size, and that will be a closed range, and it also touches Lyon County. And that is where our Navy SEALs train, and every Navy SEAL that is part of the SEAL team comes to Fallon to train here. So it's vital to our safety and commitment to our nation. And this will be the first range that gets closed during this act. And then Bravo 17 and Bravo 20, which is east of Fallon, were greatly expanded for the use of aerial bombing. And again, these ranges will be closed to the public and transition from multiple use management to essentially single use management, with some very limited exceptions with escorted access or controlled big game hunting on the B-17. Here's the legislative map for the modernization. Don't be overwhelmed. If you have a couple days, you can figure it out in a couple days. There's a lot going on this map, and every color represents something else. And I apologize for the legend not being on the map, and I can definitely get that shared with the committee, and then it's really easy to understand. But specific to the Navy expansion, you can see how the range is expanded from the gray shaded areas to the blue shaded areas. So in the bottom of the map, that half circle, that blue section, that is going to be the B-17 range. To the left, going west there, that is the B-16, which is getting ready to be closed. And then in the northern part, where it's a half circle, that's the B-20 range that's soon to happen. And the take home on this portion of Churchill County, as well as Lyon County, Pershing County, Nye County, and Mineral County, we're all going from multiple use management to open public access to single use management. Almost no public access to these ranges. And this slide summarizes our key points and why the county remains so actively engaged in the implementation of the FRTC. As some of you may know, and for the record, there's been recent differences in the interpretation as to when some of these ranges will be closed to the public. Some people feel that when they meet their obligations, they can keep on moving, but it's really designed for all parties to move together in unison. The comments or the commitments made in the NDA are honored by the Navy, and those commitments are key mitigation measurements for both the county and the citizens. In addition, the county is directly involved in implementing some of these key items, such as reconstruction of Lone Tree Road, so it's safe for our citizens and the Navy, as we would both share that roadway. In this slide, you will see that says key milestones and of the timeline to help the citizens and all key partners understand what we're trying to achieve and when we're trying to achieve it. As noted, Bravo 16 will be the first to meet these milestones, and Bravo 20 will be the last. In addition to the Navy aspects of the law, there are several key components that would be considered more typical of a lands bill. They were important to the county, given how much public land was being impacted by the Navy. And as most of you know, Churchill County, 85% of our land is owned by the public lands. So with that said, we were able to resolve all of our wilderness study areas, and we believe this results in much better management going forward. And we've still not seen a management plan in for these areas, but the designations have been implemented on the ground. The county is also working with the Department of Interior, BLM, and BOR on some of the key land conveyances, exchanges, and public purpose conveyance that will help with the community expansion and the economic development, which is a direct nexus to the Navy's presence in our community. We have a bit of frustration by the slow pace of the implementation of these aspects of the lands bill, but we are remaining fully engaged and involved at every measure. We're also looking at long-term process to try to resolve the checkerboard land ownership pattern in the northwest portion of the county. In short, we would work with BLM to identify areas that make sense to go from federal to private ownership and vice versa. And we are currently reviewing the implementation plan for this process going forward. Here's the map again, and as you can see, the checkerboard in the top left hand of the county. And those of you who may not know, each square up there is 640 acres, to give you an idea of the amount of land that is there. We're also looking at a long-term process to try to resolve the checkerboard. I'm sorry about that. I lost my place. Some of the special designations in the central and eastern portion of the county and some of the conveyance and exchange areas generally around the city of Fallon. So if you see the lands that are sort of purple, I guess would be the color, those lands are being conveyed to Churchill County and the city of Fallon, and mostly for economic development needs. A couple of other items I'd like to touch on today is renewable energy development and transmission. In general, the county is in need of additional power. And those of you who know, Churchill County, we have concerns with power being available for economic development. And it is frustrating on the local level. And we've been frustrated by the lack of local power upgrades that NV Energy wishes to provide. At the same time, we've seen development on Sierra Solar Project in the checkerboard area north of I-80. And this project was developed on private land and is in the area near existing power. This is an area where future development makes sense to given proximity to both transmission and demand centers. We have also been working with BLM and NV Energy on the Green Lake North project, which has been able to suggest minor alignment revisions to deconflict the alignment that passes through our county. We've been frustrated also with that, as a large line crossing the entire width of Churchill County has no path for connection on or off of the line for the purpose of economic development or our citizens in Churchill County. We do have some pending mineral projects that are all development and planning phases. Of note of these projects are close proximity to special designations of the Navy expansion. I would note that there's a significant number of claims that were attached or affected by the naval expansion, and we've advocated for our miners for the appropriate compensation for those claims. We've had some issues related to Endangered Species Act and potential impacts on various projects. The Dixie Valley toad was listed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with a significant impact on the Ormat Dixie Meadows project, which is a geothermal plant within Churchill County. While we also had Navy ranges in eastern Churchill County, we do have sage-grouse, sorry. The county's interest is in keeping the state of Nevada managing the bird versus the federal government under the Endangered Species Act. So we wish for Nevada to maintain that. And then finally, the other issue that we have in Churchill County, or not issues, but concerns, is we do have wild horses in Churchill County, and nearly all of the designated herd management areas overlap with the Navy's operations and sage-grouse. At the end of the day, we want to ensure the horse are managed appropriately and the appropriate levels for their sake and for the sake of multiple users in Churchill County. This concludes my presentation. I will be happy to answer any questions that I may be able to answer.
Thank you so much. And I have a feeling we do have a few questions. I'm going to go to my usual. Let's start off with Senator Hansen.
Didn't even have to ask. Is Jim Barbie still your county county manager?
Commissioner Blakey, for the record, no, he is not.
Oh, he's not. Okay. Well, last time I talked to him, we were talking, this Navy bill came up in the legislature 2 sessions ago or whatever, and all the Navy folks showed up there in their uniforms and talked to us extensively about it. But what I learned was for Churchill County, the base is about 1/3 of your entire gross domestic product for the county. Is that still fairly accurate?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so obviously, because they were threatening kind of behind the scenes that they'd have to move the base to somewhere else. And so, we were kind of like, we have to support it. The other thing that came up was, funny you mentioned here, they actually have designated areas for Navy SEALs to use, because one of the selling points, my youngest son's a Navy SEAL. And one of the reasons I voted for the bill was like, I can't, on one hand, want the military to be able to fully train our best people and then not give them the land to do it. So, but I didn't realize that when these areas were being designated, that they were going to eliminate all public access. I know, like right now at Fairview Peak, is that still 100% off limits? It was some kind of Bravo something or other at some point.
Bravo 17 is near Fairview Peak, I believe. And to my knowledge, you can still access the top of Fairview Peak in a private capacity. I'm not aware of Fairview Peak being closed to the public.
Because one of my big concerns has been this constant expansion of federal control over all, not just Churchill County, there are other counties that have similar problems. I mean, Nevada has been very generous to the federal government in giving up enormous blocks of public domain land that could otherwise be used, not only by Nevadans, but by any American citizen. So I'm watching this constant growth in that, and now it's clear up to the Desatoyas, which is your eastern boundary, up to the crest of it. Is there any point where the Navy has offered, after 20 years, to turn stuff back to the counties or reopen it for public access? Because I also represent Pershing County, and Pershing's got a huge issue with this because the government, somewhat against what they had promised, is blocking public access on regular main county roads. Is Churchill County also experiencing things like that?
To a certain degree, I don't find it to be detrimental at this time. As far as the amount of land that the Navy needs, I cannot speak to those matters, but I would think that that amount of land is mission driven by the Navy. And I believe that that's a conversation that could be had in the future should the Navy's mission change.
And last question, the Navy and how it deals with the feral horse problem. How does the Navy do it? Do they round them up? Do they hire contractors? Do the horses end up in BLM holding pens? I mean, what flexibility does the Navy have to deal with issues that has been a huge issue, obviously not just for Churchill County, but most of rural Nevada?
I do not have an answer for the Navy lands horse problem, I guess we'll call that, or wild horses. I can get that answer for you, but I do not have that.
Okay, well, maybe I'll get it from the Navy at some point, but if you could, that'd be great. I am curious. I know that when the Indian tribes have issues with horses, they get right on it and they take care of the problem very effectively and efficiently, where the federal government's been really struggling with this issue for a long time. I'm just curious if the Department of the military has some better way to do it. Overall, though, it sounds like the Navy is still a major economic driver for you guys. So I think we better continue to somewhat roll out the red carpet, because if you lost 1/3 of your economic base for Churchill County, I think things might be a little more difficult for you as county commissioner.
I do agree with that, and we do keep the red carpet clean.
And Madam Vice Chair, or Madam Chair's back. One last thought. Nevada Energy and their lack of cooperation. Is there something we can do? I'm actually good friends with the head of NV Energy. Ryan Bellows used to be one of my Boy Scouts when I was a Scoutmaster 30 years ago. I would like to be able to, on behalf of Churchill County and the Public Lands Committee, find out what's the stumbling blocks between your need for energy for development and their policies that apparently that are either in conflict or not cooperative. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
We just we do have a huge concern of not having power, and as in my private capacity, I'm an electrical contractor, so I have knowledge of how, NV Energy and what they offer to our community, and it's always been not an important stake for them maybe. And I would say any advocacy that this board or any member could do on our behalf to get those conversations started and to identify what the barriers are, so we can get past those, so we can move. Because I truly do believe that the power issue that we have is preventing economic development.
Okay, no, I'd love to help. I've heard from other people in Elko County that they have similar issues, so I might reach out personally, but I think it'd be something that the Public Lands Committee could probably, formally send something to NV Energy and say, hey, what's the scoop with your relationship with Churchill, and is there some obstacle, roadblock, what's preventing a fully cooperative environment between the two? Seemed to me it'd be advantageous to both parties if you're going to need expansion and you need power to do it, and they sell power, it would seems like a pretty good working relationship. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think Assemblymember DeLong also had a question or two. Go ahead.
Chair, however, the senator asked my question on the feral horses.
All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Greatly appreciate just a reminder of how important the Navy is for Churchill County. My question actually has to do with slide 4. In particular, how has the change from it being multi-use permitting impacted some of our private families that might have been using that land for grazing and or for other items? Has anybody in the region contacted your county commission about that? Or has there been zero changes with that expansion? Does that make sense?
I can speak to the public access has been negotiated per se with the county being an advocate.
I'm sorry, if you could just say your name really
Oh,
quick.
sorry. Commissioner Blakey for the record. Churchill County is the county itself is an advocate for all parties that have interest in any of the land. And so we sort of make sure the correct people are at the table having those conversations. I do know that the grazers are communicating. That's part of the deal, to make every private person that has interest, make them whole when things get transferred or as they get conveyed. So no one is left, nothing is unfair to a citizen or a landowner.
Thank you so much for that, because I think that there might have been 1 or 2 people that might have reached out at the beginning of these discussions. So thank you for doing that. And then the second question, it kind of goes back to one of the other presentations with that expansion. Although I know it is under the Navy that all that expansion is happening. Is there a need then for the expansion of the county medical help, in particular when it comes to public safety? For example, like, again, I know that land is going for the Navy's use, but sometimes our fire or our police have to go out and also help. So is there a need for a expansion of public safety officials based upon the expanded land usage?
Commissioner Blakey, for the record, at this time, the Navy provides their own fire and own medical services. I do know Churchill County has an automatic mutual aid agreement with the Navy for such items, should that need be needed. And it's worked very well for many, many years. And I see that would continue into the future. And I believe that if either party identified additional staffing or additional services are needed, I think we would work together and achieve that.
Thank you so much. And then I'm going to ask you the last question, which I ask about all the counties. When it comes to your planning commission, is that appointed? And if so, I'm assuming that it's done by the county, but then also when it comes to their planning commission ordinances, is the planning commission the final say, or is the elected county commissioners the final decision?
Commissioner Blakey, the planning commission is derived of 7 members. In Churchill County, we do an application process. We submit out to the newspapers for citizens to apply for this. and they are interviewed by a committee. And then the best applicant, or one or two, ever how many members we need, are moved forward to the county commission, and we vote to approve them to be on the planning commission. So that's how they get to being a commissioner. And once you're a commissioner, you'll approve special use permits, you'll approve variances, you'll approve temporary use permits, and you'll approve staff, people like stuff that could get approved on the staff level. If someone doesn't like that, then it could be heard by the planning commission and be appealed there. As far as the county commission's involvement there, we approve the major land development, such as zone changes, land divisions, master plan amendments, and the planning commission does reviews of these and provides a recommendation. So that's how they get to the county commission, is the planning commission reviews that. Now, mentioning the first item of what the planning commission does, every action they take is appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. So there's an avenue, mechanisms in place to make sure that everyone is equally heard and the right decision has been.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other questions for Commissioner Blakey? Okay. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I think it is still morning, but it is just about noon. So we will go ahead and take our lunch break now. We will be back here at 12:40. So we will see you all back here in just over 40 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Public Lands meeting. I hope you all had a lovely lunch. We have two more county presentations this afternoon, and then some other presentations and discussions on related public lands items. So at this point, we will jump right back into it with our friends from Douglas County. Please come on up and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Very good. Thank you very much, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. My name is Wendy Lang. I'm the Assistant County Manager with Douglas County. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present on the Douglas County Economic Development and Conservation Act and its implications for public lands management in Nevada. I appreciate your continued attention to the responsible stewardship of Nevada's public lands and the importance of balancing conservation, recreation, cultural preservation, and community needs. I'd like to give you a little bit of insight into what is commonly referred to as the Douglas County Lands Bill. Current legislation has been introduced in the House and the Senate at the committee level. The Douglas County Lands Bill represents more than a simple transfer of federal lands. It is the result of a long-term collaborative process involving Douglas County, the Washoe Tribe, federal agencies, as well as conservation interests and recreation stakeholders and community members. The legislation seeks to preserve the character and natural resources that make Douglas County unique. This bill provides critical tools for flood control and watershed management and advances conservation objectives. Also, very importantly, the bill recognizes the cultural and historical significance of the lands to the Washoe Tribe. The transfer of culturally important sites to tribal trust ownership represents a meaningful effort to protect sacred landscapes, support cultural preservation, and strengthen government-to-government relationships with Nevada's tribal nations. The legislation also expands opportunities for recreation and public access. Just a brief history, this legislation was first proposed in 2009. We held many public workshops across Douglas County and engaged with various stakeholders, as I previously mentioned. The bill has been introduced repeatedly in both chambers with hearings held in committee. And as I mentioned, it is currently introduced in both chambers right now. In 2009, we began this comprehensive process with the goals of advancing flood control and stormwater management, preserving and expanding open space, enhancing recreation and public access, and cultural resource protection. I want to touch on some of the key components of the bill and how we achieve the objectives that we were set out for with this legislation. We have experienced significant flood events in Douglas County in recent years that have threatened homes, infrastructure, and public safety. By conveying the designated federal lands to local management, this legislation would improve the ability of the county to construct and maintain stormwater detention and flood control facilities. Additionally, this legislation would designate approximately 12,000 acres in the Burbank Canyons area as wilderness, helping to protect important wildlife habitats, scenic resources, and outdoor recreation opportunities that are central to Nevada's quality of life and economy. It also preserves open space and supports long-term watershed health throughout the Carson Valley region. Lands identified for trails, trailheads, and recreation infrastructure can improve public enjoyment of outdoors resources while helping manage increasing recreational demand in a responsible manner. I'm going to highlight a few of the key parcels in the bill as examples to deep dive a little bit for you. Here's a map on the screen, sort of the east side, primarily on the right side of the map, with the red outline around some of the parcels that are contemplated in this lands bill. Many of these parcels on the right side are intended to address recurring flood risks, improving watershed management, protecting homes and businesses, and supporting emergency preparedness, as well as increasing long-term community resilience. We have identified basins, detention basins to construct in our stormwater master plan and our hazard mitigation plans to mitigate impacts, primarily in this area from alluvial fan flooding. Recently, in this last September of 2025, the Ruinstrath community was hit with some significant flash flooding, which inundated homes with substantial water and debris. This was not the first time in this community. It will not be the last time in this community. And that is only one of our communities which has experienced such devastating impacts. 10 years ago, multiple events occurred in the north to the north in the Johnson Lane area, which this map zooms towards a little bit further. It took multiple years of coordination, but we were ultimately able to build some detention basins on a couple of federal parcels. And those parcels at the top of this map on the screen, those basins exist on the parcel at the top of this map and are part of the land that this bill would seek to convey to Douglas County for management. There are many more beneficial projects that are identified, and there are even more areas that remain for study throughout Douglas County. This bill is an important step towards strengthening our community's resilience to stormwater and flood events. It gives the county the ability to implement locally driven, federally facilitated solutions that protect lives, improve watershed health, and reduce disaster recovery and mitigation costs in Douglas County. Another type of parcel that I want to highlight is on the west side of Douglas County. That's the Pine Basin parcel. This is parcel number 50 in the bill, and it consists of approximately 250 acres of relatively flat terrain situated within a natural bowl-shaped basin, which is surrounded by mountains. The parcel offers convenient access, although it is currently restricted by K-rail barriers. Due to its size, topography, and scenic setting, Pine Basin presents significant opportunities for recreation, outdoor activities, and enhanced public access. Another type of parcel that I'd like to highlight is the Dance Hill parcel, which is identified for conveyance to the Washoe tribe. Dance Hill is a sacred ceremonial and cultural site of significant importance to the Washoe tribe. Cultural resource protection is a key part of this bill in order to recognize historical and cultural significance and to protect lands of sacred and traditional use. Continued government-to-government coordination is vital and has been an important part of our effort for those residents in all of Douglas County and presents long-term stewardship opportunities. It is key to this process to recognize the importance of tribal consultation throughout. Another type of parcel that I would like to highlight is the Burbank Canyons Wilderness Study Area. In November of 1980, the BLM designated the Burbank Canyons Wilderness Study Area, encompassing approximately 12,000 acres in Douglas County adjacent to Lyon County. Since its designation, the Burbank Canyons Wilderness Study Area has been managed substantially in accordance with federal wilderness standards for more than 4 decades. Existing roads within the area are cherry-stemmed, meaning that road access has remained open and no formal road closures or public access restrictions have been implemented. As a result, land management and public access conditions within this wilderness study area remain largely unchanged. The primary difference with this legislation would be permanent wilderness designation. I would like to summarize how this bill, through community access and land protection and conservation, served many key community needs in Douglas County through flood control and public safety, recreation and trail connectivity, protection of open space and wildlife habitat, Washoe Tribe cultural resource protection, and long-term community planning. We have created a webpage for residents and stakeholders who would like to follow and learn more about this legislation so that we may communicate and engage with those important members of the process. This webpage includes interactive detailed maps, the language of the bills which have been introduced in legislation, and regular updates. And so I have provided a link and a scan code for anyone who may like to further research the Douglas County Lands Bill or find out answers to any of your questions. But I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions from members of the committee? We will start with Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's see, I think that's working now. Thanks again for your presentation. I had a question about that wilderness area. When the BLM did their inventory back in 1980, under their requirements from FLIPMA, what was their recommendation to Congress for that WSA? And did their initial identification of the WSA boundaries match what's in this bill as far as wilderness boundaries?
Thank you for the question, Wendy Lang, for the record. That's an excellent question. I'm not sure that I have the full context to share with you today, but I'm happy to gather information on that question specifically. As far as I'm aware, the boundaries are consistent with what was recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So I have my usual question, which I'm sure you're already for, but then my second question has something to do that wasn't really mentioned in the presentation, so I'll start off with it. I know that Douglas County has to have a pretty strong relationship sometimes with the California neighbors. Has there ever been any ongoing communication, or has there ever been any sort of issues, especially when it comes to this bill in particular?
Thank you for the question, Wendy Lang, for the record. I'm not aware of any challenges with communication in regard to the California neighbors that surround us on 3 sides of the county, I think, right? But we do continue to engage in community outreach, and as you know, that doesn't stop at the community borders or jurisdictional boundaries. Would you like me to go ahead and answer the other questions?
Go for it.
Well,
Yes.
prepared us in advance. Similar to Churchill and Carson City, Douglas County does have a planning commission. The members of the planning commission are appointed by our Board of County Commissioners through an application process. The types of decisions that come before the planning commission may be advisory or may be decisions that the planning commission can make depending on the scope of what's being presented before them. Sometimes it's the application type, sometimes it's the degree of variance, for instance, that is being sought by an applicant. But like both of those jurisdictions, and I think others mentioned today, certainly their decisions are also appealable to our Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having that ready. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Did you have another? Okay. Other questions from members of the committee? I have a question about, I'm not quite sure what my question is about the Douglas County portion of the Tahoe Basin and whether you're experiencing the same issues, different issues from like what we heard from Washoe County earlier today, or if you could just comment a little bit on how your relationship is with, federal public land in the Douglas County portion of the Tahoe Basin.
Thank you for the question, Wendy Lang, for the record. That's an excellent question. We strive to be good partners with all of our fellow agencies in the area and stay engaged with effective communication, right? This lands bill had initially included some parcels that are no longer included. The Dreyfus estate, I want to say, was part of that language. And because of the changes in the engagement of the federal agencies over the time since we initially started this effort, it's no longer necessary or relevant for Douglas County to seek engagement in those processes because the Forest Service, for instance, has effectively addressed whatever needs we felt might be there on those parcels in the interim. And they've made a lot of strides with managing those parcels and making them effective and available pieces of land to the members of our community.
Great, thank you. And one more question from me about the availability of housing in Douglas County. And if you could just kind of give us I don't know if it's possible to give a brief overview on, whether, because we've heard a lot today about encountering just a need for more space to build more housing. If you could comment on your experience with that.
Certainly, I'll do my best. Wendy Lang, for the record. We have quite a few future projects and development agreements that are on the books, and the projections for housing development and spaces which private property owners are seeking to develop and subdivide go out decades of growth and development that I think will occur. So I do not think our problems are similar to those we heard from Washoe County earlier today, where we're out of space to address housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciate that information. And unless there are other questions from our members, that concludes this portion of the afternoon. Thank you so much for being here again. And we will move on to our representative from Story County. Got to turn the microphone on.
Thank you.
No problem.
Much better. My name's Austin Osborne, for the record. I'm the county manager for Story County, Nevada. My spelling is AUSTIN, OSB, ORNE. Senator Chair and other members of the committee, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about public lands in Story County. And as we're aware, Story County has less public lands than any other county in the state of Nevada. This slide here shows about 10% of our county is public land. 9% of that, or almost all of it, 9% of the county is Bureau of Land Management managed. It's a little bit of Bureau of Reclamation up north near the TCID Canal. And then there's some tribal land with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. And then we do not have any forestry or wilderness lands in our county. Our Story County Master Plan, most recently updated in 2024, does have a public lands management chapter, and that's chapter 4. And these are kind of the main guiding principles that are in that chapter with regard to Story County's interface with public lands. And really the elements here that are most important to us are cultural resources, particularly the Virginia City National Historic Landmark encompasses a very large percentage of the public lands in Story County toward the southwest portion, where most of those all exist. Mining is a big issue in Story County, mostly occurring on public lands, and then also recreation and tourism. So all of these things are important. There is a link to our master plan in that chapter in this slide. So I want to talk a little bit about one element of our master plan that was fulfilled in 2018 and locally in 2023. We had a situation in Virginia City and Gold Hill, the Comstock, where we had, or our predecessors had created a town kind of illegally. You're supposed to get the government to give you the land first and then you build the town. Well, they didn't. So they built it on the lands that were patent or unpatented claims, never went to patent. And all the way up until recent times, the town that was supposed to be there for 6 or 7 years and become a ghost town after the gold was all taken and the silver was all taken, had continued to be a community. And myself included living there. And we all had clouded title. And we all had title insurance that disclaimed it, excluded anything where if the government were to come in and say you don't have this anymore, that they wouldn't cover you. And that was real hard for people because they couldn't get title insurance, they couldn't get loans, housing, and trying to get move into our community or even stay in the community was a real challenge. We had spent 20 years working in Congress through different leadership, both internally as well as federally, to try to get the matter resolved. And it really was not only a relationship with the federal delegates, but our relationship with the local Bureau of Land Management offices that really helped us get to the point where we could write something that was able to, meet the federal bureaucracies that were required and get that land quick claim deeded over to the county. And then for us to hold it for a very short period of time and then get that land transferred over to all those homes and businesses there in Story County, those that were already existing at the time. It was not part of economic development. It was not bringing anything new. It was simply resolving a condition that was existing for people who live there. There was another part to that you're going to see in this slide. This is the area of that public law that was created, that dedication, mainly in the solid red area. You can see the Virginia City and Gold Hill is kind of in the middle in that grid pattern. There's some surplus lands around that were not owned by individual private property owners, and the county today has that. What we're doing with those lands is giving it to the school. We're giving it to the Comstock Cemetery Foundation for the maintenance of a historic cemetery. And we're also using it for flood detention and mitigation. We're using it for public beneficial use, not for any purpose. It's economic development, mining, or anything like that. That was always the intent of this bill. There's a lands bill that we have also. We're trying to get through Congress at this point. It's kind of some cleanup work. You can see in the slide here, there's that green area toward the right. That is our high school. We would like to give some more land to the high school so they can improve their grounds and expand their facilities. That one down at the very bottom is a historic cemetery. It's the Gold Hill Catholic Cemetery. It's not in use anymore, but right now the county can't really do anything to help restore that because it's not on our land. And then the blue one that you see is in a residential community to the east of Virginia City. That's a 40-acre parcel that we've identified through our engineering study with the Carson Water Subconservancy District, Dayton, and Lyon County as a place for flood detention basins and flood mitigation for our community as well as for Lyon County. So this is just a close-up picture of kind of what those areas look like. You can see the school on the left and then the two areas to the right. So I want to touch a little on our water system. If you're not familiar, and I believe the members of this committee are, is the Virginia City, Gold Hill, and Silver City are their only source of water is from the Marlette water system. And that Marlette water system, as you kind of see here as a diagram, is a lot of it located on federal lands. This is a real challenge for us because this is a system that was built right after the Civil War. A lot of that infrastructure has not been changed since. We have a $60 million capital improvement plan ahead of us to make repairs, and we are ongoing making repairs to the system. Some of it is requiring federal money, and also a lot of it is costing federal land, and that's creating some delays and some complications that we're not saying we want to get this out of federal land, but it is just a challenge that we have to navigate through despite our good relationship with the Bureau of Land Management. I want to talk a little bit about RS 2477 road project. I noticed that question came up several times before. Hopefully, Senator Hansen, you see in our records that we have submitted everything, but it's pretty recent. But we have been since 2018 embarked on an RS 2477 road study, and you can see all the roads mostly on the public land toward the southwest portion of the county. They have been accepted by the county as minor county roads. And so we're excited about that, that we have this on the record and all completed at this point. So I'm going to talk a little bit about housing in Story County. And those are questions that came up from this board over the last presentations. We know that we're home to the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. We generate currently about 25,000 employees to the Northern Nevada region. We anticipate one day there might be about 35,000 employees based on the type of land uses we're seeing today. It's actually a lot less than we originally anticipated in the past. And I want to talk a little bit about housing and what we're doing and how that pertains to public lands in our county. So right now, a lot of the folks that do work at Tri-Center, we know that they're living in other jurisdictions, mainly in the north end along the I-80 corridor, or they're using the I-80 corridor. We had spent a tremendous amount of time in our master planning to look at residential areas that were supported on the I-80 corridor for Tri-Center. Painted Rock was really our big ticket, Lockwood being another one, much smaller development. But we're finding there's still a lot of infrastructure and a lot of requirements needed to make that happen. So we kind of repivoted and looked at a different idea of maybe directing people south instead of to the north. On the south, you have Highway 50 corridor, you have USA Parkway expansion, infrastructure that is overbuilt for what's out there now. And so we in 2024 updated our Story County Master Plan with about 2,500 acres that you see in this area for our suburban regular workforce residential development. This is about a mile or two from Highway 50. It's also abutting a lot of residential development in nearby Dayton. We think that there might be some synergy potentially there with utilities, water, and other infrastructure to connect into this area. What's real important is if you're to drive from Tri-Center north to the nearest residential neighborhood in Washoe County, it's roughly about 40-45-minute commute on a good day. If you were to drive south doing the same thing to this area, it's about a 40-45-minute commute, except a much easier commute. This is what that area looks like. The houses you see in the foreground, that's Copper Canyon Estates in Lyon County. And we anticipate that that developer may want to just keep working their way north into what you see behind it in Story County. Our master planning is prepared for that. We've redone all of our ordinances and our development ordinances and water to accommodate what may come our way. The reason I'm bringing this up today, oh, here's a picture of the highway going that way. That looks a little different than I-80. I don't need to show a picture of I-80, I don't believe, to this group. This goes a little area, what that looks like with regard to public lands. The parcels with the yellow dots on them are federal land parcels. The rest of the parcels are private land. It doesn't matter what color they are on here as far as green, blue, or otherwise. So there are some areas, particularly in the right side of the slide, that maybe a lands bill or working federally would be able to accommodate additional growth in addition to the housing that we think would fit in a currently private lands. One other area we have in the county for potential future housing is American Flat. This area has substantial public lands as well as mining and some other uses that we're going to have to navigate around. We don't have this in our master plan right now as ready to go, but it's being contemplated as a potential for future. This is very close to Carson City and the Mound House area, but this would also require federal lands, potential transfer, and those other elements to support. This area is, however, within the Marlette Water Service area, and we believe there is potential for water to be served in this area, and our 2023 Water Master Plan contemplates that as well. And this is what that area looks like. This is basically in Virginia City, looking toward Carson City and the Carson Valley, with some added elements in here for visual. And my last slide here, just want to touch on this. This is very important to the Comstock. Mining is still a thing. We have worked in 2014 on a nearly 2-year process with the Bureau of Land Management, with our residents, mining interest, and other private and public interest on an ordinance that comprehensively addresses underground, above ground, small mining and large mining in and around the Comstock area with focus on cultural resources, residential interface, and public lands. So I'm very proud of that ordinance. It was written from ground up with our community, and to this day remains the rules of the land for our county. More information is provided in our master plan. There's a link to it. There's a couple pages, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for all of that great information. We will start with questions from the committee. A mention of RS 2477 lands and no questions.
Are you worried, Chair, that we're not going to get it? I didn't bug Douglas County. By the way, you guys got to do your RS 2477 map.
They've done it. That's what.
I do have a question for you. On page 13, how the heck did you guys get these weird little tiny pieces of federal land in there?
This slide here.
Yeah, it's number 13 on that one. Yep. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Austin Osborne, for the record. What we have here is kind of that checkerboard situation that you see in a lot of other counties in the state, as well as other places in the United States. That's what we have as a checkerboard.
Yeah, but checkerboard normally is 640, it's a 1 square mile piece. These look like they're little tiny things. Where's the map? How big are these?
Senator Austin Osborne, for the record, thank you for the question. These are sections each, so those are
Oh, they are.
640
Okay,
sections.
well, I apologize then. That makes sense now. Not to scale, right? Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are answered. Thanks for your RS 2477 work.
Thank
Be
you.
sure and submit it to NDOT too.
Other questions from members of the committee? Okay, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the presentation. Before I ask my usual question, the area I represent is actually in the Sparks area. And so we have a large number of individuals who are traveling out. Has there been any discussion for ways to be able to help the Washoe County area in particular when it comes to some of those shared services that although all the funds are coming to Story County based upon where the company is, it could actually help Washoe County as well, because that's where many of the workers are living at this time.
All right. Thank you, Assembly Member Anderson, Austin Osborne, for the record. I'm glad you answered that or asked that question. What I want to start with is yes, the relationship that Story County has with Reno, Sparks, and Washoe, and particularly through the Regional Transportation Commission, Bill Thomas and his team, as well as the commission, have been really wonderful to work with. So we're working on various projects together as far as like the Northeast Connector, for example, and Story County and the RTC are looking at some ways to actually pull together and maybe have a joint meeting where we can talk about cost sharing and other exploratory efforts to be able to share the cost of that. I would like to point also, most recently, we've run into some issues on I-80 as well as our commuter. And one thing I love about working with Story County is how fast we can get things done. So we had a situation where the Patrick interchange, for example, is creating a bit of a bottleneck and causing the afternoon commutes to be pretty atrocious. And so Tesla and the county got together and discussed, had a little think tank about what we might be able to do. The idea was really brought up through some engineering that we think that Patrick interchange is a bottleneck. Why don't we just do something about it? And so it was contemplated that the on-ramp going toward Reno and Sparks, the westbound lane needed to be extended half a mile. And so I went to my board, asked them, do you mind if I take a look at this? They directed me to go ahead and do it. At the very next board meeting, we said, we have an answer. There's engineering behind it. We want to extend the interchange, and NDOT wants to step away and let us do it and work with us. And through a private-public partnership, literally the very next county commission meeting, we developed an interlocal agreement between Tesla, Story County, NDOT, and their contractor, Tesla's contractor, Granite Construction. It's under construction now to extend that interchange. Story County is going to reimburse all the cost up to $4.3 million in 2 payments. So we are investing our money in that. We had also run into some issues on USA Parkway, same issue. It's an NDOT highway, has nothing to do with our responsibilities. However, NDOT came to us and said, can you please help us get some traffic signals on that highway as fast as possible? Can you do it through your means and methods to do it quickly? We did. I don't remember how many days, but it was something like 3 or 4 months. We got the Sydney traffic signal up. We got the Waltham traffic signal up. And one other traffic signal, I'm drawing a blank for the moment, but they're up and running now, and Story County offset the cost with that, with partnerships with some private public, as well as with NDOT paying for that. We are prepared to come to the table with the Washoe RTC and do the same kind of discussions with the Northeast Connector. That is a project that's good for us, it's good for Reno and Sparks in the region, and we're excited about that. Lastly, I will talk about another private-public partnership that's underway in a very early stage to create a secondary frontage road along the I-80 on our side that may actually help provide an alternative to I-80 during construction and a permanent secondary road, afterward. But we're having to work through some actual public lands on it. There's some state land involved as well as private property. And so far, those conversations with those folks are looking very optimistic.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all that work on that. Thank you sounds like you were ready to go for that question. So I'm happy that I was able to ask it. Because my other question actually has to do with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, because they have also expressed some concerns of people when it gets backed up around Patrick. People will take the outer road, they will drive through way too fast through that tribal property. So has there been discussion with the tribal community as well? In the same way? Do you know if there has been some or not?
Thank you, Assembly Member Anderson, Austin Osborne, for the record. I want to ask if you can give me clarification to that question. Are you asking what we're doing with the tribe, or if the groups that are involved in Northeast Connector or some other project are communicating with the tribe?
Thank you so much. Since you're the one in front of me, I think it's just what exactly how are you working with the tribe when it comes to this discussion? Or are you recommending that they work with those other individuals?
Thank you, Assembly Member Anderson, Austin Osborne, for the record. At this point, because the Northeast Connector project is being led by the RTC, they have folks on their own team that are interfacing with not only the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, but also the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and others in that area. We're working with them directly to take lead on those conversations with them.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the follow-up question. I have a feeling you already know what I'm going to ask. So when it comes to approval of new areas, is there actually a planning commission? Do you have a planning commission? And does the planning commission make that end decision, or is it the 3-member county commission that makes the decision?
Thank you, Assembly Member Anderson, Austin Osborne, for the record. We do have a planning commission. It's a 7-member planning commission. They are completely advisory to the county commissioners. We have 3 commissioners. And so it's not an appeal process. Whatever the county commission, planning commission does, the county commission would then make that ultimate final decision.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And so everybody knows, the reason why I keep on asking this question, a number of meetings ago, there was a county commissioner who came in and said that there was a planning commission that was the end decision. So that's why I'm just trying to figure out if that is consistent with all counties or if it just happened to be with that one county. Thank you, Chair, for that much time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think you have inspired Assemblymember DeLong, and so we'll go to him next for his questions.
It was very inspirational. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Since you brought up the Northeast Connector, are you involved in any ongoing discussions about another connector from South Reno over to the industrial center?
Thank you, Assembly Member DeLong, Austin Osborne, for the record. Yes, NDOT was taking a lead on a study between South Meadows and Tri-Center in Story County. They believe they called it the South Connector. They had done a comprehensive traffic study on that and found that there was roughly 27 bridges. And if I recall right, it was in excess of $4 billion. I hope I have that number right, but it was a very expensive project, especially for the number of people that would be traveling on it. That study has found that unfortunately, at least at this time, that connector would not be a feasible project. So the focus is now going to more of the Northeast Connector, and us internally looking at with our private partners, potential alternative routes, as well as alternative housing areas that are focused a little bit more either on South Story County or of course along the north end of the county.
Thank you for that detail. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Of course. Any other? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, 4 billion, Elon's a trillionaire now, so you guys should be able to get something out of that. Don't answer. On your public lands map, you don't have any state land listed. I thought the petroglyph areas in Story County are actually controlled by the state of Nevada. Is that correct, or did I miss that? Because that's kind of a special area. A lot of people have over the years gone out in that area, and I'm not sure. I want to make sure it remains, number one, open to the public, and two, is that under state control, or does the county control that?
Thank you, Senator Hansen, Austin Osborne, for the record. So the petroglyphs is actually owned by the county.
It is.
So the county is, we have a master plan to talk about a plan for the petroglyphs. We ultimately would like to see a full-time ranger station at the site. And we have plans for that in the master plan. We're still working a little bit on details of that. There's some complexity with it. It needs to be supervised. It's an area that's heavily trafficked with OHVs and recreationalists. 9 out of 10 of those people, or maybe 99 out of 100 are wonderful. And then some like to take advantage of the situation and cause damage. We have installed surveillance in that area, just watching the petroglyphs to make, and people know it. It's very visible, very, you're being watched for right now to help protect and maintain the integrity of the 14,000-year-old resources that are there. The other state lands that I'm aware of in the county on this map, that little purple to the left up at the top, I believe is most of the state land in that area. It's right between Lockwood and Sparks.
Oh, it makes perfect sense now that you say. I thought the petroglyphs were owned by the state, but if you guys have, that's fine. You're also aware that northeast of the main petroglyphs, there's a huge area of petroglyphs right in the middle. Like on your map, it's right where the word story is just about. I was hoping if you guys owned the traditional petroglyph spot, you'd also see if you can come up with a way to control. I think that's in private hands, but I'm really worried that'll be developed at some point. And it does have some really fantastic petroglyphs as well. You know, the main ones are where the spring is and everything. If you go northeast from there, not more than a quarter of a mile, you'll see there's another canyon with a whole bunch of beautiful petroglyphs all up and down that canyon. Anyway, thank you for that. Thanks for that clarification. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to go back to Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. You brought up this map and it reminded me, I did have a question about the explanation on the map. You've got purple shown as United States of America. And what is the difference between that and the BLM managed lands?
Thank you, Assemblymember DeLong, Austin Osborne for the record. My understanding is the Bureau of Land Management in the United States of America, and I could be wrong, but I believe they're pretty interchangeable on this map. There may be an agency difference, but one is not as significant as the Bureau of Reclamation or something like that. These areas, I'm familiar with them, and we do work with a BLM, including on fire and other mitigation in this entire area. So I'm going to say roughly it's all Bureau of Land Management with exception of maybe an agency management element to that purple area.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. I do realize this is a meeting on public land, so this might not be applicable, but we had a lot of robust conversation today about USA Parkway. My husband works on USA Parkway, and he wanted me to ask if when the Jimmy John's is going to be open on the gas station, because he said it's been taking a long time and there's very limited food. This actually is a big issue. There's limited food choices out there. And so people they have 30-minute lunch breaks. I mean, I'm sure at Amazon, they don't give you an extra 10 minutes. So basically there's limited food choices. And today he said, can you ask him about this Jimmy John's in the gas station? It's been a long time. So you might not have that information off, but I'd love to get it later and win some brownie points with my husband because I don't want him coming home hungry. Then he's grumpy.
Thank you, Senator Austin Osborne for the record. I'm not able to give you the actual C of O date on that, but my last communications with the building department is I believe we're well within 30 days of that opening. And it is a public matter because it is a publicly accessible property. So thank you.
All right, we have ranged the gamut with questions for Mr. Osborne, and you have handled them with aplomb. Anybody else want to throw anything at him? Questions, I mean. Okay, great. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon and sticking with us through the lunch break to give us that great presentation and answer all of those questions. I think that closes out our county presentations for today. But that does not end our meeting. We still have more fun. We're going to move next. I've not received any other requests, I don't think, to change the order of the agenda. So from now on, we'll be going in order as it's printed. And we will go next to agenda item number 4 and hear from the BLM and the Department of we'll start with the BLM. Yes, that's what we will do. Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matthew Magaletti for the record. Because of the long Italian name, I'll spell it once. It's Magaletti. I am currently the acting district manager for the Bureau of Land Management's Carson City District Office in Carson City. And in early May, I think it was already referred to, our existing state director, John Raby, did retire after 40 years of service. And now, right now, we have Justin Abernathy, who is our acting state director until that position is permanently filled. My permanent position is the field manager for the Sierra Front field office in the district, but but I am pleased to be serving in this district role until Kim Dow, who is the permanent district manager, comes back to her position. I don't have a presentation today because our state office didn't say I was allowed to have one, but typically I have maps and all that wonderful stuff. So please bear with me as I go through some of the geographic information in this presentation, and I'm happy to provide a map of our district later on. So first, I'd like to provide just a general overview of the public lands that we manage across our district. So our district manages approximately 5.3 million acres of public lands across the area, and it's divided into two separate field offices, the Sierra Front Field Office as well as the Stillwater Field Office to the east. For the Sierra Front Field Office, it's about 2 million acres of public land, and those lie within Alpine County, California, Carson City, Douglas, Washoe, Story, and Lyon counties. The opportunities and challenges facing these lands are quite unique compared to other districts and field offices across the state, as we lie in one of the fastest growing areas of the state, which face a lot of wildland urban interface challenges for us. However, the Stillwater Field Office consists of about 3.5 million acres, all within Churchill and Mineral County to the east. And this field office manages really large consolidated swaths of BLM managed lands in a much more rural setting. Now I'll walk through some of the major programs and major activities that our district is currently proactively managing, starting with recreation. Now, compared to other BLM districts, Carson has a fairly large recreation portfolio. While we don't manage one of the largest special recreation permits, like our sister agency to the north in Winnemucca, Burning Man, we do have two very popular recreation areas that we do manage. And those are the Moon Rocks or North Reno Recreation Area, as well as the Sand Mountain Recreation Area, which is just east of Fallon. Now, both these sites are very popular with OHV users and are frequented primarily on the Easter, Memorial Day, and Halloween weekends. Just this past Memorial Day, I was out there. We had about 5,000 visitors at the Moon Rocks OHV area and about the same amount of people at the Sand Mountain Recreation Area. In addition to managing these OHV recreation areas, we also permit over 50 recreation permits annually across our district, the largest of which is the Vegas to Reno OHV race, which transects from Lyon County all the way down to Clark County, and that takes place every year in August. Now, one of the more proactive front, we did receive a grant from the Nevada State Parks last year, and that will allow us to construct safety barriers as well as public safety infrastructure at the North Reno Recreation Area or Moon Rocks, as well as at our Jumbo Gray Trailhead, which is just adjacent to Washoe Valley. Now, the first major resource program that I'd like to jump into now, which we have heard comments about, is of course our Wild Horse and Burro program. Our district currently manages 13 of the agency's 175 herd management areas. Herd management areas are public lands where the BLM manages free roaming wild horses and burros consistent with the Wild Horse and Free Roaming Horses and Burro Act 1971. Now, within these herd management areas, the BLM is tasked with balancing herd numbers with wildlife, livestock, as well as vegetation health across the landscape. When populations do increase over their AML or appropriate management level, we as an office take proactive approaches to complete the appropriate NEPA analysis and can conduct gathers. In our district, our next gather is scheduled for July 20th for the Lahontan Herd Management Area, where we hope to gather and adopt 700 head of horses. The Lahontan area is just outside of Lahontan State Park and just north of Cleaver Peak. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard, but over this past February, all agency fire services within the Department of Interior have been consolidated into a new agency called the U.S. Wildland Fire Service. Now, while we are still getting acquainted with this new structure, BLM's commitment to suppress wildland fires across the district remain the top priority for us, especially as large portions of our districts are in some level of drought this fire season. On Monday, I did sign a decision to put in place fire restrictions across our district, given the drought. In regards to more proactive work, some of our fuels treatment projects are currently ongoing as we speak. We are working currently on implementing our North Reno WUI fuel reduction project, WUI being Wildland Urban Interface, which involves maintaining and creating new fuel breaks across all lands, as well as managing and maintaining those existing fuel breaks as over time new vegetation does grow within those linear features. This project is slated to be completed sometime at the end of the year. Livestock grazing. So our livestock grazing program is also quite large. We manage 95 livestock grazing allotments across the district. Of these allotments, only 9 are vacant, meaning that those allotments do not currently have an active permittee running livestock. For 4 of these vacant allotments, we are in the process of conducting the NEPA for a new permit, so that will be available for grazing come this fall. And just for reference, those 4 vacant allotments is what we refer to as the BBLM, and those are all located south in Mineral County. Now, our most proactive program, of course, is our lands and realty program, which manages the process of authorizing leases, land use permits, rights of ways, as well as land conveyances. Now, I'll talk a little bit about some of the primary initiatives that we're currently working on right now. The first, which was already discussed, is our phased approach to convey public lands to the city of Fernley. Now, this proposed action, as already mentioned, is an administrative conveyance of approximately 9,700 acres of federal land to the city of Fernley under the authority of Public Law 113-291, which was passed by Congress in 2014. Now, the parcels under phase 2 are part of what we refer to as the checkerboard pattern of public land ownership, intermingled with private land ownership in the northern portion of Lyon County and adjacent to the I-80 corridor in the beautiful city of Fernley. Now, we currently are processing a categorical exclusion, and a decision was signed on March 23rd, and we are currently drafting a patent memo with our state office for the finalization of patents, and of course, working with our cadastral office to complete the boundary surveys. I personally would like to thank the lovely coordination with the city of Fernley and Lydia and her team for working with us so closely on getting those parcels conveyed. The second large land initiative our office is working on is associated with the implementation of the National Defense Authorization Act of 2023, which we heard a little bit from Churchill County. This act officially authorized the expansion and modernization of the Navy's Fallon Range Training Complex. The legislation granted the U.S. Navy approximately 558,000 additional acres for vital military training on formerly BLM lands. Now, this legislation also designated 581,000 acres of land adjacent to these public lands for conservation and wilderness purposes. It also granted Churchill County and Lander County land for economic development, utility access, and recreation, and the BLM in partnership with these counties are currently working on the formal conveyance of these lands. And the Navy has been continuously working alongside the BLM and the Intergovernmental Executive Committee to implement these land transfers, reroute affected infrastructure such as Sand Mountain Road, and manage future public access. The next initiative, after 7 years of environmental reviews, working on the authorization, the BLM did approve the fair market sale to Atlantic Richfield Company for 2,062 public acres within the previously Anaconda mine site just outside of Harrington, Nevada, in Lyon County. And this was for the continued cleanup of that site. The BLM worked with the Environmental Protection Agency, the Nevada Division of Environmental Quality and Protection, and Atlantic Richfield on a plan to remediate this site. To better ensure successful remediation, Atlantic Richfield requested to acquire these parcels of public lands and the underlying federal mineral estate through a direct sale. After this decision was issued on May 1st, litigation was filed by outside groups, and BLM is currently in the process of working through that legal process before issuing the final patent. Rights of ways. Like all other BLM offices, BLM continues to provide access to multiple uses on public lands. On average, over the course of the year, our office processes about 200 rights of ways and leases and permits throughout the year. These are for transmission lines, pipelines, roads, and communication sites across the district. Now, something fairly new to our office and to the BLM as a whole is the recent application submissions for proposed data centers, yes, that D word, on public lands. Right now, our district has received 3 specific applications for data centers around currently the USA Parkway and US 50 interchange. One called Silver Springs West, another called Silver Springs South, and finally on the Mark data centers. The proponent for all of these applicants is Arevia Energy, and the BLM has not even yet initiated the NEPA process for these applications, as the proponent is currently doing baseline studies as well as geotechnical reviews to see if it's appropriate location for those future data centers. We are also in the process of analyzing 10 proposed solar facilities on public lands across the district. Just last week, our acting state director, Justin Abernathy, did sign a decision to authorize the Dodge Flat 2 solar project, which is located just north of Fernley and south of Pyramid Lake, adjacent to the existing Dodge Flat solar field on private land. Now, that was a lot of information. I do want to say one thing about solar energy. We do have quite a few applications for public lands. Right now, we are working under a memo that was signed by Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, from July 15th that says that we are not allowed to process any solar facilities on public lands unless they get concurrence from the Secretary. And that is why we went and moved forward with approving the Dodge Flat 2 solar project. That was a lot of information, but I am happy to address any questions that you may have. And I would also like to thank this committee and all of your interest in public lands across the state.
Thank you so much. So I will look around. I have a feeling there's a few questions. Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Actually, many. Were you serious when you said that your office told you that you couldn't give us a presentation? I hope you were joking.
You know, I'll tell you this, and I'm going to be completely transparent. I wasn't sure that I was even coming to this meeting until 3 days it occurred. So
okay, I'll forgive you then, because no, what the information you shared, we'd love to have a chance
Absolutely.
to look at it and review it a little bit, because as you said, you covered a tremendous amount of ground, and you represent what, about a third of the entire state of Nevada?
Yeah,
in your district.
You bet.
Yeah, kind of important. I did have one question on your fire suppression. I wasn't aware that the BLM they'd actually separated out fire completely from you guys. So do you have any oversight over when and where those fire crews will be used? Or is this totally now separated into literally a brand new agency?
Yeah, Matt Magaletti for the record. Great question. And you're correct. All of that authority now will fall within that new agency, the U.S. Wildland Fire Service. However, we still have what they're referring to as bureau representatives. So that will be, for example, if there was a wildland fire within my district, I would be the bureau representative on that fire. So what that means is I can still have my resource staff work with the fire crews to combat those wildland fire initiatives. Again, pure transparency. This is new for us. We've always had our BLM Fire Squad. We have relationships with the Forest Service and other rural fire communities. So it is going to be a new, interesting new dynamic as we work forward on some of that. And I'm sure we'll try to work out the kinks. So to address your question in a backwards way, yes, we still have a seat at the table, but we do not have the authority to make the final calls on wildland fire.
It'd be interesting to see how that plays out. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Right.
Another layer of bureaucracy before you get to fight the fires. You mentioned fuel breaks, fuel reduction. We had a presentation earlier by the Forest Service. They are using sheep, and they are using them fairly aggressively in certain urban wildland interfaces. Does the Bureau of Land Management have a similar program in place?
We sure do. And actually, it's an initiative called outcome-based grazing. And we currently have one active permittee within our district that is currently working on some of that. We highly encourage it. We've even on record said that livestock grazing is a form of wildland fire mitigation. So right now, we're working with UNR to investigate the success of some of that targeted grazing that's currently taking place in the Desitoya Mountains. And hopefully we get the results fairly soon, as they've been trying to implement it for the last 2 years now.
Okay, good. I'd love to hear that. It's actually a experimental thing in the Desitoyas?
Correct.
Edwards Creek, Smith Creek, that area?
Smith Creek.
Okay. No, that's because that's all private property for the most part, but then they have I mean, the main, that's a big ranch. you
Yeah,
know?
it's a very big ranch and.
And I'm
Matt Nagalati
so
for the
sorry,
record.
but it's a form of hazing. It really is. Every time you speak, you answer
I
a question, we
apologize.
do that. No need for it. It's okay. We just like to haze people. It's
Yes,
true.
Matt
Thank you.
Nagalati for the record, yes. The Smith Creek Ranch they are the permittee for the larger allotment in the Desatoya Mountains. They do have quite a bit of attached private property to that allotment, but the larger allotment is public lands.
Okay, no, I'm glad to hear that because, that's also one of the biggest sage grouse areas. They've done tons of studies right in there. So I'll be interested to see how that all plays out. Pretty familiar with that country. So no, I'm glad to hear that. It looks like we're shifting into a new direction. The federal agencies for a long time were almost developing a hostility to public lands grazing. Where now I think they're starting to see an incorporation of some of the benefits of it. Not saying there aren't some flaws, but the idea that we can suppress fire by reducing fuel loads, by having livestock consume the fuels makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm glad to hear you're doing that. Last thing, you have 95 allotments. I'm sorry, back up. You have 13 herd management areas, and you mentioned with horses when you get to AML. What you didn't mention though is you have high AML and low AML, and you did mention the 1971 Wild Horse and Burro Act, which is very explicit. You have a herd management area, and when that herd reaches high AML, you guys are supposed to remove it back to low AML. How can we only talk about AML as if there's just one thing? Because the reality is we're not even close to getting those herds down to the low AMLs, which is actually what the intent was of the Wild Horse and Burro Act.
Matt Nagalati for the record, and Senator Hansen, I completely agree with you. We should be talking more about the high AML in each one of our herd management areas, and we should be referencing those numbers. I'm just going to reference right now, because we did get approval for the wild horse gather for the Lahontan HMA. That area right now, believe it or not, has a low AML for 70 horses. There's right now 770 horses that we have seen through aerial flights just last year. So we should be talking more about the higher levels. Again, I'll be completely transparent. Any gather that we conduct, it is highly controversial, as we heard from some of the comments that took place this morning. They have to be approved by the secretary before we can even get the funding to conduct those wild horse gathers. And I believe that's probably one of the reasons why BLM is not publicly talking about the high level of AMLs.
I know. I talked at length with John Raby, Alan Shepard, now Mr. Abernathy.
Yeah.
So I'm totally in sympathy with you guys on the state level because you know what the problem is. But your 70, 700 analysis, that's all throughout my entire Senate district. I mean, Lander County is literally 10 to 1, and they are trying to do gathers and deal with it. But I also am very sympathetic to, I used to get sitting on this very committee, I would chew out guys like, why don't you guys do your job? You are doing your job. It's those guys in Washington, D.C., like you mentioned. You have to get an approval from a secretary in Washington, D.C. before you can gather the horses, which by your own analysis is at least 10 times over what they should be in the Lahontan Mountains right outside of Fallon, Nevada. So that's how absurd this is. You have to get an approval. And anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Ha, ha, ha. I do hope, though, that in the not too distant future, there is some level of pragmatism applied to the horse program on the federal level at this, I should say Washington, D.C. level, because it's a huge mess for the state. I'll tell you where I am really worried, and that is the constant degradation of the wildlife habitat in Nevada. It is severe, and the people that are getting punished in too many cases are the actual permittees that have done a good job managing their herds, but when the federal government fails to manage its and do its responsibility on your wild horse herds, they're the ones that get punished. And their grazing allotments get reduced. And then the wildlife populations in Nevada suffer consequently as well. And there's only X amount of habitat, X amount of food, X amount of water. And when you have a non-native species basically just going in there and devastating enormous areas of the state, it may take decades for those areas to recover. So I know I'm preaching the choir, but pass that up the food chain. And hopefully we can get to that secretary, whoever he is in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we have some more questions. We'll start with some member Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. this hearing, I've been learning so much about public lands and the public lands bills. But one thing that has caught my mind, and you brought it up, I believe you mentioned that there's a public lands bill that was passed in 2014, and you guys are barely going through the process of releasing those lands. Can you walk us through the process, or are you able to tell us why it takes so long? Because it's now, mid 2026, and 12 years later, the county still hasn't received those lands that they were approved many years ago.
Yes, thank you for the question, Matt Magaletti, for the record. It is a very complex process, and I do want to state that fortunately or unfortunately, when a lot of these bills are being crafted at the congressional level in Washington, the federal agency like BLM doesn't have a seat at the table. So there's certainly different ways. A lot of individuals are crafting the language for those bills, but I would say, and I'm sure some of the counties here would also say this as well, as how surprising it is that even though those lands have been identified for conveyance in those bills, there's still quite a big process for us to go through, such as the NEPA process, such as the baseline studies, the mineral potential reports, as well as various other different surveys and things like that that have to occur before those lands are even conveyed. And then, of course, once they are, and the decision's been made to convey those, even though it's already legislated to do so, we then have to go through the patent process. Not to make excuses, but that probably is one of the #1 reasons why it's taking so long to get these lands. And I shouldn't be talking about this either, but staffing is also an issue. Our local office has really seen a hit in recent years with staff availability. And that, of course, has quite a large impact on our ability to process those.
Thank you. I might have another question. And another question, not on this topic, but you did bring up the D word that we've been hearing a lot, especially in Nevada. You mentioned that there's currently 3 applications for data center permits. Are you able to tell us, or can you tell us how long that process is, the permitting process for those data centers to be permitted, and what kind of goes into that as well? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Assembly Member Matt Magaletti, for the record. What I would say is it will probably take anywhere from, I would say, 2 years from now before any one of those projects are going to start breaking ground. And I'll run really quick through that process. First, we have to go through the proponent, at this case, for these 3 data centers, is Rivia Energy. They have to do all of the baseline studies and get us the information they need. Then we initiate the NEPA process, and that NEPA process will require, either an environmental impact statement or an environmental assessment to be completed. Once that is then completed, we'll have to go through a 30-day appeal period and then a 45-day protest period. In addition to that, once all of the appeals have been resolved, we'll then be ready to issue a right-of-way grant. Once that right-of-way grant is issued, we then have to go through another appeal process before we actually issue what we call an NTP, or a notice to proceed. So I would estimate right now, at least, the proponents are very ambitious in trying to begin construction at the end of 2028.
Thank you.
Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. I guess first I'd like to concur with the senator's comments about wild horses. And I know there's not much you can do about that. But I wanted to touch on realty actions. There's been a lot of discussion at this meeting about the urban interface and the public lands adjacent to that. In the Reno area, we've got lots of development occurring that's pushing on the fringes of public land, both the BLM as well as the Forest Service. As that development occurs, you've got infrastructure that's developed, houses, businesses, et cetera. They need water, and there needs to be infrastructure put in, including storage tanks that need to be at an elevation higher than that development, which is usually on the adjacent public lands. Is there a process by which TUMWA has the ability to get rights of way for that infrastructure that needs to be on public land? Is there an expedited process that they can go through to make sure that we get that infrastructure in place in a timely manner?
Matt Magaletti for the record. Great question. And yes, there is an expedited process. And while I did not mention this in my presentation, the biggest holdup with authorizing rights of ways across public lands for any entity is really our NEPA process. That's really what takes the most amount of time. In February of 2026, the secretary did roll out new NEPA procedures, which will really expedite some of these processes. So for example, for an environmental assessment, which is the typical level of NEPA for a pipeline, a water pipeline, we would have to complete that process within 60 days of starting the NEPA process. So we do have, in addition to the cost recovery being waived for local governments or local entities such as TUMWA, those are some of the tools in our toolbox to expedite some of those projects.
Other questions from members of the committee? All right, thank you so much for being here, for answering our questions. That will take us to the conclusion of agenda item number 4. And we will move on to agenda item number, nope, we've already done agenda item number 5. So we'll move on to agenda item number 6 and hear from the USDA first. Come on up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Rose. I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for Partnerships for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I'm based out of our state office in Reno. We're an agency of USDA. On behalf of Heidi Ramsey, our state conservationist, I'd like to apologize for her not being here, but we do thank you for the opportunity to present and talk about what we're going to do. With me today, I've got Ari Delara, who is our Assistant State Conservationist for Programs, kind of managing the financial and money side of what we do when we offer technical and financial assistance to farmers, ranchers, and other types of producers. So NRCS, if you're not familiar, primarily operates on private land throughout most of the United States. You all live in Nevada. You're kind of familiar with the fact that Nevada is unique in the amount of public land that exists here, which makes NRCS Nevada a little unique in terms of what our agency looks like and how it operates. And then unlike our colleagues in the BLM or US Forest Service, NRCS is not a regulatory agency. So we don't provide directives. We don't tell people what to do. Our program participation is voluntary. So I think those are some key differences between how we operate and how some of the other people and agencies operate. So the map here just shows our 9 field offices throughout Nevada. We do cover the entire state. And then again, have the state office in Reno. So we do operate on public and private lands. And then what we do, deliver practical voluntary conservation solutions, keep working lands productive, again, whether they be public or private, and strengthen agricultural production. This is just a list of our priorities. These were just updated recently because we just got a new chief, Colton Buckley, and he was actually sworn in yesterday. So, you know, again, with a lot of other things going on, constant change, constant updates, and things like that. But Farmers First is really what we're about. And in this case, it's not just farmers, it's farmers, ranchers, and non-industrial forest landowners. Not a whole lot of those here in Nevada. You tend to see that more in the Southeast, where you have the big pine plantations and things like that. But we work with producers to address problems with soil, water, air, and some other things. We provide technical assistance through conservation planning, and we can provide financial assistance that can provide funding to address the problems that producers bring to us. And again, the assistance is voluntary. With our technical assistance, the producer can walk away with a plan that offers suggestions on what they can do, or if they want to sign up for financial assistance, then they incur an obligation because it is a contract. So working together, we've got a lot of partnerships throughout the state. We work with NDOW, we work with the Department of Agriculture, Cooperative Extension, BLM, the Forest Service, the Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the Conservation District Program, the Nevada Association of Conservation Districts, the Nevada Farm Bureau, and many others. We also participate in things like the Shared Stewardship Program, the Nevada Native Seed Program, and we do serve as an ex officio member of the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. One of the things that Heidi's been working on recently is that we are starting the process to establish a working group between NRCS and state and federal agencies to discuss how we can streamline getting our programs onto public land. Again, we have money available, and so the question is, how do we work through the barriers? How do we identify issues that are keeping producers from using our funds to do brush management, weed management, improve their grazing operations on their grazing allotments. So this is just kind of an idea of the type of money that we've had in the state since 2019. There's been a lot of growth in our programs, going from 5.8 million in 2019 to 23.7 million in 2025. About $5 million of the 2025 amount comes from our easement program. So we'll talk about programs later, but our other financial assistance programs were about $17 million in 2025. So again, we still see that continued upward trend in the amount of assistance we're providing to agricultural producers. So programs and initiatives for public land, we've got several programs listed here, and I'll go into a little more detail. One that I neglected to put on the list because when we were preparing this, public lands, in my mind, went straight to BLM Forest Service, but Douglas County reminded me during their presentation that we do have the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Operations Program. So while that can't be used on federally managed land like BLM and Forest Service, it can be used on county land to do things like flood protection, flood mitigation, agricultural water management. We can work with irrigation districts on that. And right now we've got several projects throughout the state. One is the West Wash Dam Rehab in Reno. We're working with the Walker River Tribe and the Walker River Irrigation District to address some issues down there. And then in Douglas County, we've got the Smelter Creek Project, which is another flood prevention project. So the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, kind of our flagship financial aid program. We do have a ranking system when people turn in an application. 1 to 3 year contract can be up to 10 years. And it's an immediate payment once the practice is installed. And it is eligible on public land. And a lot of what EQIP is used for is kind of infrastructure type things. So livestock pipelines, troughs, fencing, pumps, things like that. And again, people can use it on their base property if they're a rancher, or if they have a grazing allotment, we can do that type of work on that as well, working with the producer. The Conservation Stewardship Program is what we kind of call the next level program. So people are already taking good care of the land. Senator Hansen mentioned there are permittees out there. They're doing a good job managing their operations, managing their allotments. And so we can reward them for that. We provide an additional incentive for increasing their stewardship. And, usually it's people that have a history of working with us or already have, things in place. Annual payments over 5 years with the option to reapply to the program. There's also an incentive payment. So there's a base rate for all our programs, depending on what type of work you're doing. A lot of those are the same in EQIP and CSP, but CSP offers an additional, I think it's $4,000 a year payment to a producer to kind of further incentivize them to participate in the program. And again, it is eligible on public land. So how do we work? So these are kind of the three things here: eligibility, resource concerns, and conservation practices in our 9-step planning process. And eligibility is kind of where we start looking at, you know, who can we serve and how can we serve them within the state on public lands. And so again, program participation is voluntary, but there are three main elements: producer eligibility, land eligibility, and resource concern eligibility. Producer eligibility, again, farmer, rancher, non-industrial forest landowner. The land eligibility on public lands, they should have a grazing permit from the Forest Service or BLM, and that's sufficient to meet the land eligibility criteria, or what we call effective control of the land. But if you've got an operation where there's multiple people working on the same footprint, that's something we'd probably need to discuss with the local office when they're moving into the conservation planning process. As part of our planning process, we also need to work with BLM or the Forest Service to sign our landowner concurrence form. When we're operating on private land, the private landowner signs that form saying, I want to do this type of work. On public lands, the agency needs to say, I'm going to authorize you to do work on behalf of that producer or permit holder. So resource concern eligibility, we touched on it a little bit earlier, but that's really a key to getting into our programs or getting assistance from NRCS. And again, coming to us with a problem, you know, soil, water, plants, animals, wildlife habitat, and then see how we can work with producers. And again, just a little bit on resource concerns there. Energy, you know, we can do things like install solar pumps instead of having to use generators and diesel engines and things like that. You know, high tunnels, fencing, virtual fencing is an option that we can install. And these are some of the common problems that we deal with related to the resource concerns. So I won't go through them all, but water is a big thing for us here. On private land, we tend to do a lot of water irrigation, water infrastructure type projects, pipelines, pivots, things like that, ditch linings. On public land, fencing, spring repairs, riparian area protection, fencing. And this is just our 9-step planning process. I'm not going to go over all of it, but just to give you an idea of how it looks. And then common conservation practices for public land. Once a producer comes to us with an issue and a resource concern, we can then talk them through the planning process and determine which practices. We've got a suite of about 170 in our planning handbook that we can use to address problems. So brush management, weed control, fencing, like I said, it includes virtual fence, pipelines, grazing, pumping plants, troughs and tanks, livestock wells, and then structures for wildlife. Fence markers, escape ramps, things like that. And then fire-related practices. You know, again, when we've talked public and private, one of the things we're talking with shared stewardship and then with this working group is how do you expand the efforts of, say, a public land management agency that's doing brush treatment, weed treatments on public land, but you might have a private landowner who wants to expand that footprint onto their private land so they can take advantage of that buffer zone. So again, we can do these on public and private lands. Some of the specific practices include fuel breaks, fire breaks, access roads, forest stand improvement, or woody residue treatment. And then that's the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions, we're free to answer them.
All right, thank you so much. I imagine we have some questions. All right, it sounds like Senators Cruz, Crawford, and Hansen have teamed up again to ask you a super question, and I will let them take it from here.
Oh, no, mine just kicked on. For some reason I was pushing the button, stayed red. Virtual fencing. I thought it was electric wire. We just found out she cheated and went online. What is a virtual fence and how does it work? I know it put a collar on an animal or something, and then if the animal crosses the barrier, what, you get a little shock to the, okay, so there's an electric component then.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead and.
Oh, sure. Ari DeLara with the NRCS. So yeah, virtual fencing, it works almost like telemetry. So you need a station and you need a line of sight. And yeah, once that livestock crosses that boundary, it'll send a shock, like a shock collar. But they've done research and it doesn't stress the animal out too much. It's really just a training, just like electric fencing. You just train that animal to that barrier and it'll learn to respect it.
Good, kind of an interesting development. Your loan, your slide where you had go from 2019, 6 million, 2025, 23.7 million. Is that your complete budget or is that just the budget that you guys have to loan? Is it a loan, like a loaning account, or what do those numbers represent?
Yeah, Chris Rose for the record. Those represent the actual payments we've made to producers since 2019, not the total budget for the state.
Okay, now do you guys fall under, no, I think the director for ag in Nevada is now Alita Benson. You guys work under her? No, different outfit altogether?
Again, Chris Rose, NRCS for the record. In terms of how our kind of chain of command works, Heidi Ramsey is our state conservationist. And then we have Chief Colton Buckley, who's the chief of NRCS. Then above that, we have the Secretary of Agriculture.
Okay, no, I'm mixing you guys up with somebody else completely then.
And real quick,
On the loans that you guys are giving out, is it fair for you to compete with, if I have to borrow money from a bank and the bank charges me 5% or whatever, can I go to you guys and get a government subsidized loan that's basically more cost competitive, but also kind of impacts the private lender?
So Ari DeLara for the record. Farm Service Agency, our sister agency, which is also a federal U.S. Department of Agriculture agency, they do loans and things like that. We're Natural Resource Conservation Service, so all of our money is given out in a conservation contract, so it's not a loan at all. And whoever receives those funds, upon reimbursement for the work done, will get a 1099 for it. But in terms of the Farm Service Agency question of loans, I believe the loans are only granted to those individuals who are unable to acquire a loan in the private market.
I got it. Okay. So it's kind of a subsidy for people that can't quite, oh, fair enough. All right. Well, that answers my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Chris Rose again for the record. I guess one of the things I forgot to mention in terms of kind of numbers we're looking at, according to the 2022 ag census, there was about 3,100 farms or ag producers in Nevada. As far as the number, we have about 400 to 500 contracts right now with producers in the state, and that's with somewhere between 350 and 400 unique producers. When we talk about moving on to public lands, between the BLM and Forest Service, there's about 750 permits available between those two agencies. So you can kind of see how the audience or the customer base for our services decreases as you move from general ag on private land to focused ranching and grazing on public land.
All right, I think we don't have any other questions. Okay, now that we've asked about the virtual fencing, I'm curious. So 2 different questions. One, unlike traditional electric fencing, are you saying that this utilizes basically GPS so that somebody sitting at a computer 100 miles or 500 miles away can then program in, these are the parameters of where the animal can go before they get shocked, as opposed to 20 years ago or whatever, when someone else would have had to go out there and install all of the posts in between which the electrical current would run?
All right, Delara, for the record, yeah. So it could just totally be on your, the initial payment would be to set up the telemetry potentially and buy the shock collars. But then a lot of these virtual fence providers will sell you a subscription. So then you have it on your phone and you could draw the boundaries and refresh it as you want to move your livestock across the landscape. So yeah, and then it's nice because there's no install of anything other than your service station. And you get it's much better for wildlife crossing and things like that. So you're not getting wildlife caught up in your fencing. You don't have all the impact of installing the posts and things like that. So it's totally, other than your service center, your station, and the collar, that's all the infrastructure that's needed.
And from a cost perspective, is it greater or less than traditional fencing?
All right, Delar, for the record, I think it depends on the station, how much that station is going to cost to install and whether you can share it with a group of ranchers or not. But if you do have good line of sight with that station, then it should be fairly affordable. It is a newer technology, so there's still a lot of figuring out how much these collars are going to cost up front and how long they're going to last and that kind of thing. But so yeah, I think the financial trade-off is still up in the air, but definitely the wildlife benefit, and especially on big landscapes like Nevada, kind of accomplishing that, getting your fencing out there for management is very beneficial.
And Chris Rose for the record as well. The other thing that's been talked about with virtual fence is kind of post-fire rehab. So a lot of times fences get burnt up. It takes a long time to install them, but you could go install a virtual fence system and use that to manage cattle and move them around, or you could use it as a targeted grazing opportunity and virtually identify that boundary where you want the cattle to feed in order to produce the fuel grade.
Very interesting. Thank you. Other questions from members of the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being here and answering our questions. We will turn it over now to the Nevada Farm Bureau Federation.
You're getting a novice at this computer stuff, so. Where's the play button? Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bevan Lister. I'm the president of Nevada Farm Bureau, and I very much appreciate the invitation and opportunity to visit with you today. Oh, for the record, BEVANLISTER. Okay, did I get all the hazing stuff? Okay. Nevada Farm Bureau is a private nonprofit organization that advocates for agriculture in all of its forms. Farm Bureau is really the definition of grassroots. Local growers gather together and form county farm bureaus. Those county organizations unite together and form state farm bureau organizations, and those state farm bureaus gather together to form the American Farm Bureau Federation. It's a powerful structure that works effectively to advocate for agriculture. All 50 states and the territory of Puerto Rico have organized active farm bureaus. It's a big family. So county farm bureaus meet annually to discuss and produce policy and to adopt that policy and elect their officers. Those policies are brought to the State Farm Bureau annual meeting where they're discussed, sometimes amended, sometimes thrown out, but sometimes adopted for policy for the state. Then those policies that affect national things are then sent to the American Farm Bureau for the delegates at the American Farm Bureau Federation convention to look at, evaluate, and vote on. I'm gonna sidebar here on what I was working on. We just had a discussion about
virtual fencing. So a Farm Bureau member from my home county in Lincoln County brought forward it's probably 3 or 4 years ago, a policy when this technology first started rolling out, brought forward a policy that virtual fencing be recognized as viable, and that we encourage federal agencies and NRCS to adopt it and make it part of their program. That policy came to Nevada Farm Bureau. It was adopted at Nevada Farm Bureau. I took it to the American Farm Bureau Federation annual meeting. It was discussed and it was adopted as policy by the American Farm Bureau Federation. Within about 6 months, we had programs rolling out of NRCS that involve virtual fencing. This is how the grassroots works, and it's just a tremendously beneficial and powerful opportunity for our people on the ground to be able to engage with policymakers. I don't know how to run this thing. There you go. That's our organization. There's a little slide, kind of shows you how agriculture is broken up across the state of Nevada, primarily by value of crops. Nevada grew in the 1850s and 60s as miners flooded to the area to strike it rich. One of those unique things in life, they had to eat. I don't know why, it's just one of those things. So a lot of our areas that had flowing water, natural meadows, those kinds of things were settled. Ranches were developed, livestock were grazed, some crops were raised. They got tired of bringing all the stuff over the hill from California on a mule train. So what could be grown here was grown and supplied to the miners here. Lincoln County or Pioche and Panaca are the classic example. You have Pioche, 25 or 30,000 people in 1862 or 1864. They didn't have much food. There's just a bunch of miners living in tents and trying to scratch a piece of gold out of the hillside. Now you get a bunch of Mormon settlers move into the Panaca Valley. Pretty green, good spring there, a lot of water. They grow crops. They feed the miners. The miners sometimes find gold. If they don't find gold, they leave. People of Panaca stayed. The people growing crops stayed. The people raising livestock stayed. Built the foundation of the community. That's kind of the long and the short. Because of conflicts over open grazing on grazing lands west-wide, the Taylor Grazing Act was passed in 1934 to stabilize the use of the rangeland. Okay, I'll get with the program here eventually. Here we go. The land was adjudicated into grazing allotments. Those allotments were allocated to the people that were on them and grazing them now. Interesting enough, grazing permits, I'm going to speak specifically to BLM because I'm not sure about Forest Service. I think it's the same, but they require base property. You either had to own a piece of property where those livestock could come and stay and you could produce some feed for them, or you had to have a water right. And a lot of our early stock water rights were the base property for those early grazing permits, and still are. Many of the permits are still water-based. For most of Nevada, it was determined that grazing was the highest and best use of the land. Growing crops and livestock requires water. Where there were streams and surface waters, crops were grown, ranches were established that usually combined the private land, meadow grazing, along with the grazing permit, with grazing on the adjacent lands. My family started grazing in Lincoln County, I guess, in about 1849. And And through a number of generations, we've had grazing permits there and have been part of that livelihood. Where there were limited private lands to base the grazing permit on, water was used. Nevada recognized the limited nature of water very early on and worked to establish laws for the adjudication of water. So you've got one thing here, you've got lands broadly that are managed by the federal government, BLM Forest Service, that were adjudicated for grazing. The other piece of the puzzle, of course, is water. And it was very important early on for Nevada to be at the forefront because it is so dry, of getting the laws in place to adjudicate that water and put it to beneficial use. Surface water was addressed in 1905, amendments in 1913, and then in 39, kind of the addition to the general water law that expanded to include all sources of water. Tremendous effort was made to expand the availability of water on grazing lands, both by the drilling and equipping of wells and the development of springs and pipelines. Adding these new water resources allowed better use of the range by livestock, as well as expanding the field for wildlife. The heyday of Nevada wildlife immediately followed the tremendous investment and expansion of water availability. Livestock grazers pay fees in relation to their permits based on AUMs, animal unit months. We've had that conversation. To run one cow on the range for 12 months would require 12 AUMs. A portion of those fees is dedicated to range improvements. Nevada has state grazing boards that administer a portion of those funds, allowing for range improvements. Grazing boards take applications and grant those funds out to grazing permittees to provide range improvements every year. Since 1970, grazing permits have been reduced on average by over 50%. There are numerous snowball effects from the reduction of those permits. At the same time, competition for rangeland and forage, I don't know where I'm at on the slides, somewhere. Okay, not there yet. Okay. Competition was increased. Livestock operator managed the rangelands under his permit for long-term sustainability, but has to manage around the elk and the horses that are not managed. The next need for agriculture is land. On the grazing side, it's pretty broad. We could put out broad swaths of land under those grazing permits for use. For growing crops, a little different. You got to have land that's actually arable, and in Nevada, you got to have water to irrigate it. Most of the early ranches were established under the homestead laws, but subsequent addition of ag land has been through the Desert Land Act, generally termed as DLEs or Desert Land Entries. Numerous applications were filed through the late 70s and early 80s, 1970s, 1980s, and many were proven up on creating islands of cropland around the state. Only 2 disposal acts were kept when the Federal Land Policy Management Act, FLPMA, was passed: the Desert Land Act and the Carry Act, each designed to reclaim desert land for agricultural purposes, but each with separate stipulations. These opportunities are still available, but the bureaucratic pushback is very strong. Early ranches harvested their meadow hay to feed livestock in the winter. With the advent of the Newlands Project and Rye Patch and the Lovelock Project, alfalfa became king. Alfalfa is Nevada's largest crop, with some being used locally for dairies and livestock and much being exported to other states, depending on market conditions. As noted in the earlier graphic, livestock is Nevada's #1 agriculture commodity. Nevada grows cattle, sheep, goats, hogs, chickens, and who knows what else. The vast majority of our livestock are cattle, and most of those producers are what we call cow-calf producers. They run a mother cow, they harvest, the cow has a calf. Usually it's taken to a weaning age and then that calf is sold. The cow is bred and put back on the range. We have a scattering of backgrounders, feeders, and other more specific business models with our livestock. The piece that, in going through this, I thought was most notable, the cattle inventory in Nevada peaked in 1973, 651,000 head. Our current numbers show approximately 242,000 in the state of Nevada, so less than half. Drought, wildfire, regulatory restrictions have caused this reduction. Livestock are virtually gone from Clark County for environmental reasons. Then those same grazing lands are now covered with solar panels. Special designation lands create tremendous challenges for our livestock and ranching community. Each time a special designation is adopted by an agency or signed by Congress, grazing goes away. Even though there is some congressional language supposedly protecting the grazing, within a few years, the grazers are regulated out of the use of those permits. And I've got numerous examples where, whether it's Great Basin National Park, Moriah Wilderness, example after example, where the law, when it was passed, said, yep, grazing is going to be allowed and blah, blah, blah. But then the agencies in their processes create restrictions and roadblocks and the inability to maintain water sources, and you just get pushed out. You make it to where it's not viable, it's not usable anymore. So in my home little county of Lincoln, about 780,000 acres that's no longer used for livestock grazing, but it's okay. When lightning strikes, it burns really good. Sorry, I gotta curb my tongue sometimes. Dairy is another one of our staples in the state of Nevada and growing. The dairy herd has expanded over my lifetime by almost probably threefold, providing a valuable food source, milk and cheese. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up. Cattle, there's the 242,000. BLM, oh, we talked about the grazing allotments. It's 43 million acres of public land for grazing in the state of Nevada. It's a pretty good chunk. Okay, dairy, oh, June is National Dairy Month. So the former president of Utah Farm Bureau was a dairy farmer up in the Salt Lake area. And everywhere we went, we had to drink milk. I mean, it was just one of those things. You just had to have a glass of milk no matter where you went. Very valuable and advantageous. So challenges for Nevada agriculture. Crop producers across the nation, and Nevada in particular, well, not in particular, but have been part of it, have faced negative margins over the last several years. Trade challenges, lack of trade policy at the national level, as well as different factors have challenged those markets. Keep my fingers crossed. This year's looking a little better. Maybe there's some black on the books somewhere. Our livestock producers are doing a little better after a lot of years of challenges. They're seeing a strong market. Many of them would like to expand. But again, we've reduced those permits. We've closed some of those grazing allotments. We have made land that's not available for our grazers. Okay, yeah, so limits on how those opportunities to expand in an era where normally you would see expansion. We continue to struggle with labor markets and getting folks that'll come out to rural areas to work, transportation costs, all that kind of stuff. Agriculture is good. You have to be an eternal optimist I don't know, you've seen the memes on Facebook, you know, next year, you say next year is going to be better every year until you die. That's just the way it works. So anyway, that's what I have for presentation. Did I miss anything, Doug? Okay. Grazing permit cuts. I don't even know how to talk about the snowball effect of the loss of those grazing permits and the associated livestock. It impacts the fees available to do range improvements. It impacts your Rangeland Resources Commission. It impacts your state grazing boards. It impacts the local economy significantly. There was discussion earlier about the naval expansion and outside of Fallon here. You've got families that lost their permits there completely. And so they've lost that piece of their livelihood. You don't just take, it's like, I don't know, if you're in a two income household and you take one of those incomes and just say, no, you can't have that anymore. You basically said the same thing when you lost that grazing permit. Maybe they have some grazing somewhere else. Maybe they have some private land to make up the difference. But that piece, they're not going to get back. And there is the economic cost. Yeah, we can try to compensate them for that. But the social cost sometimes is more expensive. And to the local and the community and all those things. A lot of headwinds from both federal and state agencies that just oppose agriculture. There is a state agency that despises private property and absolutely hates agriculture. And it's part of a belief set. And it's unfortunate because they eat too. Anyway, we've had a lot of discussions. You've heard a lot of things here today. I'll close with that and answer, maybe I'll try to answer any questions you've got.
All right, thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Senator Hansen, take it away.
Okay, Bevan, great to see you as always. One area you mentioned that you've seen substantial reductions in the number of acres in the state that can be allowed for grazing. One of them you didn't mention was Sheldon. And the Sheldon was originally part, in fact, you go and read, I read the original documents from 1930s. Grazing was a significant portion of it up until about 1965, and they started to cut it back. And finally, in 1993, they eliminated 100%. And the interesting thing is, since then, the Sheldon has declined dramatically in wildlife populations. The exact opposite of what the original claim. Once you remove livestock, that everything's going to get better. And that's well documented. It's not just making it up. So you might include that in your repertoire in the future, just because that's a huge section of the state. 600,000 acres. Public lands grazing. You mentioned you have private land and then you graze livestock on the public domain. Can the private livestock people typically will they survive if we lose public lands grazing?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hansen. Bevan Lister for the record. That depends, but very largely no. At least particularly in my part of the area, and I think it's pretty typical that most of those old ranches had a little stretch of meadow property or a couple of them, and they bring their cattle in there in the late fall, maybe have some hay in the stack to winter them over or winter them on the meadows, then kick them back out on the range in the spring. Not having not having that ability to put the cattle on the range, it's like taking away a whole sector of your. I mean, if you're doing plumbing and HVAC, you just decide to, not you decide. Someone decides to take away your HVAC part of the business, is the plumbing viable? You know, that's where you sit.
I asked that same question to Commissioner Cherry, who, as you know, is a rancher in Nevada. And he said straight up, no, most of the ranches in Nevada would go out of business if they didn't have public lands grazing.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I bring it up, though, is I have a beef with some of our, not all, but some of our public lands grazers, in that those lands are multiple use lands. They are not exclusively for grazing. Yet in particularly Elko County, I have a huge problem with ranchers who own the meadowland, like you just described, a strip of meadowland at the bottom, at the mouth of a canyon. And then they are blocking access illegally under both grazing rules, Taylor Grazing Act rules, RS 2477 rules, and Nevada State Law 202450. Yet, on one hand, they need the public lands, which is a multiple use piece of property owned by everybody. If they then deny access to all the people that have other uses for that land, and typically grazing is 3 or 4 months out of the year on most public allotments. So if you go back to your folks, because this, as you know, this is an issue I'm working on very aggressively. Had great luck in Lincoln County, have great luck in every county except Elko County. We'll address that in a minute, I think, briefly before the meeting closes. But if public lands grazers want to keep the right to graze on public lands, and it's essential for them economically, it makes a lot of sense from a public relations perspective to openly allow the public to use the rest of that public land for multiple uses as the law intended. So I'm all for you guys. I support public lands grazing. As you know, my sportsman issue is probably as important or more so. What's going on with Nevada's wildlife. That's why I'm aware of the Sheldon. And I want to see public lands grazing indefinitely. But what I don't want to see is some of these people that own, I'm talking probably 100 people in the whole state, that own those meadowlands and the mouth of canyons and fence everything off and deny the thousands of acres of public land behind those fences access to those lands for all the people that technically own the land. And so for somebody who basically is using public land for private profit, and it's important enough that, you know, they'll go out of business without it, it seems really, really poorly thought out to then block access to all the other multiple uses for that same public land.
Understood, Senator Hansen. Bevan Lister for the record, and I appreciate your viewpoint and your work in that space. So a number of years ago, I worked with a coalition. So Lincoln County sits right on the Utah border. A large part of the one mountain range there, the White Rock Range, the road that accesses that White Rock Range comes up through Utah. And there was a piece of state select land owned by the state of Utah across that road. Early 2000s. The state opted, or actually their process, someone applied to purchase that piece of land. That piece of land was then purchased and put into private property. And I worked with a coalition because that private property owner then closed the road off. I worked with a coalition. We went to the Beaver County commissioners in Utah and begged them to maintain a right of way or maintain an access for our grazers and for emergency services, and because we have hunters on top of the mountain. And the Beaver County commissioners were very blunt in saying that, we're sorry, folks, we appreciate your position, but we respect private property here in Beaver County, Utah, and we're going to close that road. So in saying that, if those roads are important, then if to the public interest, then the state or the county has a process to secure those points of access. And I would hope that we would go down that direction to secure those points of access.
I appreciate your example, Bevan, but the reality is we already have a federal law, the Unlawful Enclosures Act, went to the United States Supreme Court, Camfield versus United States, they made it very clear it is a public nuisance for somebody who has a road that goes from public through private and then back to public to block those access roads. We also have that exact law on the books here, 202450, because I was a co-sponsor of that bill, says the same thing. Those are public nuisances, and we don't need the counties to go and, because the biggest problem we have, as you mentioned with Beaver County, the county commissioners are often made up of the very people that are the ranchers that are blocking the roads. That's definitely, and that goes back to Helen LaVier in 1993. When the state of Nevada asked her, what is the biggest obstacle to getting public lands open? She said, the county commissioners. So we don't need the county commissioner. We now have a state legislature that actually passed the law, and we just simply need the DAs and the sheriffs in those counties to actually enforce the law. And I have reached out to BLM, by the way, they're not here, but BLM also has an obligation. The federal grazing rules are very clear. You cannot block access to public allotments, period. And yet it's happening, particularly in Elko County. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's an issue that we legislatively consider, and there's almost 3.5 million people in Nevada that technically have an absolute right, every bit as much as Ira Hansen or Bevan Lister, to access those public lands. Yet, as they mentioned, because the road crosses some section that's private, we're going to honor the private property rights to such a degree that the 3.5 million people that have absolute right to use the public land can't. And that's what this law that we're discussing in RS 2477 ultimately is all about. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bevan.
Did you want to say anything? Okay, don't worry. I'm sure we'll have more questions for you. Oh, all right, then I get to ask the next question. And I have to apologize because I don't live in this world in the same way that you do, doing this work every day. And so I think that you're suggesting that there is less grazing available because the permits are not being issued. And can you give me kind of like a perspective on the size or the magnitude of the decrease?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bevan Lister for the record. I wish BLM was still here because they could probably give you more specific numbers. I haven't looked at those numbers. So, but in magnitude, and this is not just Nevada, it's West-wide. If there were permits for, say, well, I'll use the Wilson Creek allotment in my area just as an example because it's pretty typical. There were, say, 100,000 AUMs allocated and being used on that allotment. Then through a series of decisions, most of them ranging between about 1975 and 1993 or so, the federal agency would suspend. They would say, well, because of this reason or that reason or whatever reason, we're going to suspend 50,000 of those AUMs. And so then we're going to redistribute what's left to the allotment holders. So if, I might have been able to run 300 head of cattle on my permit. When that decision came down, now I can only run 150. So it has an impact, of course, to my personal finances and economic status. And then it has all the snowball effects that go with it in the local economy, your local businesses, what you spend in the community. It's a huge impact.
Thank you. That does help give me a picture for what we're looking at. And I'm going to, reveal some of my ignorance again and ask then, so what happens if you have 300 head of cattle that you are planning to graze? You can no longer get the permit for 300. You can now get a permit that serves 150. Do you sell half of them? Do you,
yeah.
Do you try to graze 200 cattle on that land? You're shaking your head. Help me understand, what does a rancher go through when that kind of grazing permit decrease happens to them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bevan Lister for the record. So, yeah, essentially, unless you can find pasture somewhere else, unless you can afford to buy hay, which during that period from the 80s up until about last year, that was in the livestock industry, just not a possibility. Yeah, you sell the cows. That's why that inventory from 1973, 650,000 head in the state of Nevada, and now we're at 242,000. That part of the economy is just gone. And just anecdotal. So it's one of those, sometimes, you know, your mind catches weird stuff. In 1911, there were 2 million head of sheep in Elko County, Nevada. Now there are about 200,000 head of sheep across the entire state of Nevada. And the biggest sheep grazer in the state is a public entity. So I'll shut up on that. Sorry.
But thank you. I appreciate you answering my questions and helping me to understand kind of the scale of what we're talking about. Any other questions from members of the committee? Not seeing any. That concludes this portion of the presentations for today. And that concludes agenda item number 6, takes us to agenda item number 7. We will invite our presenters up here from the Carson Water Subconservancy District.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Anderson, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Reed Cousins. I'm the General Manager for the Carson Water Subconservancy District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, to allow me to speak with you today, talk about CWSD and the work that we do and where we're headed. Before I begin, I just like to say I do not have a presentation. Typically, when I don't have a lot of data, I just like to speak to people one-on-one, or in this case, 12-on-1, whatever the number is up there. But if I could reserve any, opportunities to convince me otherwise, provide a presentation next time, maybe at the end, I'll seriously consider it. So I want to cover 3 things this morning. First, what CWSD is, why it exists. Second, some of the work the district has been able to accomplish recently. And third, where we're headed next. The simplest way to explain Carson Water Subconservancy District is this. The Carson River does not stop at county lines, state lines, or agency boundaries, which is very convenient for the river, but not for everyone trying to manage it. Carson Water Subconservancy District was originally formed in 1959 and recreated by the Nevada Legislature in 1989 under NRS Chapter 541. Since then, the district has grown into a watershed scale organization serving Carson City, Douglas, Lyon, Churchill, and Story counties in Nevada, with Alpine County, California participating through a joint powers agreement. That structure gives the Carson River watershed something unusual and valuable, a regional table for issues that do not stop at political boundaries. CWSD remains governed under Nevada law by the Board of Directors established under NRS Chapter 541, while Alpine County, California participates in planning and coordination for the upper watershed. The Carson River is nearly 200 miles long and drains a watershed of nearly 4,000 square miles. Within that watershed are rural and urban communities, public lands, tribal lands, agriculture, parks, open space, wildlife habitat, recreational areas, and critical infrastructure. For this committee, the public lands connection is important because watershed conditions are shaped by the relationship between federal lands, state lands, tribal lands, and all the other above. I just really want to emphasize that CWSD exists because the watershed needs a place where partners can work together on issues that are too large for any one jurisdiction to solve alone. So what makes us unique? CWSD is not a single purpose agency. We're a watershed coordination agency. Our work includes regional water supply planning, water quality, watershed planning. But those areas may sound separate, but in a watershed like the Carson River, they're very closely connected. Water supplies affect communities, agriculture, and the environment, and really the long-term resilience of our region. Water quality affects public health, recreation, habitat, and the condition of the river itself. Floodplains functions affects flood risk, open space, and infrastructure. Because these issues are connected, one of CWSD's most important roles is to provide a neutral regional table. That role is especially important in the Carson River watershed. The Carson River is a fully appropriated stream system with limited upstream storage and complex administration under the Alpine Decree and state water rights. The watershed includes local governments, ag users, municipal users, tribes, conservation interests, public land managers, private landowners, and recreational interests. In that setting, coordination matters, shared information matters, and most importantly, trust matters. Put simply, CWSD is here to make sure the right people are at the table before a problem becomes a crisis. So what about some of our recent projects and successes? One of CWSD's most important areas of work is regional water planning. The role is especially important in the Carson River watershed because the Carson River, again, is a fully appropriated system with limited upstream storage and very complex water right administration. We have agricultural demands and growing communities within Douglas, Lyon, Carson City, and Churchill County. Drought pressures, groundwater development, and changing runoff patterns are really impacting our watershed. In that setting, water supply cannot be looked at one city, one county, or one project at a time. It has to be looked at as a watershed at a regional watershed scale. A major example of that work is our 30-year regional supply study, which we finished late last year. That study helped the region evaluate long-term water supply conditions for the Carson River watershed and provided a planning framework for understanding future water availability, demand, drought vulnerability, and the need for coordinated management. The value of that study was not that it solved every water supply issue. The value is that it helped the region water supply questions into one shared conversation, with CWSD leading the charge. That is really the core of CWSD's role. We help the watershed look ahead, identify pressure points, and build shared information needed for better decisions. The 30-year study also reinforced something that remains true today. Water supply is connected to nearly everything else in the watershed, including public lands and long-term community resilience. That is why CWSD continues to strengthen regional data and decision support tools. The watershed is changing. Growth, groundwater development, infrastructure needs, water quality concerns, all create pressures on the system. Communities need shared data and practical tools to understand those pressures before becoming conflicts or emergency. That is why we're pursuing currently what's called a Carson River Riverware Operational Decision Support Model. The model will build on CWSD's water supply planning role by creating a shared technical platform for evaluating hydrology, water supply forecasts, diversions, return flows, water right administration, and operational constraints. It will not replace the federal Alpine Decree, the Federal Water Master's Office, or the state water right authorities for decision-making, but what it does is provide a common operating picture for the people and agencies already responsible for managing the water. Put simply, CWSD's water supply work is about helping the region see the same information, the same risks, and plan at the same starting point. Water quality and watershed planning are also central to CWSD's work. CWSD is the designated Clean Water Act 208 planning agency for the Carson River watershed. That role allows us to help coordinate water quality planning, watershed data, and implementation priorities. Water quality is not separate from water supply. The amount of water in the system, the timing of runoff, the land use, erosion, sediment, and floodplain functions all influence the condition of the river. CWSD's role is to help connect those issues so water quality planning supports broad watershed resilience. Floodplain management is the third major piece of CWSD's role. CWSD maintains flood hazard planning documentations, area drainage master plans, floodplain management plans, and public-facing mapping resources, including our Carson River Watershed Flood Hazard Viewer. These tools help communities, local governments, engineers, developers, and residents better understand the flood risk before the next major event occurs. A recent success is the 2025 Carson River Watershed Floodplain Management Plan. The plan provides a regional framework for flood work, including natural floodplain functions, higher regulatory standards, flood data, channel migration, bank erosion outreach, and stormwater infrastructure. The common thread is this: water supply, water quality, floodplain function, restoration, public lands, and community growth are not separate issues in the Carson River watershed. They're connected. CWSD's job is to help the region understand those connections and work on them together. Future endeavors. One of CWSD's major future efforts is the development of the operational decision support model that I spoke of before. The goal is to create a shared modeling platform for the upper and middle Carson River. That's the portion of the Carson River upstream of Lahontan Reservoir into Alpine County. That will include Alpine Decree segments 1 through 7. The model would help evaluate hydrology, water supply forecasts, return flows, and water right administration. The goal is not to replace, I want to repeat this, the goal is not to replace the water law or water administration. The goal is to give decision makers better shared information within the Carson River watershed. So looking forward, what do we have? CWSD's work is focused in 3 main areas: water supply, decision support tools, water quality, watershed health, and flood resilient project readiness. That structure helps the watershed actually understands how the watershed actually works. So public land management decisions that affect water supply, water quality, fuels, floodplain function, and restoration feasibility. And CWSD is well positioned to connect those conversations at the watershed scale. In closing, CWSD's role is simple to describe but difficult to do. We help the Carson River watershed work together. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate the committee's interest in the Carson River watershed, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation, understanding that it was really great to just get the information. Sometimes it's nice just to have it for us. My only question has to do with when you're talking about the common operating agencies, it appears that that goes across county lines. So how are those relationships with all the different counties and possibly even the state line, it looked like, with going into Aspen?
Yeah, Reed Cousins, General Manager at CWSD for the record. Our board of directors is made up of county commissioners from Carson, Douglas, Story, Lyon, Churchill, and Alpine counties. And the board that we have right now is fantastic. Carson River is unique in the sense that we do not have, we have many different water purveyors. There's 5 separate water purveyors in Douglas County alone. That's one of the reasons CWSD exists, is because there is no single water distribution agency for the Carson River watershed. And so this is the table for people to come together and have a place to really talk about the issues and find out about them. When we talk about the layers of water administration, we have the Alpine Decree, which is the decree that distributes the water of the Carson River, is a federal decree because it's an interstate river. So we have at the top of that the Federal Water Master's Office that distributes the surface water supply of the Carson River. Next, then we have the state water right agencies. So California and Alpine County has theirs, and we have the state engineer's office here in Nevada. So they issue with the groundwater rights and many of the other non-decreed surface water rights. So we have that layer. communication is so important in this. I want to just go back to building trust and conversation. That's one of the reasons why I elected not to do a PowerPoint, because I really like just to talk to people and find out what their understanding of the issues is, what the issues are, and then build off of that. What I found over, the years that I've been doing this, you'd think there'd be more communication than there is. And so that's my role right now, is to get out there and meet people and talk with people, introduce people to other people, and make sure that we can prevent conflict. The Carson River has a long history of conflict. The Alpine Decree took 55 years of litigation to come to a close in 1980. That's 1925 to 1980. That's a long time to be in conflict. And there's lots of other issues along the way that have popped up. And we're really living in relative peace right now regarding water conflicts. Everything seems to be going pretty well. And I'd like to keep it that way. That's my job, is to be on the lookout and get in front of any issues. What they're going to be, I have a sense, but we can only guess. I use this as an example for people all the time. And there was a state of Nevada water planning document that was issued in 1970. In that document, it said Las Vegas may exceed 200,000 people by the year 2000. I keep that in mind, not to suggest that not to point out the errors, but to point out that planning is important. We need to be planning, but we also need to be prepared for different outcomes than we anticipate. I hope that answers your question. It was way more than you asked for, so thank you.
It's quite all right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair.
Other questions okay, Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So you read the book Conflict on the Carson?
I have.
That's why I noticed you actually use that as your terminology. So I read it also. One of those weird guys like you are, apparently, and read weird books like that. The reality is the Carson River has been in constant litigation since Virginia City days, when the mills all needed the water and the farmers upstream were getting shafted basically by the powerful mining interests in the Nevada Legislature. With that background, the 1925 to 1980 window, in your opinion, the Alpine Decree 1980, has that pretty much put to rest all of the things that were listed in the Conflict on the Carson book, for example? I mean, are we at a point where it's all harmony?
Well, I usually tell people the Alpine Decree is a very, very nice document.
Sorry, we need your name.
Oh, Reed Cousins for the record, General Manager, Carson Water Subconservancy District. Senator Hansen, that's a really good question. The Alpine Decree is a fantastic document and really benefited in the sense that it was the third major decree in the Eastern Sierra on the Nevada side, that being the Walker, the Truckee, and the Carson. It was the last of those three to be finalized. So there was a lot of lessons learned over time that provided a very stable document. I don't anticipate any changes to the Alpine Decree. It operates very good. The river is split up into segments which run somewhat autonomously, which helps the administration of the waters and helps to support the Newlands project in Lahontan Reservoir. The big challenge, if I'm going to anticipate your next question, what is the challenge ahead? The challenge ahead really is not unique to the Carson River watershed. It's across Nevada. It's this idea of groundwater surface water interaction. How does groundwater pumping affect the flows of our surface water streams? I don't know if this is the committee to go into any technical detail on that, but it is worth mentioning, is that's one thing that I have a keen eye on.
Actually, it wasn't. Boy, you were right on the money. That is a huge, I represent most of the Humboldt Basin. We had the Bartlett Decree for the Humboldt. We had the Ordich Decree for the Truckee. Senator Reed finally got involved and helped straighten out the Truckee and made sure the Indians at Pyramid Lake finally got a decent quantity of water. So I don't know if there's any magic bullet, but what you just touched on is super important. I also represent Pershing County, Lovelock. Lovelock's the bottom of the Humboldt River system, and they have the most senior water rights, and they always have no water. And part of the problem today is the excessive pump, in my opinion, excessive pumping upstream, which until recently the state engineer couldn't really factor in. Now we've got a court decision by the Nevada Supreme Court that does factor that in. So that I hope, down the road that the state engineer will be allowed to do what he has to do, and that is prior appropriation means some people's water has to be cut off, especially if they're pumping excessive quantities. Do you have that same situation on the Carson?
Yes and no. I think theoretically we do. We're very similar to the Humboldt in so much as we do have very limited upstream storage. We have senior surface water rights at the end of our system, with the Newlands project being at the bottom end in Churchill County and Lahon Reservoir. But we're also very different, and we don't have a large mining industry at the top of our watershed. What we have present is acknowledgement from the state engineer's office that it's not going to look retroactively into the effects of groundwater pumping. So basically, what I mean by that is that if there's a groundwater well that's currently capturing surface water rights, that's going to be left well enough alone. But any future changes within the basin are going to be through the lens of that conjunctive management. Meaning that if you are going to drill a new well in the Carson River Basin, this is not theoretical, by the way, this has happened a number of times. There has to be some acknowledgement and mitigation to the impacts to the surface water flows in the system. I don't know if that's a long-term, I don't know the thoughts of the state engineer's office on how long-term that will be. But for now, that's the message that we've been told, which I think is a good approach for the time being, because there's no sense in making a conflict that doesn't exist. On the other hand, I am a firm believer in the doctrine of prior appropriation and those who have the right. And this is my former role of being both the river and the groundwater commissioner. Water rights are a saw that cuts both ways. If you're not getting the water that you have the right to, there should be an agency and people working on your behalf to get you that water.
Thank you. That obviously is a discussion that I suspect those of us who serve on natural resources again in the upcoming session will hear in great detail. I appreciate your presentation today and your very sincere attempts to try to, bring some common sense to an entire drainage system. So thank you.
Other questions from members of the committee? I have a question about the 30-year study, and if you could summarize for us what you found. I'm sure it's not easy to summarize, but
Yes. Reed Cousins, General Manager, Carson Water Subconservancy District, for the record. Thank you for the wonderful question, Senator Scheibel. This is where I think I should have put together a slide or two. The long and short of this is the big message that we took out of that. The flows in the Carson River are, we looked at the flows of the Carson River from about 1940 through about 2020. That was our time period. If we split that up into equal parts, 1940 to roughly 1980, we see our flow, that's our standard flow. Since that time, since 1980 through present, the Carson River is reducing in its average flow over time. We've also seen that runoff period come off the mountains earlier. So it's primarily snow storage, snow in the mountains that runs off. It's been coming off the mountain earlier. So the timing of the flow, it's getting warmer earlier and with less snow typically coming off earlier. That was one of the big water supply messages that we had. That has an impact on how agriculture can use the water, its availability. And that has impacts to our groundwater supply as well. So in a nutshell, that's what we saw.
Thank you. That was very helpful and very succinct answer to what I know is a broad question. So thank you.
You're welcome. I know I can go on sometimes.
No, you did great. And I don't see any other questions from our committee right now. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for answering all of our questions. And that will bring us to our next presenter from the Truckee Meadows Water Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, Vice Chair Anderson, John Zimmerman for the record, General Manager, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. First of all, thank you all for having me here today. Last time I was at this committee, it was in Boulder City, so a much more reasonable commute this time around. So I think I've presented to this committee. I presented to this committee several times about the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, so I didn't want to go into too much detail, but just give you a brief overview, and then we'll go into some of the projects we're working on. So again, Tumwa was created as a regional entity. We're celebrating 25 years in operation, so similar to the city of Fernley's birthday. Pales in comparison to our nation's 250th anniversary, but we've gotten a lot done in those 25 years, and we're very proud of those efforts. So we have a 7-member board of directors made up of 3 members from the city of Reno Council, appointed by the cities in Washoe County to serve on our board. And those are the current members. We're a regional entity created by statute. So we're governed by an interlocal agreement amongst those 3 local jurisdictions. This is just a quick overview of our system. It's a very complicated system. When you look around the West, just based on our topography, our conjunctive use between surface water from the Truckee River and tributaries, all of our groundwater resources, it's a very complicated system. And as anyone can tell from driving around the Truckee Meadows, the new development is happening in the even more complicated regions of our system. So that adds a lot of pressure on development with cost and just a complicated water system. You all probably are familiar with the Truckee River system, but it's made up of 4 federally controlled upstream reservoirs, so Lake Tahoe being the largest on the system, Stampede, Boca, and then Prosser. And then Tumwa holds storage rights in Independence Lake and Donner Lake. And so that makes up a pretty robust upstream upstream storage component. Similar to the Carson, there was a lot of conflict on the Truckee, and I won't go through all the details on that, but the Truckee River operating agreement was a game changer. That was finally implemented after almost 30 years of negotiation in 2015, and that's been a huge help for us. It's given us a lot more flexibility with our upstream storage. This next slide, just a few facts and figures about Tumwa's service area. So we're similar to the Las Vegas Valley Water District. We're a retail water provider. We have one wholesale customer, the Sun Valley General Improvement District, but by and large, we're a retail water provider. And again, we call it conjunctive use. We're using probably 80% of the river throughout on average, and then about 20% from groundwater. And so we use the river when there's plenty of flow in it for all parties on the river. And then in the summer, when we need a little more production in those outer fringes of Tumwa's service area, we use more groundwater wells. And then when we come into a drought, we're releasing upstream storage and we're using more of those groundwater resources. We also are looking at, and we have built a treatment plant on a tributary to the Truckee River called Whites Creek in the southwest side of town. And that is to treat surface water, deliver it to our customers when there's a need. And then in the shoulder months, the fall, the winter, the spring, we can take that water and use it as part of our aquifer storage and recovery program to make sure our groundwater resources are as healthy as possible. So when we go into those summer months and when we go into droughts, we're able to make sure the aquifer is as healthy as possible. And then we're also unique as a water utility because we have 4 operating hydroelectric plants. Now I'll go into those a little bit later in the presentation. 3 of those are historic, turn of the 1900s. And then we also have one that I'll talk about that we just built that's connected to our largest water treatment plant. But it saves on, gives us about 4.2 million a year on average. And that equates to, roughly about a 4% savings to all of our customers. This slide just looks at and tries to give you a glimpse of the Truckee River and how much Tumwa uses from it. Because I think, when folks see a large metropolitan city on a river, they think that we might be using the lion's share of it. In fact, in a normal year,
Tumwa is using 3% of the river. This is this data is based on consumptive use. So we divert more from the river, but there's return flow back through the water reclamation facilities back to the river right on the east side of town. And then in a dry year, and this kind of shows you what TROA does. In a dry year, we take a little more, the Truckee Carson Irrigation District takes a little more. They are not a party to TROA, but they still take more in a dry year. And then the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe takes less. That's because during the TROA negotiations, the parties determined that in a really dry year, it's not as beneficial to the fisheries because there's not that much water in the river. And so they take a little less in a dry year. And then in a normal year, they can take the lion's share of it. This next slide gives you an idea of in a normal year, again, the blue is the surface water and the gray is groundwater. So we're using surface water as much as possible in a normal year. It's the most efficient water we can provide. It's the cheapest water we can provide. And then in the summer months, we're using a little bit more groundwater. However, you look at the worst drought year on record of 2015, and this is what it looks like. So we knew going into 2015 that we were coming off a few more dry years in 2012, 2014. So we knew we were coming into a dry year with 2015 and very low upstream storage. So we really relied on our surface water until about June. And then we started releasing those upstream storage resources from Donner, Independence, and relying more heavily on groundwater. So 2015, just to give you context, it was the worst snowpack year on record. And we have over 100 years of record keeping on the Truckee River. So a really bad year. And we still got through it based on upstream storage and just that conjunctive use with our groundwater supplies. This year, again, pretty bad year. It was close to 2015 in terms of snowpack, but we had a few really good years of snowpack prior to this. So Lake Tahoe will fill. And when Lake Tahoe fills, you can expect about 3 years of normal river flows in the system. So that from a planning perspective, from a reliability perspective, that's what you can look forward to. This just shows over time, I mean, and you all have probably seen it in data. This compares population to how much water we're providing to folks. The green is the population, the blue is water production. And you can see, when we have droughts and we call for conservation, there's a dip in production, but you can really see that over time, we're not using that much more water today than we were in the year 2000. And that's based on customers using less water because of conservation ethics. They go through a drought, they realize that their lawn can deal with a little less water, so they use less water permanently. There's also some messaging to that when they're hearing about drought and conservation that gets ingrained, and so they're using less water over time. It's also a function of new development. New development, bigger houses on smaller lots, more drip irrigation, less turf. And then just going into future management strategies. Conservation, we always ask our customers to use water efficiently. In a drought, we ask them to conserve a little more, and that's still part of our water management strategy. Other strategies, we're looking at reservoir reoperation, because right now, those federally controlled reservoirs are subject to pretty strict flood control manuals. They're flood control reservoirs, and those manuals need to be updated and to provide a little more flexibility. And so this forecast-informed reservoir operation is looking at if we are receiving more water as rain instead of snow, and it's coming down earlier in the season, we're able to capture that water in those upstream reservoirs instead of letting it go by. We're also looking at expanding our aquifer storage and recovery program. And then I'll talk about our advanced purified water project. And then also just with our aquifer storage, we're trying to make sure that groundwater bank is as healthy as possible, no matter what the future holds. We're also working on, and it's not on the slide, but we worked since about 2014. We've been working with the cities of Reno and Sparks and the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center's General Improvement District. Reno and Sparks are delivering treated effluent through a pipeline to Tri-Center. The GID manages that. Tumwa's involvement was to make sure that the water rights were optimized. So we're not using more water rights than are necessary. And so we're really the water right managers for that agreement. It's also to make sure that downstream users remain whole. So Truckee Carson Irrigation District and the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. And we work with those groups a lot to make sure the resources downstream are made whole. It's different, and that makes it different than in Southern Nevada, where water can be recycled to Lake Mead and you get credits for the wastewater going back to Lake Mead or the treated effluent going back to Lake Mead and coming back out. On the Truckee system, it's linked to how that system was operated in the past, where you had agricultural irrigation and you had a certain amount of return flow getting back to the river naturally. That's how that river was adjudicated. And so any water that leaves the system, even though it's treated effluent and it's going to Tri-Center, there has to be other water rights put into the river to make up for that loss of return flow, to make downstream users whole. And then I'll talk a little bit about our advanced purified water facility. I think I talked about this the last time I was here. We were doing a lot of pilot work. This is now a project that is a go. We got approval from the city of Reno, we're partnering with, and the Tumwa board to construct this facility. So this is in the North Valleys. This will take treated effluent from Reno's water reclamation facility. It'll run it through this plant, which will treat it to a level even higher than the drinking water standard. And then initially, we're going to send that water to a alfalfa farm just to test, make sure we know and are comfortable with the science and the technology for a few years. And then ultimately that water will be injected into the ground for future drought storage and used from our groundwater wells in the future to supply water to our customers. So again, we've been looking at this since about 2008 through 2016 was kind of the development stage. We worked with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection on the regulations that were necessary to allow this to happen. This is called an indirect potable reuse project because it's not going straight to our customers, it's going into the aquifer. And there are some pretty strict standards that we have to comply with even when it gets into the aquifer. But for us, it's drought storage. For the city of Reno, it's a wastewater discharge solution. So they're not discharging as much treated effluent into Swan Lake. What's interesting about this one is, first of all, we put PFAS treatment on it. As you know, the forever chemicals, we don't have a huge issue, but we wanted to make sure we had that. And then number 7 on the slide, that additional, or sorry, number 8, biological activated carbon filtration and that biological treatment. That's necessary because in most facilities that do this, and a lot of facilities have done this in California, they're right on the coast. They have the ability to discharge that brine stream from that reverse osmosis process to the ocean. But we don't have an ocean, and so we need that biological treatment to reduce that waste stream. So this will be the first facility of its kind in the state. It's being looked at nationally and even internationally for what we're doing. But there's a lot of steps in the process, and full disclosure, I'm a lawyer, not a scientist or a technical expert, so I won't be able to go into the details with you. If you really want to get into the weeds, let me know, and I'll put you in touch with someone. One thing we've done also, going back to this slide, is just we've done a tremendous amount of community outreach. You know, probably 50 or 60 community workshops. We really wanted the community to be aware of it, to understand it, understand the science, ask any questions they might have, because when you look across the country with any of these indirect potable reuse projects, one of the main issues is that public sentiment against it. And so we wanted to make sure our customers and the community really understood it. I'll skip through the permitting and design. And so here's the total cost. And I think it's almost 290 million. And this is a 2 MGD plant that can be increased to 4 MGD. That's not a lot of water. We're going to create 2,000 acre feet of a new water resource out of this facility. And so I think one thing for the committee to take away is water is becoming more expensive. You know, as the easy to find groundwater that's good water quality and good water quantity, it's really gone. And so as you look to the future, providing water is going to be more and more expensive. And then we're looking to start construction this summer. So that's the kickoff. Next, I'll go into quickly, because I know you're probably running out of patience here, just to talk about Tumwa's run-of-the-river hydroelectric plants. So the first 3, the Fleisch, Verdi, and Washoe, again, those are turn of the century, the last century's hydroelectric plants. But we also built what's called the ore ditch treatment, ore ditch hydroelectric plant. And that uses our existing Highland Canal. So right now we divert river water to the Highland Canal that goes to our Chalk Bluff treatment plant, delivers it to the community. Well, in the wintertime, our customers don't have that high of a demand. So we can take more water from the Highland Canal and reverse flow it back to the river and generate 1 megawatt of energy behind the meter that would be used to power the Chalk Bluff water treatment plant. No new diversion structures in the river. We already had an existing pipeline. It was an emergency pipeline from the river that pumped water to the plant if the canal went down for some reason. And so all we're doing is reversing that flow and generating 1 megawatt behind the meter. This is just a little overview. So the Highland Canal there is outlined in blue, the Chalk Bluff water treatment plant, and then the ore ditch pump station. Little more granular detail. Again, I'm not the technical expert, so I'm not going to go into it, but you can see that's where the hydroelectric energy will be generated. And then lastly, just to touch on what we're doing with wildfire mitigation strategies. As you've seen in the news, the horrible fires around this area in LA, we've really looked more at upstream watershed protection. We're partnering with the entities on the screen here. We've done a few pilot, just very small fire suppression efforts around Stampede. We're really looking to target areas that could really have a catastrophic fire because of the level of fuels there. The Middle Truckee River is the only region of the forest that hasn't had a catastrophic fire. You've had it in the South Lake Tahoe area, you've had it north in the Chico area, but you haven't really had it in this area. And so we're trying to make sure as much as possible that that's protected. We can get by if there's a fire and you have a lot of soot and other issues that come into the river. We can get by for a week or longer. So we know we can still provide our customers with water, and we can treat some of that water, but we don't want to. We want to prevent it from happening in the first place. And we also want to prevent any erosion based on that to increase sedimentation to our storage reservoirs that over time can reduce the quantity of storage capability in those reservoirs. With that, I'll open it up for questions. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Assemblymember DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a few questions, if I may. First, on the APW facility, where is the alfalfa farm that's going to get the flows for the test period?
John Zimmerman for the record. Thank you, Assemblyman DeLong, for the question. It's called the American Flat Farm. It's just a one center pivot about 1 or 2 miles north of the North Valleys area.
Off of American Flat Road, I assume.
John Zimmerman for the record. That's correct.
And then for the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, with those flows from the treatment plant, the water rights that were used to offset their consumption of that, what otherwise would be a return flow to the river. Who obtained those water rights? Who paid for them? Are there more available in case additional treated water is delivered to the center?
John Zimmerman for the record. So kind of a very good question. Need to add a little bit of detail. So there were 4,000 acre feet of treated effluent that ultimately will be supplied out to Tri-Center. Trick, the master developer, supplied quite a bit of those water rights. NDOT also had additional Truckee River rights that they supplied. TUMWA supplied some community resource water rights and just to backfill there. So the total amount of water rights that are needed to back up that 4,000 acre feet, they've been permitted by the Nevada State Engineer, so they're in place. As far as additional resources, the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center's General Improvement District is telling its customers they don't want additional Truckee River resources. They want to use treated effluent as much as they can. They also have some local groundwater that they're using. And also, and that's one of the reasons TUMWA got involved, because we wanted to manage those Truckee River rights and optimize them so they weren't being used up more than they had to, because there's a finite supply. The Truckee River Decree from 1944 set the total amount of water rights on the Truckee River at about 224,000 acre feet. We think that we estimate, based on analysis, that there's about 40,000 acre feet left of those Truckee River water rights. So that's additional water rights that the Reno Sparks, Washoe County area needs to grow into the future.
Upstream storage. We're fortunate in this basin to have that upstream storage. What's the potential for expanding existing storage or creating new storage?
John Zimmerman for the record. It would be very difficult, obviously, to find a new reservoir site and go through the permitting and the water right and environmental permitting. So we're not looking at that. We're looking to partner, though. I mean, you heard about the Marlette water system. We're looking to partner with them. The state of Nevada, owns and operates that system. It supplies Virginia City, it supplies Carson City. But we believe there are additional water resources in that system that could be used to flow into Lake Tahoe and benefit downstream users.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Zimmerman, thank you for your presentation. I am also a non-scientist and recovering lawyer. To the extent that you can, I sit on the SNWA board, and they have a very sophisticated facility. You said that the new facility that you're building out here would be the first kind in Nevada. How does it differ from the SNWA and reclamation districts facilities?
Sure. John Zimmerman for the record. So it'll be different in that, and again, I'm not a technical person, but I think the water reclamation facilities in the Reno Sparks area and in Las Vegas have kind of that conventional treatment. We're going to take the treated effluent, so the purple pipe water that's created by those traditional water reclamation facilities, and this new treatment, it'll run it through another 10-step treatment process to bring that water to a higher level than even the drinking water standard. And so that's where, and it'll be indirect potable reuse. So again, it'll be used at the farm and then injected into the ground. And in working with NDEP, and we worked with a lot of SNWA technical experts to make sure they're aware of it, understand the science behind it, and support it. But that's the main technical difference, is it'll be a completely brand new facility that brings that water to a higher level.
Thank you.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was thoroughly enjoying your presentation until you confessed you're a lawyer. That kind of. No, I actually, Mr. Zimmerman, just for the committee's knowledge, had a meeting with myself, Assemblywoman Hansen, Claire Andriola, because we had questions on Swan Lake. And we had huge numbers of constituents in the Spanish Springs area that were convinced that when these guys put in a new well, that it was going to draw down so much that it was going to eliminate a whole lot of private wells. Mr. Zimmerman took the time to walk us through all that and alleviate those concerns, which we were then able to go back and partially lower the concerns. But I want to thank you for that. That was super educational. You took your time out to kind of bring the temperatures down. I was kind of on the side of those people because I have a well in Spanish Springs and was pretty convinced you guys were going to pull that water table down. And when I found this truth, it was great. Swan Lake, you touched on it briefly. Are you going to be able to literally get that water table down in that and take care of the folks there in Lemon Valley? It is kind of ironic that we have too much water in one spot where for the most part, we're always starved for water everywhere else. Can you elaborate a little bit on the Swan Lake situation?
Sure. John Zimmerman for the record. I think the Advanced Purified Water Facility, it's beneficial because it will allow Reno to discharge less treated effluent into Swan Lake, but the magnitude of what we're taking out of there and treating, so that 2,000 acre feet, that pales in comparison to the flood of 2017. So I think, again, I'm not an expert on the flooding side or the issues with, that Reno and Washoe County are looking at, so it'll help. But I think it pales in comparison to the amount of water that could flow into that area if you had a 2017 type, winter and flood event.
It's kind of ironic. You mentioned 2015 was the worst ever, and 2017 you have floods in the same basin. Last thought, I represent Pyramid Lake Tribe as part of my district. You mentioned there was 244,000 acre feet, and I think it was the Ordich Decree, Truckee River Decree. Then we had what is the official name of the 2015 settlement that Senator Reed pushed through?
John Zimmerman for the record. So the 2015 settlement was called the Truckee River Operating Agreement. And so it didn't change the Truckee River Decree, which was in 1944. So all the water rights on that decree have to be satisfied according to priority. The Truckee River Operating Agreement just allowed folks upstream. It's really a large accounting project. It really allows the federal water master and the main parties on the Truckee River to be able to move their water rights around. The biggest thing is the parties. So the water year starts October 1st every year. And as the parties go into that snowpack building season, they start to see what's coming up. They start to save water in upstream reservoirs. And then if it's going to be a normal year, the way TROA operates is all of the water that TUMWA has saved in upstream storage converts to what's called fish water. And so that water converts to ownership and control by the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, because we know it's going to be a normal year. So they can use that storage to benefit their fisheries as they choose. If we come into a drought and all our storage is built up, we get to keep that, release it for our customers.
And you mentioned that in your thing, which is a very reasonable arrangement. But you also mentioned there's 40,000 acre feet that can be used. Is that 40,000 acre feet currently going down the river to the Indians? And if that's the case, what's the plan if the upstream people want to use 40,000 additional acre feet of water? How will that impact the Indians at the lake?
John Zimmerman for the record. So yeah, right now, any water that TUMWA or any other person or any other entity is pulling from the river, any additional water would flow down to any downstream user. There's a few agricultural users in the Truckee Canyon, then you have Truckee Carson Irrigation District, Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. So that 40,000 acre feet is available. It's highly fractionated, so very small pieces because of all the ranchettes and just the way the water rights have been broken up in the Truckee Meadows. But those would be available to anyone to purchase, and that's what TUMWA counts on to continue to grow within the Truckee Meadows.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Sound a little lawyery there for a minute, but but I want to make sure that the agreement on the Truckee River was to ensure that the Indians did have the lake would no longer continue to drop like it did for most of my lifetime up until 2015 when they had the agreement. I'm a little concerned that if they're going to take 40,000 acre feet that currently are flowing down to whoever the various users are downstream, that the Indians will end up getting shortchanged in that process. Is there anything built into the system that will ensure that that cannot happen?
John Zimmerman for the record. I think it's a matter of magnitude. That 40,000 acre feet, when you look at how much water goes down the river, again, 40,000 acre feet's a lot, but compared to the magnitude of the system, it's not as much. But those are water rights owned by private parties in the Truckee Meadows who can buy and sell them as, just like real property. And I think the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe has been on the open market and buying rights over time. So there is a competition, and I think the term river comes from rival, right? It's people using water on the river and looking at those resources.
Well, thank you. Presentation was good, and I hope you guys, take care of the little guys at the very end of the stream here, which is my concern. I know there's lots of people in the Reno Sparks market that will ensure they get their water, but for the little tribe out there at Pyramid Lake, they've kind of been shortchanged on several occasions throughout the history since the 1860s. So I'm glad to see, frankly, that we had that decree from 2015, especially where the pie chart that you showed ensured that they had some reasonable protections built in on the federal level, at least. But I want to make sure too, as we go forward, that those things are also honored and kept in mind as we and the state level and county level deal with, increasing demand on basically the same amount of water.
Yeah, John Zimmerman for the record. I'll add to that too, that the tribe was adjudicated claims 1 and 2 in the Truckee River Decree. So they have the highest priority water rights on the Truckee River. That's how they supply their existing resources. So any additional rights would be in addition to what they were adjudicated under the decree.
Very good. I just wanted to say too, that you guys are doing a great job. Truckee Meadows Water Authority is really, considering the amount of growth that we've seen over the years. I've lived in Truckee Meadows my whole life, and there were extreme concerns going back to the 70s that we had excessive growth. There was actually a strong no growth movement. Elected Mayor Barbara Bennett back in about 1980 on a no growth platform. One of the main concerns was water availability, and between the metering and the reinjection wells you guys use, you guys done a magnificent job helping to alleviate some of those concerns. So don't think we don't appreciate it. So
Thank you.
and thank you for your public involvement as well. You know, like you're saying, going to community events, even something as simple as talking to an assemblywoman, excuse me, and a state senator on a fairly, you know, minor issue in many respects. So thank you for your time on that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think Vice Chair Anderson has something.
Thank you. And I think Senator Hansen just brought up something that the only comment I wanted to make, which was, number one, your office has always been accessible. I really appreciate that. Anytime I've had questions, you guys have been there right away. And then also number two, you've invested in our community, and that whether it is having that fourth grade class, those fourth grade field trips, I think it was fourth grade or maybe it's third grade, and helping to fund those, but then also just being a part of our community. So just wanted to appreciate both your openness and then also ability to try to address the issues exactly as the senator brought up, whether it's Swan Lake or otherwise. So just wanted to add in my thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation and for answering all of our questions. That brings us to the end of agenda item number 7 and on to agenda item number 8, our second period of public comment. I'll invite anybody wishing to make a public comment in person forward now. We do ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. No, not 10 minutes, 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bevan Lister for the record, speaking solely for myself, not representing anybody else. One little piece that I didn't follow through on during my presentation. It's a very interesting graphic. You talked about it a little bit, Senator Hansen. If you track livestock grazing on a graph over time, mule deer numbers on a graph over time, sage grouse numbers on a graph over time, and then compare that to wildfire acres over time, it's a very illuminative graphic. I'll leave it that piece at that. 2 other things. Nevada water law has been the baseline for generations, providing certainty and a reasonable process for the acquiring water and putting it to beneficial use and benefiting our landscape. Unfortunately, over the past few years, decisions made by the legislature, as well as new laws passed by the Supreme Court, and I'm saying that specifically in that way because that's what has happened, have completely destroyed that certainty. There is no longer any certainty in prior appropriation in the way that things are right now, and I'm happy to discuss that with any of you at any time. Third point, and this is a rhetorical question. When did Nevada cease to be a state? In about 1940, the Department of Defense came to the state of Nevada and law was passed that ceded jurisdiction to the Nevada Testing and Training Range. Now, the Department of Defense or Department of Navy has come to the state of Nevada and said, we're taking that, you have no say in it. Just curious what the dynamic has changed when we stopped being a state that had to cede our jurisdiction and return to being the status of territory. Thank you very much.
You have a great internal clock. That was exactly 2 minutes. And I don't see anybody else coming forward to give public comment in person, so we'll go to the phones, please, for any public comment.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 358, you are unmuted. Please continue.
Hi, my name's Christine Smokey. I'm a resident of Carson City here in Nevada, and I just wanted to say that I 100% oppose these data centers. They are going to take our water. They put forever chemicals in our water supply. Even with the highest precautions, the data centers have been found to leak forever chemicals that get into the aquifers. They produce methane gas. Elon Musk has been known to put diesel generators on top of his data centers, which also put CO2, carbon dioxide, into our air. And people, I've watched hundreds of hours of videos on data centers and AI and all of the stuff that's going on, and it is downright scary. People that live near these data centers have had issues with their water pressure and having adequate water to function and live. This isn't fair for us in Nevada. And people have had issues with asthma and COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and they've had issues with cancer from the forever chemicals getting in the water. And this is an issue that we shouldn't take on. And if we allow these large, rumbling, vibrating, huge beast machine buildings here, they're not just normal warehouses and normal buildings. They damage the soil. If you look at studies with worms, they come up from the ground with vibration. It's going to affect migratory patterns. We're already getting our wild horses affected all over the world with bogus studies that are not really legitimate, like saying wild horses are an invasive species. Wild horses reduce wildfires. I also want to say I'm highly against fencing off the horses at Washoe Lake. My horse vet, who's been a horse vet for over 40 years, said those horses will not survive if there's a drought. Washoe Lake is their primary food and water source. Please put in some horse crossing signs and lower the speed limits there, but please do not block them from water. Give them a chance. And she said that's also their primary food source. So I beg of you to show some humanity, but I wanted to let you know that AI does not care about our animals and they don't care about us.
Wrap it up, please.
Okay, and I just want to say that only 3% is understood about artificial intelligence, and it's been shown to be very detrimental and against people. And please don't allow it, please.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else on the line to give public comment today?
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no more callers at this time.
All right. That brings us to the conclusion of agenda item number 8. Under agenda item number 9, this is our adjournment. At our next meeting, we will be discussing potential legislation. We'll be having a work session where we will be voting on our bill draft requests. And so I did want to give the members an opportunity to bring up anything today that we should be working on between now and then to be prepared for that work session. And I think one of my colleagues at least has something that he wants to address. And so I will let Senator Hansen kick it off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed it a little bit earlier, but for everybody else in the committee, at our Winnemucca meeting, we had a presentation by Assistant County Manager Curtis Moore of Elko County. We talked at length about basically right-of-ways, and I talked to him there at the meeting, and then during the lunch also made some very simple requests for right-of-way information. Got basically stonewalled to this day. Instead, he sent me a map of the entire county with some OHV roads. So I bring this up because I've requested of the chair that the committee itself make basically the same request and see if the county continues to stonewall, because I've had a consistent problem, even though I'm a state senator that represents basically Western Elko County, having any success in just going through normal channels to get basic right-of-way information. And so I'm going to make it public because this has become a huge issue, as you could tell somewhat today. But we need to make sure that the public lands for the state of Nevada are open and accessible for all the citizens of the state, and not for a tiny window of people that hold specific grazing permits and then lock out everybody else. But until we know where those right-of-way roads are as officially defined in Elko County, it's hard to get to that point. So I want to thank the chair and just make the committee aware. I'll work with Jared this week and Mr. McDonald, excuse me, and we'll hopefully get a reasonable response from the Elko County people. And I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Madam Chair.
You are very welcome. Brief recess. All right, we're back in session. I would accept a motion at this time to send a letter to Elko County requesting certain information on public rights of way.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Senator Hansen. We have a second from Vice Chair Anderson. Any discussion on the motion?
Real quick, Vice
Senator
Chair
Hansen.
Anderson did caught the fact that this individual told us that there are some laws that he doesn't like, that they don't like. And so I think this is something that we need to do as a committee. So thank you very much for bringing this motion, and I fully support the effort.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. All right, the motion passes. We will be drafting a letter to the County of Elko. So I did originally open this up for all of the members, and the floor is still open for any of the members who want to make any comments right now, have any, preliminary conversations about BDRs and our work session coming up in August. Is there anybody else? Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I'm going to be asking for a little bit more of some research regarding the planning commissions being the end decision based upon a comment that was made, I think, at our first public lands meeting, and something that I've subsequently asked all the counties to clarify, just because I personally believe that an elected county commission should be the last decision making, not a planning commission that is appointed. And so, but first, before doing that request, one of my colleagues, Assemblymember DeLong, said, well, I haven't done the research. And I thought, oh, that's a good call. So first I'm going to ask for some research and then possibly bring it forward for consideration.
This is what we call collaboration. I'm going to check on this side first. Anybody else? Back to Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Earlier, Churchill County kind of made a request for us to look into the situation with NV Energy. That's something we might want to consider. It doesn't necessarily have to be a BDR, but it's something that we as a Public Lands Committee could do to help out a relatively small rural county and see if we can get some cooperation there.
All right, thank you. Okay, not seeing anything else coming before the committee. We do have one more meeting left in Moapa at the end of August. And until then, we are adjourned.